morning. It certainly didn't hurt him this morning, Keera said. Patsy continued to look anguished. Something else? She asked. I also suspect what happened at Clancy Doyle's trial the other day has made its way around the courthouse, Patsy said. What does that have to do with Judge Hung? Many of those judges, including Judge Hung, were prosecutors I sparred with and beat. More than a few would not be disappointed to see me fall flat on my face, Patsy said, his voice soft. Keera didn't think Judge Hung would be so petty, but she also recalled the look of hardly suppressed glee on Judge Ema Patel's face when Patsy failed to return to the courtroom to finish Clancy Doyle's trial. Patsy was likely correct, but Keera wasn't going to baby him the way her mother and sisters had babied her father's alcoholism, sweeping it under the carpet until they'd created a mound as large as an elephant. Patsy had made his own bed, and she had no intention of being the one to lie in it. Maybe we should think about Ella sitting second chair. Take you out of the equation. You want to replace me? Patsy looked devastated. What I want is irrelevant. Vince LaRussa deserves a fair trial. If your presence in Judge Hung's courtroom is going to jeopardize that, we have to consider other possibilities. I don't plan on embarrassing you, Patsy said. Keera didn't respond. She didn't have to. Patsy knew both she and Ella had heard too many of his empty promises. Ella looked between the two of them. Keera isn't worried about you embarrassing her, she said. Don't talk for me, Keera said. I'm not talking for you. I'm the managing partner. You are talking for me. You always have. You and Maggie. We only wanted to protect. I'm a grown woman, and I'm a damn good attorney. And I will decide what is in the best interests of my client. For a moment, no one spoke. Keera broke the silence. Once the jury is picked, it will be next to impossible to bring someone else in. I don't want to be Marcia Clark when Bill Hodgman had to leave the O.J. Simpson trial. If you are going to sit second chair, I need to know you're going to be there to the end. I'll be there, Patsy said. That's not good enough. I want your word that you won't drink, not a drop, until this trial is over. Not beer, not wine, not hard alcohol. Keera, you can't... Ella started. Yes, she can, Patsy said. It's a fair request. He looked at Keera. You have my word. Good, Keera said. Then you'll just have to disappoint Judge Hung again. Both Patsy and Ella gave her confused looks. And not fall on your face. I want the Irish brawler in that courtroom beside me, because we can damn well bet that Ambrose is going to come out of his corner swinging. After she left the meeting, Keera stopped at her assistant's desk to have Litchfield's autopsy report and the toxicology report duplicated and working copies delivered to Patsy and Ella. Then she sat down at her desk and called Harrison to tell him about the trial date. You're shitting me. Somehow the English accent made the expression sound less crude. Ambrose suggested I rethink my position not to waive LaRussa's right to a speedy trial, which could indicate he's not prepared, and we need to continue to push forward. I need you to come up with a theory to make Mr. Cobalt proud, or at least create reasonable doubt, and we don't have a lot of time to do it. I'm working on it, he said. Any further emails from Jack Worthing? Not yet, but you'll be the first to know. Keera hung up the phone as her assistant entered her office and handed her working copies of the two reports. She'd read through autopsy reports to know what to look for. Litchfield's report referenced the blood spatter, ballistics, wound location, and Anne LaRussa's lack of dexterity in her hands and fingers. He concluded her death to have been a homicide. Keera felt a huge letdown. Given the gymnastics she'd gone through to get the report, and her personal knowledge of Ambrose and his trial tactics, she had been sure he had done something nefarious. But Litchfield's report contained no information to indicate that had been the case. She set the report aside and read the toxicology report from the King County head of forensic toxicology. She skimmed the testing methods and the patient data, and more critically read the detailed lab results. The toxicology screening revealed high levels of opioids, including oxycodone, also known as OxyContin, and hydrocodone, also known as Vicodin. That certainly helped her argument that Bennett had a motive to kill Anne LaRussa, but she remained a long way from reasonable doubt. Still, as Patsy said, something was better than nothing. It just didn't feel that way in this instance. About to shut down her computer, Keera thought of something else. She pulled up the videotape from the security system at the LaRussa's home and fast-forwarded the tape until Lisa Bennett's car came down the driveway. She studied Bennett as she got out of the car, then opened the back door for her handbag. The muscles in her arm flexed when she lifted the bag from the back seat and slipped the strap over her shoulder. Keera hit fast-forward again and stopped the tape when Bennett came out the front door, again studying Bennett's arm holding the bag as she opened the driver's door and tossed the handbag onto the back seat. Keera rewound the tape and reviewed it several more times. The bag seemed to be significantly lighter when Bennett left the house. Keera made a mental note to ask Bennett about it. Chapter 22. Late in the afternoon, Keera drove to the Seattle Cancer Care Building on Aloha Street, near Lake Union. She'd called Lisa Bennett's office and asked for a moment of her time. She didn't want to talk to Bennett over the phone, not for this conversation. She wanted to gauge Bennett's reaction, if any, when pushed. She found street parking and walked up the hill to the brick and glass building that housed the cancer center that had saved so many lives. Inside, she rode the elevator to the 5th floor and approached the receptionist. A phone call later, he said, "Dr. Bennett will be right out." Bennett came out of an interior door, wearing a white doctor's smock over navy blue slacks and flats, her hair pulled back in a bun. "Miss Duggan?" she said, inviting Keera back. Bennett led Keera down a hallway, past medical personnel at workstations. Bennett's office was small, with built-in shelving, a curved desk, and a computer screen that partially blocked a spectacular northwest view of Lake Union. Keera noted framed family photographs similar to those that had been on the mantel of Bennett's home. Bennett moved behind her desk, but remained standing. "Has something come up?" "I have a few more questions about the night you went to see Anne LaRussa." "I thought we covered that already." "I know you're busy, and I'll be respectful of your time." Keera pushed ahead. "You carried a large handbag into the house. It looked heavy. What was in it?" Bennett broke eye contact and looked to the side. Stalling, re-engaging, she said, "I don't know. A lot of stuff I probably don't need. I try to consolidate. My purse, water bottle. Sometimes I bring home patient files." "You didn't bring anything to Anne?" "Like what?" "Anything?" "No," Bennett said, again breaking eye contact. A lie. Why? Keera wasn't going to get an honest answer and decided to let it go for now. "Anne let you in the front door?" "That's right." "And did you go into the kitchen immediately to talk?" "I believe we spoke in the entry for a moment. You didn't linger in any of the other rooms?" "Not that I recall, no." Keera studied the two answers. "I believe, and not that I recall." Far more stilted and cautious than the first time she spoke to the doctor. The phrasing was how lawyers instructed witnesses to respond to questions. The lack of certainty allowed the witness wiggle room to later amend her answer, if necessary. Then again, Keera could have been reading too much into the responses. If Bennett had met with a lawyer, the first word out of any good attorney's mouth would have been, "Don't talk to anyone without me present." "Anne was upset?" Keera asked. "Very." "Were you able to calm her?" "Some. I reminded her that we'd been friends a long time, that I wouldn't do something like that to her, that I wouldn't hurt her." "Did she believe you?" "Honestly, I don't think she did. Anne had become paranoid and upset. She wasn't thinking clearly." "Was she drinking?" "She had a glass of water. At least I think it was water. Is that what you meant?" "She had that glass with her in the kitchen when you arrived?" "I believe so." "You didn't get her a glass of water from the fridge?" Another looked to the side. After a beat, Bennett said, "Now that you ask, I may have. I think I did get her a glass of water." "Why are you asking me?" "Just trying to reconcile a few things. One glass was found. I'm trying to establish it was Anne's glass, as well as the contents. It was Anne's. I didn't get a glass of water myself. I wasn't there long. 26 minutes. It didn't feel that long. You didn't open and close any cabinets, the stove, anything else? Bennett's facial expression changed, as if she was starting to understand, or at least become suspicious of the purpose for Keira's questions. Keira had seen that look when she caught a witness not telling the truth. They looked at you as if a veil had fallen in front of their face. Bennett was no doubt weighing the consequences of what she was about to say. I don't recall doing so, but I could have. I don't really remember. More wiggle room. Bennett had touched the refrigerator door handle and the oven handle, and she did recall doing so. She just didn't want to admit it. Why not? Whatever Bennett's reasons, Keira wasn't going to get them now, not without some leverage. Bennett was guarded. Was there a candle in the kitchen? Yes, one of Anne's aroma candles. Was it lit? I believe so. You didn't light it. Why would I light it? How did the conversation end? Like I said, I assured Anne she was mistaken, that my meeting with Vince was innocent, that I was concerned she was taking too many opioids, that she was becoming addicted. I told her that if she needed help with pain management, I could find someone to help her. About the pain medications that you prescribed and ordered refills for. So you knew how much Anne was taking, right? What exactly are you implying? I'm not implying anything. It's just the toxicology labs are unequivocal, she said to let Bennett know she had independent evidence. Anne had high levels of opioids in her system. As I said, I was concerned Anne was becoming addicted. Yes, I'm sure you were. You looked upset on the security video when you left the house that Sunday night. Bennett's temper flared. Of course I was upset. My best friend had just accused me of having an affair with her husband. A good answer. A plausible answer. Reasonable emotion. But Keira didn't believe it either. Not fully. Half an hour later, Keira entered the attorney-client room at the King County Jail, after going through the usual machinations. LaRussa entered as before, and sat in a plastic chair across from her. Did you speak to Mary Bell? Keira told him what Bell had said. No one from the prosecution team has contacted her, and I'm not sure why anything she said would be relevant. We also spoke to Eric Fields. What did he have to say? Nothing that alarms me. She told LaRussa the gist of the conversation. I am concerned that Jack Worthing, whoever he is, also spoke to him. In person? No, by phone. Bell said she suspected the person was disguising their voice, but didn't have any real basis that was the case. Again, nothing either person had to say alarms me, but I am concerned about who Jack Worthing is and his purpose. Has he emailed again? No. Maybe he won't, LaRussa said. Time will tell. We also received the police report, Keira said. The medical examiner concluded homicide and determined your wife was shot from a distance of 3 to 5 feet. We knew that, didn't we? He said. Something else of interest. The latent fingerprint unit found Lisa Bennett's fingerprints on the kitchen counter, the refrigerator door handle, and the handle of the top oven. Maybe she opened them. Why is that of interest? She couldn't definitively recall opening the refrigerator to get Anne a glass of water, then said she did recall it. There'd be no reason for her to open the oven, or to lock it. I think she's hiding something. I'm a good judge of people's tells, their body movements. She kept breaking eye contact and pausing before she answered. I'm wondering if her fingerprint near the burn mark our investigator found on the oven door handle has some significance. If she locked the oven. Why would she open the oven, or lock it? I don't know yet. Another thing, she arrived at the house carrying a large handbag that looked heavy. The muscles of her arms strained when she lifted it onto her shoulder. I'm wondering if she brought something with her. What did she say? She became reticent and said she carries a lot of unnecessary stuff in that bag. Plausible, except when she left, the bag appeared noticeably lighter, Keera said. She came out of the house and threw the bag in the back seat. You think she brought something to the house? The gun? She could have brought the gun, but that wouldn't be what made the bag heavy. If I'm right. Can you think of anything? LaRussa shook his head. No. Keera changed gears. We also got back the toxicology lab work. Anne had high levels of OxyContin and Vicodin in her system. Again, we suspected that was the case. We did, but what I don't understand is, if Dr. Bennett was concerned Anne was becoming addicted, why didn't she change the prescription? Fewer pills or a lesser dose? The prescription bottles and medical records don't indicate she did either, which makes her argument of concern less believable. What if Anne threatened to report Bennett to the medical board, putting her license in jeopardy? That would certainly be a motive, LaRussa said, sounding upbeat. But it's still a big leap to get a jury to believe she killed Anne, isn't it? Maybe not, Keera said. Bennett had lost a husband. She was her daughter's sole provider. She'd fight fiercely to protect them. I like it. It makes sense, LaRussa said. And she and Anne spoke frequently. I'm working on an argument that Anne made the threat earlier, which would have been motivation for Bennett to buy the gun. Did either Anne or Bennett mention the threat or anything like that to you? No, he said. We don't have to prove the argument. We just have to raise it as a possibility, give the jurors something else to consider. LaRussa let out a breath. It doesn't sound like much. It didn't, Keera knew. Changing gears again, our investigator had the water on the floor tested, and the lab detected potassium nitrate. It's an oxidizer. It accelerates burning when a fire is lit. Where did it come from? Not sure, but potassium nitrate can be found in home products like fertilizers and tree stump removers, as well as fireworks. It's also a major constituent of gunpowder. So it could have leaked from the gun on the floor? That was my initial thought, but Harrison said the lab also found potassium nitrate in shavings he took from the burn mark on the oven door handle, and microscopic cotton fibers in the water. Which came from where? Again, we don't know yet, but we're working on it. Also, you heard Ambrose describe the gun as a ghost gun. Ghost guns can be bought over the internet or at a gun show and are assembled at home. They don't have serial numbers, and dealers don't require ID. How does that help us? Won't the prosecutor just argue it shows premeditation? He will, Keera said, but he can't tie the gun to you, which, again, gives us room to argue that Bennett purchased the gun and brought it that night. I know it doesn't sound like much, but all these unanswered questions together can help with reasonable doubt. I don't want to rely on that if we can help it. We're working on our own theory about what happened. I'd like to go back through your house and the garden, see if anything else turns up now that we have some additional information to work with. Anne liked to garden before her accident. She had a small greenhouse and a vegetable garden out back. There's a shed there. You might find fertilizer in the shed, though I don't know how it would explain the presence of potassium nitrate in the kitchen. I just want to be sure we haven't missed anything. What did Anne like to do after her accident? She cooked, LaRussa said. She was a good cook, and she read a lot. She couldn't hold the book in her hand, but she could swipe the page of a Kindle. Okay. I'll let you know if we find anything more. Last thing, Judge Hung set a trial date for July 31st. The only other issue is whether we need more time. Do we? Patsy and I talked this through. More time also gives the prosecution more time to solidify their evidence. I'd like to keep pushing things until, or if it becomes disadvantageous to do so. Then let's do that. Keera stood to leave, then remembered something else and said, We're going to need names of people who knew you and Anne, who could testify as to the type of relationship you had. Character witnesses? We need to be sure the PA doesn't surprise us at trial with a witness who testifies that you and Anne fought."
"Can he do that?"
"Theoretically, they have to disclose their witnesses at the omnibus hearing, but prosecutors have a number of different arguments to get around that."
"All couples fight," Larissa said. "We had our disagreements, especially as Anne became more depressed and paranoid."
"Can you think of anyone who could testify positively or negatively about your relationship?"
"I didn't air our dirty laundry with others. I've never felt it appropriate. But her family was never one of my supporters. If they think I killed her..."
"Anyone besides Anne's family?"
"Anne became more and more of a recluse, especially the last 2 months. She didn't want to go out, and she didn't want to have friends over. The one person I would have suspected she spoke with was Lisa, but given what has transpired, it doesn't sound like that would be helpful."
That's what Keera had been afraid of. Chapter 23. Late that evening, Keera arrived home and pulled a pitcher of lemon iced tea from the fridge, pouring a tall glass. The warm weather left her parched. She pulled out mini carrots, salami, crackers, and a brick of cheddar cheese. After trimming off mold, she set the cheese on a cutting board and returned to her computer. Her eyes drifted to the sideboard, but she resisted the temptation. Wanting a break for a few minutes, she pulled up the chess game as she chewed on a carrot. The Dark Knight continued his aggressive tactics. His 20th move was knight to b5. A mistake. He just didn't know it yet. She moved her bishop to a8, as if in retreat, but she was baiting the Dark Knight to use his knight to take her rook at a7. He did. Keera had sacrificed her rook for the greater good of her game. His knight was now stuck and of no import. She moved her queen to d7 and hit send. She cut off a strip of cheese and laid it on a cracker, along with a slice of salami. Her computer pinged, an incoming email to her work account. This time she wasn't surprised. She remained intrigued. Jack Worthing. "Well, well, well," Keera said. "What do you have for me now?" Early Friday morning, Keera met Harrison outside the LaRussa home. After Keera and Harrison went over the property, Harrison would pick up Patsy and the two would fly east to Pullman, Washington. Jack Worthing had given Keera another name, Spencer Tickman. Harrison had performed some research. Tickman was a farmer's insurance agent who had attended Washington State University and evidently never left the area, opening an insurance office on Main Street. Upon her arrival at the LaRussa house, Keera again noted the security camera over the roof ridge. LaRussa told her during one of their discussions that he'd had the cameras installed after his wife's injury. He said he worried about her when he wasn't home to care for her. He wanted to install a gate atop the driveway, but said Anne had nixed the idea, telling Vince she already felt like a prisoner in her home. Keera hadn't given the statement much thought at the time, figuring it had to do with Anne being in a wheelchair. JP had also said that disabled women were more susceptible to spousal abuse, which made the cameras and the suggestion of installing a gate atop the driveway more ominous. What purpose would a gate serve? Harrison stepped from his BMW in gold slacks that stopped above his bare ankles, leather loafers, and a loose-fitting white shirt with the word Cuba over an antique red car on the breast pocket. Keera punched in the code on the front door pad, and she and Harrison entered the house. Everything was as they had left it. She looked around the sitting room, living room, and dining room before she went into the kitchen. It struck her that the home had no plants or flowers. "Nothing living," she said.
"Pardon?"
Harrison said. "The entire house. No plants or flowers. It's sterile and cold. I didn't notice that the last time we were here." The paintings were cubist abstracts, the kitchen glass, marble, and stainless steel. No wonder Anne had felt like a prisoner. The rooms were sterile, like the attorney-client rooms at the King County Jail. Anne LaRussa's wheelchair remained, still facing the view, a world perhaps she had no longer felt a part of. Keera set her briefcase on the marble countertop, which still showed fingerprint dust. She opened her laptop and inserted the USB stick, studying the crime scene photographs before Anne's body had been removed.
Any inspiring thoughts?
Harrison asked. Something had struck Keera as odd, and as another potential problem. If you were mad at someone, arguing with them, would you turn your back on them? She looked up at Harrison. He said,
I wouldn't. No.
Lisa Bennett said Anne was upset, and she was unable to calm her before she left.
And you're wondering why Anne LaRusso would have turned her back on Bennett, giving Bennett the opportunity to shoot her?
Something to think about, Keera said. Harrison thought for a moment, then said,
So maybe she had the gun when she came, left the room to get it, then came back in.
That's one theory. But it doesn't solve the motivation problem if Anne hadn't confronted Bennett about the affair until that night. And that's an argument that won't escape Ambrose. He'll drive a huge truck through it at closing, say we're grasping at things that don't make sense just to confuse the jury. It's a problem.
The theory doesn't explain all the variables, Harrison said. So then we're looking for evidence to help formulate a theory. What if we can't find it?
Keera thought of her chess game with the Dark Knight. We let the prosecution advance and make it look like we're on the defensive.
We are on the defensive.
But things can change with a single move.
Move?
Piece of evidence, she said.
I like the strategy in a vacuum, but it's a risk.
I'm remaining optimistic, she said. Besides, what choice do we have? Harrison looked to the oven.
I spoke with the house cleaner. Had to remember my Spanish. Her English isn't great.
What did she have to say?
She and another woman cleaned the LaRusso home every other Wednesday. She said they focused on the master bedroom, bathrooms, living area, and kitchen. The spare bedrooms aren't used. She said she doesn't clean the oven. It cleans automatically, but she wipes it down before she locks the door latch and sets the knob to clean.
The knob wasn't set to clean.
No, it wasn't,
Harrison said. Did she have any explanation why then the door was locked?
None. She said when she set the oven to clean, she always reminded Mrs. LaRusso. She didn't recall whether she'd set the oven on her last visit, but she started to get confused when I said the oven was locked. She said maybe she did clean it.
So she doesn't know for sure.
She doesn't. But if she did, she said maybe Anne LaRusso had not gotten around to unlocking the door.
But moved the knob? That doesn't seem likely.
It also doesn't explain the burn mark.
I've been through the photographs. CSI didn't photograph it.
Noticed that also.
They spent a few more minutes in the kitchen. Let's go out back to the garden shed. Maybe we'll find fertilizer or something else that contains potassium nitrate, Keera said.
I'd prefer to find gunpowder, whatever the hell that might mean. If Anne LaRusso liked to garden before her accident, doesn't that raise the same problem as Bennett having the gun before the confrontation?
Why would she have used fertilizer after the accident? Keera said, noting where Harrison was headed and getting her first epiphany. Why the lack of any living plants inside the home struck her. No live plants, she said.
What?
Anne would have had no use for fertilizer inside without any living plants.
Good point. So why then would the lab find potassium nitrate in the water?
Let's go see what we find anyway. Cross our T's and dot our I's before you and Patsy head to the airport. The backyard lawn sloped down to a well-manicured and defined flower garden, and a raised rectangular dirt bed, probably for a dormant vegetable garden. Beside the bed stood the 8-foot-wide yellow shed with white trim and barn doors. They put on blue nitrile gloves. Keera undid the clasp and opened the door. Inside she flipped a switch, illuminating an overhead bulb. Gardening tools hung on pronged hooks, or had been stored in white 5-gallon buckets. Paint cans and bins with paintbrushes and rollers sat on shelves. Neatly organized steel shelves, 7 feet tall, held gardening materials. I'll take one side, you take the other, Keera said. She walked down her side, pulling products from the shelves and reading the ingredients for weed and bug killers, as well as for lawn fertilizer. But the ingredients didn't include potassium nitrate. Harrison walked down the other side, doing the same thing. Near the end of the rack, Harrison said,
"Keera, take a look at this."
Keera walked around to where Harrison stood. He pointed to a black 16-ounce bottle on the top shelf.
"Stump remover."
I didn't see any stumps outside, did you?
No, I did not.
Document where we found it before you bring it down, she said. Harrison removed his phone and took photographs of the bottle on the shelf. After doing so, he reached and lowered the bottle, turning it over to read the ingredients.
100% potassium nitrate, he said to Keera.
Keera felt her pulse quicken. Let's get the bottle checked for fingerprints. Seems like too big a coincidence to ignore, don't you think?
Seems that way. And what would Mr. Cobalt say?
He'd say we still don't have a theory, Keera said.
What else?
Harrison shifted his eyes to the shelf on which he'd found the stump remover and asked,
How tall do you think that shelf is?
His thought process became clear. Anne LaRussa couldn't have reached the container to bring it down from that shelf, Keera said.
Not from her wheelchair.
Maybe she used a tool to knock it down.
Maybe, but then how did she put it back? Harrison said.
Keera looked at the sloped lawn. She couldn't have gotten down here, not by herself.
Or back up,
Harrison agreed. Again, somebody else?
Would seem so, if our assumptions are accurate.
Let's talk with the gardener. Maybe she asked him to get it for her and to store it in here. Harrison grabbed a 5-gallon white bucket, turned it upside down, and stood on it. What are you looking for? Keera asked.
I don't know. I didn't expect to find stump remover.
Keera considered her watch. You better get Patsy if you're going to make your flight. They walked back up the hill to the LaRussa house and back into the kitchen. Keera considered the stove.
Something else?
Harrison said. There was, she knew, but she couldn't put her finger on it. In chess, sometimes her opponent's moves surprised her, as the stump remover had surprised them. At such moments, Patsy urged her to let her options gestate, until they became clear. I think so, she said. But I don't know what. Not at the moment. Chapter 24. Just after 8 o'clock at night, Keera met Patsy and Harrison in the law firm conference room after their flight back from Pullman.
Spencer Tickman was Vince LaRussa's fraternity brother,
Patsy said without preamble.
He said LaRussa was a snake, that he could have talked Adam into eating the apple from the tree of life in the Garden of Eden. A classic bullshitter.
Did he have anything to back it up? Keera said. Or did he just generally dislike him?
He disliked him, no doubt about that. He made that clear. But he also backed it up.
Patsy said.
He said Vince was the fraternity treasurer his senior year. Said everyone thought Vince would run for president, but Vince turned it down. Said he didn't have time because he had started a car service for students too drunk to drive. Ahead of his time, Harrison said. Uber and Lyft are making a killing. Tickman said Vince took advantage of an incident in which a student got killed in a drunk driving accident on his way back from Moscow, Idaho. He started a company called VLR, Vince LaRussa Rides. According to Tickman, LaRussa drove a beater car and went after the drunks on campus, giving them rides to fraternities, sororities, and their dorms after they'd had too much to drink. He tried to expand by picking up students at the airport, but the taxi drivers got wind that he was undercutting them and ran him off with a pitchfork. He didn't give up, though.
Harrison said,
Tickman said Vince then hired students as drivers, bought them pages, and ran the business 4 nights a week out of his room in the fraternity.
Keira thought of the tutoring business LaRussa had started in high school and sensed where the story might be going. How did the money work? She asked.
Vince would get a cut of every fare collected from every driver. They charged flat rates. Tickman said Vince showed up at the fraternity one day driving a new car, and when questioned, he said the business had taken off, Patsy said.
But it hadn't? Keira asked.
The fraternity president got a call from the national chapter, which owns the fraternity house on campus. They hadn't received all the rent owed for the semester, Patsy said.
I can see the plot twist coming, Keera said.
The president goes down to Vince's room and asks him, what the hell? Vince tells him several guys were late paying their rent, but he'd get after them and get National paid. Well, this went on for several weeks. National would call, say they received a partial payment. The president would confront Vince. Vince would say he'd received a few more rent payments and would make another payment to National.
Until he ran out of money to pay National, Keera said.
Tickman said Vince ran out of guys to blame, cleared out his room in the middle of the night, and left school,
Harrison said. How much money went missing? Keera asked.
Just under $9,000, Patsy said. Tickman said it was a real shit show, Harrison added. National sent an accountant to go through the books, and the accountant determined Vince had used the fraternity's bank account like it was VLR's business account. He used the rent money to keep VLR afloat, writing checks on a bad account, then writing a second check on the fraternity's account to pay the VLR account and make it look like the account had money in it. He'd write these checks on a Friday, and it would take a week before the check bounced. Whenever National bitched, he'd make a partial payment. Pretty slick for a college student, Harrison said. That took some thought.
What happened to Vince? Was he prosecuted? Keera asked.
Patsy said they ultimately caught up with him somewhere in Idaho. The story was in the local paper there. Tickman said LaRusso got a lawyer to negotiate a suspended sentence, provided he paid back the money.
Did he pay back the money? Keera asked.
According to the local paper in Pullman, Harrison said, he likely sold the car.
Anyone else been asking Tickman about LaRusso?
Jack Worthing, Patsy said. Tickman got a call 6 months ago, just like Mary Bell and Eric Fields. Tickman remembered the name Jack Worthing without being prompted, Harrison said. Said Worthing told him he was writing a story about LaRusso, or the success he's had. Tickman thought it was bullshit.
Why?
Simple, really, Harrison said. Tickman figured if somebody wanted to write about Vince's success, why would he get in touch with one of his fraternity brothers who he had ripped off?
Makes sense. Did Tickman press Jack Worthing on the question?
Said he told Worthing if he was going to write a story about LaRusso's successes, he should write about who LaRusso screwed on his way to the top.
Keera checked her watch. It was too late to confront LaRusso tonight. She'd speak to him in the morning. Find out if Vince has any kind of criminal record in Oregon or Washington, and get whatever newspaper articles you can find, she said to Harrison.
Already ahead of you, Harrison said.
He pulled copies of the Moscow Pullman newspaper articles from his briefcase.
We stopped at the newspaper's offices and at Whitman County Superior Court before we headed back to the airport, Patsy said. I read the articles on the plane ride home. They corroborate what Tickman told us.
He handed Keera the articles and the criminal complaint.
The charges were dropped when LaRusso paid back the money owed.
Keera had another thought. We should also determine if Vince ever graduated from college or business school, she said. It doesn't sound like he did.
We have no way to track down this guy, Jack Worthing, Patsy asked Harrison. The server isn't connected to anyone in particular. It would be a waste of time and likely take weeks, Harrison said.
We don't have that much time, Keera said.
Ask for more time, Harrison said.
The more time we give Ambrose, the more likely he'll find this same crap we're finding, she said, holding up the newspaper articles. Did Tickman say anyone else had called him?
Not yet,
Patsy said. If Ambrose discovered it, could we get it excluded as a prior bad act? Keera asked Patsy. In Washington, you couldn't introduce evidence of prior bad behavior to prove a different crime, though there were exceptions.
Ambrose would argue it proves a motive, Patsy said. So would I. I'd argue the testimony shows LaRusso has always been obsessed with making money, going so far as to steal to get it. It's thin, but I don't see Judge Hung allowing in evidence of a school play, or Vince selling strawberries as a kid. Stealing from his fraternity brothers, though, that's not as clear. She could certainly find the probative value outweighs the prejudice and let it in. But I also don't see Judge Hung risking potentially getting a conviction overturned on appeal. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have enough to worry about. If Ambrose finds out, we'll deal with it then. Let's deal with what's in front of us. Maybe LaRussa has an explanation, Harrison said. Keera would find out in the morning. On a more positive note, Harrison said, I spoke to a friend who's a mechanical engineer and an inventor, has about 50 patents to his name. He agreed to take a look at the evidence and try to come up with a theory of what happened. Let's hope he's fast, Keera said. Everyone go home and get a good night's sleep, Patsy said. Keera didn't think a good night's sleep likely, not with her mind focused on all the different nuances in her case. Jealous mistress. Keera turned the deadbolt on her front door at just after 9 p.m., dog-tired. She picked up the day's mail from the floor and carried it to the dining room table. Curiosity won over fatigue, and she hit the spacebar of her computer, telling herself she'd make just one move, then go to bed. The Dark Knight had slid his pawn to b4, believing his 2 rooks were strong enough to defeat Keira's defenses. She thought of Ambrose and his 2 rooks, Sid Evans and Lisa Bennett. Was their testimony strong enough to convict LaRussa? It looked to be on first impression. In a series of fairly quick decisions, Keira took the Dark Knight's pawn at b4. The Dark Knight retaliated and took her pawn at the same square. Now she attacked. Her queen took her opponent's knight at a7. The Dark Knight took her pawn at c5. Keira took his pawn at the same square. The Dark Knight moved his bishop to d6, attacking her knight and pawn. Keira moved her rook to c8, ensuring the Dark Knight's bishop would have to take her pawn at c5. He did. Again, it was a decoy. She was giving up pieces to keep his focus away from the real battle she prepared on the left side of the board. Keira moved her queen to d7, as if to defend her other pieces there. She thought of the game and her strategy to create a decoy. She couldn't win creating a decoy at trial, arguing Dr. Lisa Bennett killed Anne LaRussa. Ambrose wouldn't fall for it. He'd know Keira couldn't create reasonable doubt. She couldn't explain why Bennett would bring the gun to the LaRussa home that Sunday night. She had no evidence Anne LaRussa had confronted her with the affair before that visit, something Ambrose would point out. It was a losing argument. What am I not seeing, she asked, as she waited for the Dark Knight to make his next move. Am I missing something? Am I distracted? Is Jack Worthing setting up a decoy to keep me from seeing the real battle elsewhere? She wondered if Miller Ambrose could be leading her astray. Her father's voice spoke in Keira's head. Never defend without a plan to attack. She needed to somehow use Ambrose's arrogance, overconfidence, and his intense desire to beat her against him. She'd continue to argue Bennett had killed LaRussa, make it appear she didn't see the holes in that strategy. That might, at the very least, make Ambrose overconfident, until she had another argument or theory. If she could find another argument or theory. That was not a given, and she was running short on time. But the battle, ready or not, was definitely on. Chapter 25. June 17th, 2023. King County Jail, Seattle. The following morning, Saturday, Keira met LaRussa at the King County Jail. He never hesitated when Keira asked him if he'd graduated. I didn't obtain a college degree, he said, and nowhere on the LWM website does it say I did. I had always intended to go back and complete my education, but I didn't need to. He folded his hands on the metal table bolted to the floor. I have a knack for making other people money. A lot of money. It's what I'm good at. Bill Gates is good with computers. He didn't need a degree from Harvard to tell him what he was good at. Not graduating became a badge of honor for me to run an investment firm that consistently outperformed my bigger competitors with all their degrees. I don't flaunt it, but I am proud of it. Why is this an issue? Keira studied LaRussa as he spoke.
Nothing indicated to her that he wasn't telling the truth. She pushed forward another piece, applying pressure again to see how he might respond. The prosecution will argue your motivation to kill Anne was because she threatened to invoke the prenup agreement and take everything, all your money. They'll argue that money was important to you. Money is important to me. It's what I do. I make other people money. What does that have to do with my obtaining a college degree or an advanced degree? Why didn't you obtain a degree? Keera asked, still nibbling around the edges. Again, LaRussa didn't hesitate. There was a misunderstanding at the fraternity involving member funds. I was the treasurer and I was blamed for it. Remaining at school became untenable. What kind of misunderstanding? I was accused of stealing fraternity members' funds for a car service business I started in college, LaRussa said. Did you? LaRussa shook his head. I was young and I was unsophisticated, but I wasn't a thief. What does that mean? It means my car service had some startup costs, and I used some fraternity funds to cover those costs. When the car service became profitable, I paid the funds to the national chapter. Except for $9,000, Keera said. LaRussa stared as if trying to determine what she knew. I paid that money back, Keera. When you were prosecuted. LaRussa shook his head. I always intended to pay that money back, and I was doing so at the fraternity. I would have paid back the rest also, but I got run out of Pullman by some guys in my fraternity threatening to kill me. I lost my car service business and the ability I had to pay back the rest of the money. The next thing I knew, I was being prosecuted. I didn't want my future to be jeopardized, so I pled guilty under the condition that the charge and the plea would be expunged when I paid off the debt, which I did, in full. How did you pay it back if the car service had ended? I sold my car. He shook his head. How do you know about this? The charges were dropped when I paid the money owed. I received an email, she said, advising me to speak with a Spencer Tickman. He was the guy physically threatening me, LaRussa interrupted. A football player, big as a house and frankly an idiot. He didn't like me from the start because I was running a successful business while going to school, and I didn't need to study a lot to get good grades. He resented me, and he didn't try to hide it. He turned the fraternity against me. He had them all convinced I should be hung. I decided to leave and work it out on my own. LaRussa sighed. I don't understand. Why would he send you an email? Did he read about my arrest? He read about your arrest, Keera said. But he didn't send the email. Jack Worthing? Keera nodded. Was it Tickman? Is he the one sending the emails? Is he Jack Worthing? LaRussa asked. He definitely has an axe to grind. I don't think so. He said someone named Jack Worthing called him, she said. And I'm not sure how he would have known what happened in elementary and high school. I was a kid then, LaRussa said, sounding frustrated. He sat back from the table. This is ridiculous. Would it even be admissible? If the state finds these witnesses, it will argue it's evidence that you valued money, that you always have, and it's the reason you killed Anne, therefore it could go to motive. I can't be certain what Judge Hung might do. LaRussa seemed to struggle to maintain control. A vein in his temple bulged, and the muscles in his neck tensed. Are you telling me that selling strawberries for a couple of bucks is evidence that I would shoot my wife? No, Keera said. I'm not. But the fraternity issue is another matter. You were an adult. You were prosecuted. My point is, someone thinks these witnesses have information of relevance, and I'm struggling to determine what that is. You have no idea who this Jack Worthing might be? No, he said, now sounding more definitive. None. Well, whoever he is, he's known you a long time or he's researched the hell out of you. The witnesses we've spoken with said he told them he was a reporter doing a story on you and your success at LWM. That was not true. I called the reporter who wrote the Seattle Magazine piece. He'd never heard the name Jack Worthing. What does he want? Why the character assassination? I don't know. But he does seem to have an axe to grind. I'm trying to prevent that, before he starts taking off limbs.
Can you? LaRussa asked. Can you prevent him from doing so?
I'll work as hard as I can, Vince, but I have no idea what else might be out there, what else this Jack Worthing, whoever he is, might bring to my attention. If there is anything, I need to know about it now, because I can tell you from experience that the next weeks will go by quickly. We still have much to do, and trial will be upon us before any of us knows it. Part 3. Chapter 26. August 6th, 2023. Seattle, Washington. The trial in the state of Washington v. Vincent Ernest LaRussa was put on standby when a preceding trial Judge Hung presided over went longer than expected. Keera, Patsy, Ella, and their staff worked 14 to 16-hour days getting prepared. Keera and Patsy battled through pretrial motions at the omnibus hearing, none of which brought up Jack Worthing or the people to whom he had directed the defense. They were also not listed on the state's preliminary witness list. On Friday, August 4th, Judge Hung conducted voir dire with limited questions from the state and the defense. In the end, Judge Hung impaneled a jury of 8 women and 4 men. It wasn't what Keera had hoped for. The firm's jury consultant had advised against women jurors, explaining that while women were, in general, more compassionate than male jurors, that compassion did not extend to men accused of murdering their disabled spouse while cheating on her. Despite a jury not entirely to their liking, Keera had reached a sense of peace, if not calm, that came with being prepared. Before chess tournaments, Patsy would tell her nerves were a sign she cared. He told her it was not possible to anticipate or to predict your opponent's every potential move. You had to trust your ability and your preparation to make the right decisions as the game moved forward. The same was true for trial. Keira's strategy still centered around creating reasonable doubt by arguing that Lisa Bennett killed Anne LaRussa. At present, it was the best she had. Harrison and his friend, the mechanical engineer and inventor, struggled to find a coherent theory to explain all the evidence found inside the LaRussa's home. Until, and if, they came up with a comprehensive theory, Keera would defend by misdirecting Ambrose and the jury while holding out hope she'd have an opportunity to attack. But that looked less likely with each passing day. Jack Worthing had gone silent. So had the dark night. This being the first Sunday of August, and Keera not being out of the country or dead, she drove to her parents' home for the family dinner. She didn't look for street parking on this occasion. She pulled straight into the driveway, though the lack of cars meant she was the first to arrive and risked being blocked in. She removed the German chocolate cake she had baked from scratch and decorated with fresh strawberries, carrying it to the front door. Tonight she didn't have that sense of dread she so often felt as she approached what was once her home. She and her father had worked well together these past weeks, and she had enjoyed spending time with him, collaborating with him, even accepting his advice. He'd stayed true to his word, as far as she could tell. She had not detected any telltale signs of his drinking. He arrived at work early and left late. They called in lunch and dinner to the firm. Keera pushed open the front door and stepped inside. "Mom?" Her mother came down the hall from the kitchen. "You're early." "Thought I'd help. Maybe set the table." "That will hopefully put your sister in a better mood, though I doubt it." Bernadette took the cake box and started for the kitchen. "This is beautiful. Where did you buy this?" "I made it." Her mother couldn't hide her disbelief. "You made it? Well, it looks delicious." Needed something to keep my mind off the trial. Her mother set the cake beside a stuffed pork loin tied tightly with cooking string. "My favorite," Keera said, stepping closer. "What did you stuff inside?" "Prosciutto, gorgonzola cheese, chopped bacon, minced garlic, fresh parsley, and onions. Put the cake on this," she said, handing Keera a platter. "How come none of us inherited your skill for gourmet cooking?" Bernadette waved off the praise like it was the bubonic plague. "Probably because you never had to cook." "I wish I could now." "Of course you can," her mother said. "You take a mallet, flatten the pork loin, stuff it with what you like, and tie it back together with string." All I'm missing is the mallet, the string, and the talent, Keera said. Her mother smiled. Is Dad here? He's in his den, working. He's been in there every night this week. I hope this hasn't been too much for him. Her mother scoffed. Are you kidding? He's rejuvenated. It's like 30 years ago when he tried big cases. This case has meant a lot to him, Keera. He told you about the deal we made? He told me, and the cabinet in the dining room has a lock on it, and I have the key. He hasn't asked me for it, not once. I have water and sparkling cider for dinner. I told your brother not to bring beer or I'd flush it, and him, down the John. Keera laughed. Her mother would do it, too. I'll go in and talk with him, then come back and set the table. Patsy sat at his desk. The shelving was mahogany, and the decor dark brown wood and leather. Seahawks, Mariners, Kraken, and even supersonic sports memorabilia adorned the shelves and walls, along with a signed set of Muhammad Ali's boxing gloves and autographed baseballs from Joe DiMaggio and Ted Williams, encased in plastic. You're supposed to take Sunday nights off, she said. Isn't that the advice you gave me? He smiled and sat back. Hey, kiddo. Patsy looked and sounded tired. What are you working on? Just rereading the various pleadings and looking over our direct and cross-examination bullet points. Any bolts of lightning? Nah, he said. This is the hardest part, waiting for Ambrose to make the first move. Then we evaluate and respond. How do you feel? Ready? He put up his hands as he had when Keera was a kid. She set down her phone and punched his hands like a prize-fighter in training. I could drive myself crazy thinking about the different scenarios that might play out, she said. Better to just get a good night's sleep and take each move as it's played, with a long-term strategy in mind. She smiled and threw a left hook. I'm optimistic that at some point I'll be the one throwing instead of defending punches, but it doesn't look good at the moment. Patsy gave her a pensive smile and lowered his hands. What? Keera asked. You sound the way I sounded 40 years ago. I wasn't afraid of anything or anyone. I'd try any case that came through the door, and I expected to win. I'm nervous, Dad. And I'm not half the trial attorney you were 40 years ago. Stories get embellished with time. It's part of our Irish heritage. The Irish love to tell a good story. He smiled. And that was a different era back then. We got away with things you could never get away with today. We tried cases from the seat of our pants. Now, with all the rules and the procedures... He shook his head. It's a different time. But I always had a hunch it would be you who succeeded me. Ella's succeeded you, Dad. Patsy shook his head. Ella manages the firm, and she does a terrific job. But she's not the trial attorney you've become. How do you know what kind of trial attorney I am? She asked, intrigued. The defense bar talks just as much as the attorneys in the PA's office. Word on the street is Keera Duggan is a brawler, and most dangerous when her back is against the wall. That's when they say you come out swinging. Keera smiled. I guess I learned that from you. She sighed. Her back is against the wall right now. I hate not having a better handle on the evidence. Playing defense. Opponents make mistakes. Play defense, but look for that moment to attack. Games can change with one move, sometimes in an instant. So can trials. Footsteps shuffled in the hallway. People arriving. I'd better get out there before the Hellions destroy something, Patsy said. And I'd better get the table set so Maggie doesn't have the opportunity to play the martyr. That role has many iterations, Patsy said. Her father departed. Keera followed, but turned back when she realized she'd left her phone on his desk. She looked to the alcove at the back of the room, where she and her father used to huddle beside the fireplace and play games of chess at night. A board was set up. She almost called out to tell Patsy they could play a game after dinner, take their minds off the trial. But the words stuck in her throat when she saw pieces had been moved. A game in progress. She stepped toward the board, wondering whom her father could be playing. Her mother had never picked up the game. A friend, perhaps? She studied the board and could see each piece being moved, including the captured pieces along each side. She could see the trap being set. And she realized why the dark night had gone silent these past 2 weeks. Chapter 27. August 7th, 2023. King County Courthouse. Monday morning, the courthouse buzzed. Patsy and Keera entered through.
You don't have to spend anything. This audiobook is all yours. Enjoy a short break, relax with the music, and we'll be right here when you're ready. Thank you for watching.
You got, but it feels like you getting nowhere. Trust your process, don't let nothing break your focus. Whatever it is, don't let it stop you. You're burning up for so long, but I'll tell you this, one day you're gonna get to where you're headed, as long as you put the fear away. And don't let nobody get in your way. And keep on beating the odds. Keep on. Go and take the world by storm. Go and take the world. Go and take it. Go take it. Go take it. Go take it. Go and take the world by storm. Go and take it. Go and take it.
The administrative building tunnel, but they couldn't avoid the media gathered outside Judge Hung's courtroom. King County marshals, having anticipated the crowd, guarded the door to the courtroom, and, when it had filled with spectators, directed wannabe viewers and media to the adjacent overflow courtroom. Keera answered few questions from the media, giving rote responses, mindful that Judge Hung had warned both sides not to try the case in the media. Inside, Miller Ambrose and April Ritchie sat at counsel table, with Frank Rossi between them. As the lead detective, Rossi represented the people of Washington State. Rossi gave Keera a nod. Ambrose, his jacket draped over the back of his chair, ignored her, staring at his laptop computer screen. All business. From experience, she knew he was reviewing his opening statement, which he'd give without notes. The gallery pews were full. Anne LaRussa's family sat in the first row behind counsel table, looking forlorn and tired. The air inside the old courthouse was already warm, and a marshal, behind the curve, set up oscillating fans in the corners. Correctional officers brought in Vince LaRussa. He wore the blue suit, white shirt, and blue tie Keera had a paralegal drop off at the jail. LaRussa would rotate between 3 different suits and an assortment of shirts and ties. Keera and Patsy had gone over the clothing with the jury consultant. The officers removed LaRussa's handcuffs, and they all sat. At precisely 9 a.m., Judge Hung's bailiff entered and commanded the room to rise before the judge ascended to her bench. She wasted little time.
Morning, counsel. Please state your appearances for the record.
Ambrose spoke for Ritchie and Rossi. Keera spoke for Patsy and LaRussa. Hung instructed the bailiff to bring in the jury. Keera had told LaRussa to look at the jury as they entered and took their seats in the jury box, but not to stare down any one particular juror. The jurors had been read a statement about the case during voir dire, a man accused of killing his disabled wife. Human nature would cause them to form an impression from that first look, if not a judgment. They'd ask themselves whether this person, dressed in his suit, could have shot his disabled wife. Judge Hung greeted the jury, read them the case statement Keera and Ambrose had fought over, referenced a few administrative matters, then looked to Ambrose.
Mr. Ambrose, does the state wish to make an opening statement?
He stood.
The state does, Your Honor.
Ambrose buttoned his suit jacket and stepped to the podium. In some courtrooms, counsel could roam before the jury box. Not in Judge Hung's courtroom. Counsel remained at the podium unless approaching the bench. Ambrose did not carry notes or a computer. He looked to Judge Hung.
May it please the court.
He turned to Keera and Patsy, a slight grin on his lips.
Respected counsel.
He addressed the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am Miller Ambrose. My co-counsel, April Ritchie, and I represent the people of the state of Washington.
He introduced Rossi. Then he said,
A moment ago, Judge Hung read you a stipulated statement of the allegations the state has brought against the defendant, Vince LaRussa.
Ambrose pointed and looked at LaRussa. This was routine, and Keera knew it well. All good prosecutors looked at the defendant, the belief being that if the prosecutor couldn't be certain the man on trial was guilty of the alleged crimes, then neither could the jurors.
The statement read to you did not contain any facts, because there are no facts yet before you. That's my job. My job is to present you with facts through the testimony of witnesses and evidence introduced. I will solicit that testimony from the persons seated in that chair.
He pointed to the witness chair.
Police officers, detectives, friends of the victim, Anne LaRussa, the medical examiner, and forensic specialists. Through those witnesses, you will learn that the facts of this case are not complicated. And when the state is finished with our case, I am confident you will have no doubt finding that Vincent LaRussa, with premeditation and forethought, shot and killed his wife, Anne LaRussa.
Miller systematically laid out Anne LaRussa's injury and resulting disability, the witnesses he intended to call, and the evidence to be presented. He did not mention Jack Worthing or the people to whom Worthing directed them. Keera listened intently. She took few notes. She would get a transcript each afternoon from the court reporter. She had opportunities to object, but Patsy taught her to refrain, unless the prosecutor's statement was prejudicial. Too many objections, and jurors would think Keera feared the evidence and was trying to hide it. Ambrose used aerial blow-ups showing the location of LaRussa's home, and, presumably, his wealth. Ambrose was as Keera remembered him, workmanlike. His opening took just over 45 minutes. It had been efficient, with enough detail to arouse the jurors' curiosity and their suspicions, and to help them empathize with Anne LaRussa, without boring them. He laid out a highly plausible scenario that included a motive, Anne LaRussa's threat to divorce Vince and control the finances, an opportunity, when Vince returned home from his charitable event, and a weapon, the ghost gun. He implied Vincent LaRussa thought he'd got away with murder, but the security system proved he had not. The state would present a simple, common-sense case. Anne LaRussa was alive when Sid Evans and Lisa Bennett left the house. No one else arrived at the house before Vince LaRussa arrived home and claimed he found his wife dead. Ambrose sat. Judge Hung looked to the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense attorney has the choice to make an opening statement now, or to wait until the state has presented its witnesses and rested its case. You should make no conclusions if the defense chooses to wait to make a statement. Ms. Duggan, does the defense wish to make an opening statement at this time?
The defense does wish to make a statement, Keera said.
Proceed.
Keera similarly made introductions, then got down to it. The state has just told you about the evidence it plans to introduce, and from which the state hopes you will find facts. We don't think you will. The state indicated Anne LaRussa was shot by what is referred to as a ghost gun, a gun purchased online or at a gun show that does not require the seller to run a background check, or even, in some cases, an ID on the purchaser. The gun has no serial number linking it to the purchaser. The state did not say Mr. LaRussa owned that gun, or any other gun for that matter. The state did not say he had purchased it. The state indicated the purchase of the gun indicates premeditation. The defense agrees. She paused for effect. But the state will not provide any evidence the premeditation was by Mr. LaRussa. The evidence will be to the contrary. The evidence will show Mr. LaRussa was speaking at a charitable function until he returned home Sunday evening at 9:17 p.m. and found his wife murdered. The state indicated forensic experts will testify, but the state did not say those forensic experts have any forensic evidence that Vince LaRussa fired the murder weapon. Not a witness, not a video, not a fingerprint, not DNA. The state's case will be circumstantial. Yes, this case is tragic. It is tragic that a man who suffered the shocking and crushing blow of finding his wife brutally murdered is now suffering the indignity of being accused of killing her. Someone shot and killed Anne LaRussa, Keera said. But the defense is confident, after you hear all of the evidence, that you will conclude that person was not Vincent LaRussa. After Keera took time to introduce LaRussa to the jury, she concluded. They were underway. Judge Hung instructed Ambrose to call his first witness. Ambrose opened with the 911 dispatcher who fielded Vince LaRussa's call. Ambrose played a recording of that call to the jury, presumably because LaRussa did not sound hysterical. On the other hand, LaRussa did say, "I just got home, and my wife has been shot." The dispatcher kept LaRussa on the phone until the first responders arrived. Keera approached the dispatcher. "What time did you receive that call?" she asked. LaRussa had returned home at 9:17 p.m., and Keera sought to establish there had not been time for him to wipe the gun clean of fingerprints and DNA, scrub his hands, and change and dispose of his clothes to remove any blood spatter. "The call was made at 9:24 p.m., the dispatcher said. 7 minutes after he'd arrived home. Ambrose briefly redirected, pointing out that while the call was made at 9:24, LaRussa did not walk back outside until 9:34 p.m., 10 minutes after the call was made, and 17 minutes after he arrived home. Following the 911 dispatcher, Ambrose called the first responder, Officer Carl Olson. "What time did you arrive at the residence, Officer Olson?" "I arrived at 9:39 p.m. Ambrose paused a beat. "And where was Mr. LaRussa?" "He was standing outside, pacing his driveway." "How did he seem to you upon your arrival?" "He seemed agitated, but in control." "He wasn't hysterical?" "No." "Crying?" "No." After establishing what LaRussa had told Olson, and why Olson had not called the SWAT team, Ambrose asked, "Did you and your partner go through the house to make sure no one else was present?" "We did." "And did you find anyone?" "Just Mr. LaRussa." "At some point, did you go through the house with Mr. LaRussa looking for signs of a forced entry?" "We did, at the lead detective's request. We looked for broken glass, a door or a window pried open." "Did you find anything to indicate anyone had broken into the house?" "We did not." When Ambrose finished, Keera moved to the lectern. "Officer Olson, did you pay any attention to Mr. LaRussa's clothes?" "His clothes? No." "Do you recall what he was wearing?" "He was wearing a tuxedo shirt with the cuffs rolled up, tuxedo pants, black shoes." "Did you notice a tuxedo jacket, tie, and cufflinks anywhere inside the house?" "Yes. The jacket was draped over a chair in the sitting room. The tie and cufflinks were on the coffee table." "Did you check Mr. LaRussa's closet to determine if he owned more than one tuxedo?" "I did not, no." "Did Mr. LaRussa smell like soap, or, I don't know, Lysol?" "I didn't notice any smell." "Did his hands look freshly scrubbed?" "I don't recall." "You didn't pay attention to that?" "Not particularly." "Did you find any gloves of any kind? Latex, gardening gloves, golf gloves, any gloves anywhere inside or outside the house?" "No." "Did his clothes have any blood spatter on them?" "Nothing that I saw." "You said he wasn't hysterical, that he wasn't crying. Do you have any mental health training?" "No." "You wouldn't be able to tell if Mr. LaRussa had been in shock when you encountered him, would you?" "He didn't seem to be in shock." "But you have no such training, do you?" Olson looked confused. "No." Keera questioned the officer for another 5 minutes before retaking her seat, abiding by Patsy's cross-examination mantra to get in, make a few points, and get out one question too early rather than one question too late. After lunch, Ambrose called the attorney, Sid Evans, to the stand. Ambrose used the computer monitors to put up the text message Anne LaRussa had sent to Evans, and his response. He also showed phone records noting the calls Evans had made to Anne's family. He took Evans through his legal background and the many years he'd worked for Anne LaRussa's family.
"How did Anne LaRussa appear to you when you arrived?" Ambrose asked. "She was upset." "Did you ask her what was upsetting her?" "I did. She said it wasn't anything in particular." "Was Vince LaRussa home?" "No, he wasn't." "Did you ask Anne where Vince was?" "She said at a charitable function, and that he wouldn't be home for a few more hours." "Was it unusual for Anne LaRussa to summon you to the home?" "Very. I'd never been before." "Did she say why she had in this instance?" "She wanted to know about a clause in their prenuptial agreement that she and Vince LaRussa signed before getting married."
Ambrose then produced the prenuptial agreement on the various computer screens, and Sid Evans testified he had prepared the document, and he went over the specific provisions, including the forfeiture clause. He explained the reason for the clause, how it was intended to protect Anne LaRussa. He explained that in the event of a divorce, if either spouse were determined to have cheated, he or she would forfeit any right to the marital estate, including business assets. He offered his opinion that those assets would include the assets of LaRussa Wealth Management. According to the list of witnesses Ambrose intended to call, he would put on a forensic accountant later in the trial, who would state that based on their last filed tax return, Anne and Vince LaRussa were worth in excess of $100 million.
"When you put together the prenuptial agreement, whose idea was it to include a forfeiture clause?" "Anne's parents." "Did Anne or her parents say why they wanted the clause?" "Anne's parents had put aside money for Anne. They were worried about their daughter's well-being, were she and Vince to divorce."
Ambrose asked several foundational questions. Then he said,
"Did Anne LaRussa tell you why she was asking about the forfeiture clause in the prenuptial agreement?" "No." "Did you ask her?" "I did, yes." "But she didn't tell you?" "Again, she just said she wanted some clarification about invoking it." "Did you come to any conclusions as to why Anne LaRussa was asking about the clause?"
Patsy rose. He had deposed Evans.
"Objection. His speculation is irrelevant."
"Sustained," Judge Hung said.
"What time did you leave the LaRussa house?" Ambrose asked.
"I left at about 6:30.
"And when you left the LaRussa home, was Anne LaRussa still alive?"
"Very much so." After 45 minutes, Ambrose turned over the witness to the defense. Patsy rose and moved to the podium.
"You didn't text Vince LaRussa that night and tell him Anne had asked to see you, did you?"
Patsy asked.
"No, I did not." "You didn't call him?"
"No."
"You didn't email him?"
"No."
"So, to your knowledge, Mr. LaRussa had not been told that his wife spoke to you about invoking the forfeiture clause in the prenuptial agreement?"
"Not by me, certainly."
"But you did call Anne's parents after you met with Anne, didn't you?"
"Yes."
"You are the Collinses' tax and estate attorney, aren't you?"
"Yes."
"And have been for many years?"
"Yes."
"Fair to say your loyalties are to them, isn't it?"
"I suppose it is, yes." Ambrose stood when Patsy finished.
"Mr. Evans, after Mrs. LaRussa's death, why didn't you try to contact Mr. LaRussa to tell him about the meeting you had with his wife?"
"I don't know. I just didn't."
"Was it because you believed it possible Vince LaRussa killed his wife when she told him she intended to file for divorce and invoke the forfeiture clause?"
Patsy shot to his feet.
"Objection, Your Honor. The question is leading, and without any foundation that Anne LaRussa said any such thing. Moreover, this witness's belief is irrelevant. Counsel should be admonished. Sustained.
Hung shot Ambrose a look that told him not to try it again. Ambrose didn't need to. His intent had been clear to the jury as they broke at day's end. Chapter 28. After trial, back in their law office conference room, Keera and Patsy discussed the day's events and made preparations for the morning, splitting up witnesses to cross-examine. Bernadette had come to the firm and dropped off a pot roast with potatoes and vegetables. Patsy, Ella, and Maggie, all working late, dug in. Keera quickly changed into running gear, put in earbuds, and took off along the Elliott Bay waterfront, dodging tourists with baby strollers and people on skateboards. The heat wave had passed, and the temperature hovered in the 70s with a bit of a chill in the air. She'd run to the grain silos located at the north end of the waterfront and back. The 5-mile round trip worked up a good sweat and helped to clear her head and relieve her tension so she could better concentrate on the next day's witnesses. As she ran, she evaluated the first day. It had gone as well as could be expected. She and Patsy scored points on cross-examination, hadn't been hurt any more than she had anticipated by the state's witnesses, and she set up certain bits of evidence as the basis for arguments she'd make later in trial. Back in the office, she grabbed a plate of pot roast and a protein drink from the refrigerator in the lunchroom, shaking it as she logged onto her computer. She ate and drank while checking emails. Nothing urgent. The daily trial transcript had come in, and she sent it to her father to review. He would highlight pertinent testimony and decide if they wanted to recall any of the state's witnesses in the defense's case in chief, after the state rested. Patsy would also mine for nuggets Keera could use in her closing. Having checked her emails, she pulled up her notes for the conversation she'd had with Dr. Lisa Bennett. Bennett would be the most important witness for both the prosecution and the defense. If Ambrose did not convince the jury Anne LaRussa had been alive when Bennett left the house, he would lose. And if Keera didn't convince the jury that a reasonable doubt existed as to whether Anne LaRussa remained alive, she would have a steep climb ahead of her. Given Bennett's importance, Keera had spent days preparing for Bennett's cross-examination, consulting Patsy for his expertise. Her computer pinged. An incoming email. Jack Worthing. Keera stared at the name and the subject line immediately below it. R.E., the game of your life. She debated opening it, but reasoned that she could handle anything, if she knew of it in advance. It was the things an attorney didn't know that could do the most damage at trial. She opened the email and read it. Then she called J.P. Harrison. Keera hurried downstairs to where Harrison sat behind the wheel of his BMW, waiting. She pulled open the passenger door and slid inside.
You sure you don't want me and Patsy to handle this? Harrison said.
I've been preparing for Lisa Bennett all week, Keera said, and this person is close.
Where is Jack Worthing sending us this time? And who are we going to see?
Somerset, across the I-90 bridge, she said, referring to the neighborhood on the east side of Lake Washington, a roughly 20-minute drive from Occidental Square. The person's name is Philip McPherson. He's a wealth manager. That's all I know.
I take it Jack Worthing did not provide additional details.
He did not, Keera said. I had my assistant research McPherson on the internet and call to ensure he was home. I'll read what he found on the way. The Somerset neighborhood was built on a hill. The residents looked across Lake Washington to the Seattle skyline and across Elliott Bay to the Olympic Mountains. Homes did not come up for sale often in the affluent neighborhood. Whoever Phil McPherson was, he'd done all right for himself. Harrison wound his BMW along tree-lined streets to a cul-de-sac atop the hill. McPherson lived in a one-story suburban ranch-style home with stonework. A long cement walk bisected a manicured garden leading to a wooden porch. Keera rang the doorbell, which immediately set off a chorus of barking. McPherson, who looked very much like the photograph Keira's assistant had retrieved from the internet, opened the front door. Barefoot, he wore shorts and a plain white t-shirt. He had thick, curly brown hair, showing gray, that flowed to his shoulders, and narrow features, and what Keira's mom would call a Roman nose. 3 dogs stood at his side, keenly watching Keera and Harrison.
Can I...
McPherson started, then stopped himself, his light blue eyes behind round wire-rimmed glasses seeming to take in Keera and J.P. Harrison instantly.
Mr. McPherson, I know who you are. Your assistant called, but I also saw you on the television and in the newspaper.
He'd been paying attention to the trial. Wonder if we could have a moment of your time.
Why is that?
McPherson did not sound confrontational, just curious.
Your assistant didn't say.
Someone told us to speak to you about Mr. LaRussa. McPherson got an impish grin.
And who would that person be?
Jack Worthing, Keera said.
Never heard of him,
McPherson said.
What did he tell you?
Not a lot. Can I ask if anyone has reached out to talk with you about Vince LaRussa in the past 6 months? McPherson shook his head and crossed his arms.
No. No one.
That was different from the names Worthing had provided.
If you're worried about me breaking my confidentiality agreement, I don't have any intention to do so, unless someone subpoenas me to testify and the court orders it.
Another smile. That's not our intent. Keera took in the information and tried to make sense of it, but not give away that she had no idea what McPherson was talking about. We're just hoping to ask you a few questions. You work in the same industry as Vince LaRussa? The articles from the internet indicated that to be the case.
That's right.
Is that how you know him?
Vince and I know one another intimately, McPherson said.
Again, the ironic grin. He showed no sign of inviting them inside his home or slamming the door in their faces, so Keera plowed forward. What do you mean, intimately?
I worked at LWM for 3 years when Vince got started.
What did you do?
My title?
His smile broadened.
My title was personal wealth advisor and manager. In actuality, I recruited new investors.
Why do you say it like that?
Because Vince was the only person who dealt with the private investors once I brought them into the firm. Though I didn't know that at the time I took the job, and wouldn't have if I had known.
You didn't actually advise them?
No. What I did was write quarterly checks to them.
What about the other personal wealth advisors who worked for LWM? Were they advising investors?
There were only a few of us, and Vince was very good at partitioning people and their responsibilities.
Meaning what?
Meaning we only knew what was happening inside our own cubicle. He was also good at sizing up people and their personalities, so we could get what he wanted out of each employee.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean the squeaky wheel got the oil, or in my case, the money. Whenever I brought up the subject of when I would get to build my own book of business and provide investors with advice, Vince would tell me the process took time, that I needed to learn the business foundations first. Then he'd provide me with a bonus to compensate me for the investors that I had brought in. But I had to sign an agreement that I would not share the amount of that bonus with others in the office. That was the deal.
Did you ever become a wealth advisor?
Not at LWM. Nobody did.
Were you told that?
Guys talk. It's inevitable. I found out from the other advisors that they were doing exactly what I was doing, and also getting paid bullshit bonuses. None of us was doing any wealth management or providing investment advice.
Is that why you left?
Ultimately. But it wasn't the reason.
What was? McPherson pulled back his hair from his forehead, revealing a scar that reminded Keera of the Z-shaped scar on Harry Potter's forehead, except McPherson's scar was farther to the side.
This.
What happened?
Since you're Vince's attorneys, I suppose it can't hurt to tell you, but this is where the confidentiality clause comes in. So I need to know this part of the conversation is off the record.
Keera wasn't a journalist and had no intention of broadcasting what she learned. At least she didn't anticipate doing so. If McPherson had something important to say that she wanted to use in court, she'd subpoena him and put him under a court order. "Sure," she said.
After I spoke to the other advisors and learned they were doing the same bullshit job I was doing, I confronted Vince. I told him he had lied to me and all the others who had joined LWM, believing they were going to become advisors. I told him we'd set back our careers by years.
"And he hit you?"
Hit? No, I would have kicked his ass. Vince was prone to fits of rage. His anger flipped on and off like a light switch. He called me ungrateful. Told me I was making more money than I deserved. He said I was a dumb shit and lucky he'd taken me in. He said a lot of crap. I told him to go fuck himself and walked away before I killed him. I heard someone shout and looked back. Thankfully, I turned my head just in time. Had I not, the stapler Vince had thrown might have taken out my eye.
Keera felt stunned. McPherson obviously enjoyed it.
That's your Vince LaRussa.
Keera recovered, thinking like an attorney. A paper trail? Could the state get in such evidence? Lost temper? Did you sue him?
I would have, but Vince immediately went into survival mode. He paid all my medical bills and gave me an agreed-upon settlement equal to a year's salary.
He paid you off, Keera thought, just as he had paid off the national fraternity to get the criminal charge against him dropped.
I had to sign a confidentiality agreement not to sue him and all that other legal bullshit. I didn't really care. I already had another job, and I wasn't about to sue Vince.
Why not?
Vince is well known in the industry. He does a lot of charitable work. I was afraid filing a complaint could backfire and ruin my reputation, keep me from getting another job with another company. When Vince agreed to the settlement, there was no need to sue. But here's the most interesting part about this whole sordid affair, in my opinion.
What's that?
Vince never apologized. He offered to pay my medical expenses, my settlement. He even gave me a strong letter of reference, but at no time did he admit guilt or fault. And at no time did he apologize. He acted like he hadn't done anything wrong and just went on about his business.
Do you know if anyone else had a similar experience at LWM?
No, but it wouldn't surprise me if someone did and if Vince paid him or her off also. Wouldn't surprise me if Vince had criminal and civil complaints against him either.
He didn't. Keera had checked and didn't find anything except the dropped charge of embezzling the fraternity's funds. She decided to pursue the line of questioning with McPherson. How would he have an investment firm if that were the case? McPherson smiled, coy.
Exactly. How would he?
How do you think he would?
How much do you know about personal wealth investing?
Keera smiled. I'm a defense attorney, she said. Not a lot. McPherson looked at Harrison.
I did some white-collar criminal investigations, he said.
McPherson considered his watch.
Come on in. I got a little time before my wife and kids get home from play practice.
He opened the front door wider. The three dogs sniffed Keera and Harrison in the entry. One looked to be part border collie, half its face black, the other white. The black side had a sorrowful, pet-me brown eye. The white side a grayish-blue eye that gave the dog a more malevolent appearance. Pet me. I dare you.
My wife takes in strays, McPherson explained. She's a bleeding heart when it comes to dogs and cats. I had to put my foot down at 3 dogs and 2 cats. They eat and shit more than we humans do, but they're also the best alarm system money can buy. They start barking and, trust me, nobody is coming through that front door.
They crossed a simple entry to a living room. McPherson offered them a seat on a couch. He sat in a white upright chair across a coffee table, his elbows on his knees.
Might as well use the living room, he said. It's like one of those rooms behind a rope in a museum.
The dogs had stopped their progress at the carpet and sat. The border collie stared at Keera.
Sensing her unease, McPherson said, "Can't read that one. Don't know if he's going to lick or bite. Don't worry, though. The dogs aren't allowed in here. He won't bother you."
Keera said, "You were going to explain to me how Vince LaRussa could have an investment firm if he had a criminal record."
LWM is set up as private offerings, which means it sought sophisticated and experienced investors rather than the general public. And there is virtually no federal or state oversight or protection for that class of investors.
"Why is that?" she asked.
The theory is that accredited investors have the means and the investment experience to evaluate the private offering's merits and risks. They don't need the protection that, say, widows and orphans need, and the securities do not need to be registered. LaRussa listed himself as a seller of private offerings under SEC Rule 506, Regulation D. Therefore, he only had to fill out a form that his investors met certain income and net worth thresholds. He does that, and he doesn't have to disclose any complaints, if he had any, and he escapes state regulation.
"So it isn't illegal," Keera said, "if that's what he did."
"It's what he did," McPherson said. "I recruited those high-income investors."
"And presumably those high-income investors would be sophisticated enough to perform due diligence, and they liked what they found at LWM," Keera said.
What those investors liked was the promise of interest rates as high as 12%, and on average, 8% each month. The profits came from mortgage funds, mortgage-backed securities, and private mortgages. LWM's initial clients were relatives and friends, and when the fund did well, they told their relatives and friends, and so on and so on. Word of mouth. Then, when LWM better established its reputation, Vince sought out local wealth advisory firms to invest their clients in LWM funds. The earnings were steady and the payouts consistent. LWM raised $500 million from investors all across the United States.
"It sounds like you knew his investment strategy well, for a guy who never actually handled an investor. How is that?"
I paid attention. That and the firm I moved to after I left LWM asked me several times to duplicate what LWM was getting in returns for its investors, and I was never able to do that. I tried a number of different models, and I could never duplicate LWM's returns. When I was at LWM, Vince used to say what he did was a trade secret, and centered upon not being invested in the market often or for long. Get in, make money, and get out. If the market wavered at all, he invested the money in short-term T-bills and other liquid investments.
"It seems to work."
For Vince. It didn't for me, or for anyone else in the industry. I don't know of any other companies that are consistently getting their investors the kinds of returns LWM generates.
"So then how do you think LWM is doing it?"
If I knew, I'd be running my own investment firm, McPherson said with a laugh. Some people have the Midas touch, and some only appear to have it.
"Meaning what?" She sensed from a pause in the conversation that McPherson was becoming reticent. Did he worry he could be sued? Or did he still fear Vince LaRussa?
As I said, this is an industry that talks. Any new way to invest and make large profits isn't going to be a secret for long. I don't care how proprietary the company that developed the model keeps it, or what confidentiality agreements employees sign. Advisors switch companies. There's corporate espionage. Guys go out and drink and eat dinner together, attend the same professional gatherings. If someone found a magic pill, everyone would be swallowing it.
Maybe that's why Vince LaRussa didn't let you or anyone else open your own book of business. He was protecting the business model he'd developed.
Maybe. But that also insinuates that only Vince LaRussa is smart enough to have found this magic formula. He isn't. Not in my experience.
Then how was he consistently getting his investors 8%? Keera asked.
How indeed, McPherson said. That is what I think is the real magic pill.
Keera handed McPherson a business card and said if anyone called to ask him questions, she'd appreciate receiving a call.
I'm not interested in talking to the media about it, if that's what you mean, McPherson said. If I get subpoenaed to court, then I'll have no choice. If not, I believe it's better to just let a sleeping dog lie. He looked to the dogs. It's like the strays my wife brings home. We don't really know what they've been through, so we don't know what might trigger them. You let them sleep. That way, you don't get bitten. Keera looked to the border collie and wondered which eye was the true reflection of the dog's personality. Back in the car, Harrison said, "What he said, in essence, is that Vince LaRussa is a fraud. Everything about him. That's what he believed."
You don't have to pay a thing. This audiobook is a gift to you. Take a short break. Let the music ease your mind, and we'll be right back. Thanks for being here.
Honey, make me become true. Honey, make me come to you. If it's the last I do, I feel alive in your arms. Though it feels like a dream, I'll be wherever you are, as long as we're free. I feel alive in your arms. Though it feels like a dream, I'll be wherever you are, as long as we're
Leaves, Keera said, trying not to rush to judgment and instead trying to determine why Jack Worthing had provided her with the lead to this information. It's what he thinks, not what he knows. The question is whether his opinions are soured by the stapler incident, by his frustration at not being able to duplicate Vince's investment model, and likely having some not-too-happy employers, or whether some truth exists to what he's saying. How do we find out if LaRussa is legit? Harrison said. I don't know, but Jack Worthing seems to be leading us down this path. Keera saw a pattern. He started with people who told us that, as a boy, Vince was beguiling and always interested in and capable of making money. Harmless ambition. Then he directed us to a person with a story to indicate money was more than ambition, that Vince would steal it from his classmates and embezzle funds from his fraternity brothers. Now McPherson suggests it goes beyond embezzlement of funds to some sort of fraud. Don't forget the fits of rage, Harrison said. If this guy McPherson was honest about what happened, then Vince could hurt someone, or at least lose his temper, to protect what he built, and maybe to hide his criminal acts, which might make it admissible were Ambrose to ever find him. That's not the most disturbing part, though, Harrison said. No? What is? Keera asked. LaRussa's unwillingness or inability to acknowledge fault. When I asked Vince about the fraternity incident, he called it a misunderstanding and said it wasn't his fault, Keera said. He said he had intended all along to give the money back, so no one got hurt. But he only did so when he faced prosecution, Harrison said. Which indicates he doesn't believe he did anything wrong, or he's incapable of accepting he did anything wrong until he faced very real consequences. The only people I've ever dealt with who felt no remorse for their bad behavior were the sociopaths and the psychopaths. They believe everyone is put on this planet for them to manipulate and take advantage of, that they are smarter than everyone else, and they aren't doing anything wrong. They're just doing what everyone else would do if they could. Do you think Vince LaRussa is a psychopath? I don't know, Keera. I haven't spent a lot of time with him. But the guy McPherson described, that guy, yeah, I'd classify that guy as a psychopath, or at least a sociopath. Keera got home late, beat. She'd gone back to the office to talk with Patsy about Phil McPherson. Throughout the evening, her mind kept wandering back to the conversation with McPherson. Was Vince LaRussa a psychopath? A person without a conscience, who felt no empathy or remorse? Had Anne confronted him about his cheating and threatened to take everything LaRussa had earned and sent LaRussa into a fit of rage? Is that what Jack Worthing was trying to communicate? If it was, Keera noted several problems. The first was whether Phil McPherson was credible, or just spouting off the revenge he could not take because the confidentiality provision prevented it. In the end, it had been McPherson who took the money, rather than pursue a criminal or civil complaint against LaRussa. McPherson chose cash over judicial satisfaction. What did that say about him? It also still didn't explain the gun. If Vince purchased the gun, he had to have done so before that Sunday night, before Anne LaRussa threatened him, if she had done so that night. Had Anne also confronted him before that Sunday night, prompting him to buy the gun? Or had something else motivated the purchase? Had he felt trapped and tied down by Anne's injury, bought the gun as a way out, and saw his opportunity that night, not knowing about Evans and Bennett coming to the house? Were he and Lisa Bennett having an affair, and getting rid of his wife was a way to be with her and to keep his money? Or had he simply bought the gun for self-protection and used it that night in a rage? Keera wouldn't sleep, not with her mind scrambling through the various scenarios. She turned to her chessboard to center her. She knew her father would also need a distraction. She brought up their chess game. Patsy had moved his queen to A2. Keera had not yet responded because to do so would tip her hand that she had misled Patsy, that the battle she planned was on the other side of the board. She moved her pawn to F4. This seemingly inconsequential move freed her queen to slip through the pawn chain, protecting Patsy's king. Patsy would soon realize he'd been so absorbed in his attack that he'd missed the real battle. After several minutes, her computer pinged. Keera smiled. Patsy knew her better than anyone. He knew she needed this game as much as he needed it. Maybe more. From Dark Knight to Seattle Pawnslayer. Queen to F7. Patsy was not giving in. He wouldn't patronize her. He would make her earn this victory. His response was brazen, the same way he had once tried cases. Keera would need to be careful. She was about to attack Patsy's king, but he still had 3 defenders in position to protect. She needed to stay focused on what was before her so as not to end up in a trap. From Seattle Pawnslayer to Dark Knight. Queen to H3. From Dark Knight to Seattle Pawnslayer. Pawn to F3. From Seattle Pawnslayer to Dark Knight. Queen takes pawn at G3. Check. The Dark Knight did not respond. Keera heard Patsy telling her to focus on the problem before her. Her strategy in the morning for her cross of Lisa Bennett became clear. Stay the course until, and if, the state made a mistake and gave her a chance to attack. Until then, set them up to believe they were winning the battle. And pray. Chapter 29. The following morning, April Ritchie called Keera at the office and advised that the state intended to call Frank Rossi out of turn. Dr. Lisa Bennett was detained at work. Keera suspected that wasn't the reason. Other than just to screw with her, Ambrose wanted to call Rossi to establish that the security tape showed only Sid Evans and Lisa Bennett arriving at the LaRussa house before Vince arrived that Sunday evening. He wanted to establish there had been no break-in, that there had been no third person, no intruder. He wanted to take the wind out of the Sodi defense sail before it actually sailed. Rossi took the stand looking like an American flag in a solid blue suit, white shirt, and red paisley tie. Keira didn't know whether to cross-examine him or to salute. He looked nervous and sipped from a cup of water, his tell. Ambrose acknowledged him, established his credentials, and had Rossi describe what it meant to be the lead detective on an investigation. Ambrose questioned Rossi about his arrival at the LaRussa house with Ford and his interaction with Vince LaRussa, as well as standard protocols to establish no one else was in the home. He walked him through the forensic team members who arrived and their purpose. Ambrose intended it all to look official, diligent, and systematic. He established that no evidence existed of a forced entry. Did the LaRussas have a security system at their home?
They did.
They had a security camera mounted over the garage that covered the entire front yard leading to the front door, and a second camera that provided footage of the backyard.
Ambrose took time to display photographs, which Rossi authenticated. Then he asked,
"Did you review the security footage from those cameras for Sunday night, June 4th?
"I did."
What did you determine based upon your review?
"I determined no one appeared on the security footage at the back of the house that day, or that night. The security camera over the garage captured 3 cars arriving at the LaRussa home Sunday evening." He explained who arrived and when each left.
Your Honor, for the record, we would like Detective Rossi to show the video footage to the jury and explain what he saw.
Keera stood. "The defense has no objection." Rossi played the footage. He testified that his partner, Billy Ford, had run the license plates on the first 2 vehicles and determined the cars were registered to Sid Evans and Lisa Bennett. Rossi pointed out the clock in the lower right corner that documented when each had arrived and when they had left. He then showed Vince LaRussa arriving home at 9:17 p.m. and re-emerging on the driveway at 9:34 p.m., roughly 5 minutes before the responding officers arrived. Ambrose methodically took Rossi through his and Ford's investigation, the gruesome scene they encountered in the kitchen, and the evidence he, Ford, and the CSI team had collected. Rossi was on the stand the entire morning. Ambrose passed him to the defense just after lunch. Patsy approached the podium, and Keera could tell it unnerved Rossi, who no doubt had expected Keera to cross-examine him. Rossi sipped again from his cup of water and set the cup down.
"Good afternoon, Detective Rossi,"
Patsy said.
"Good afternoon. Detective Rossi, you testified you asked Mr. LaRussa's permission to go through the house to search for a possible intruder, and he gave you his permission, didn't he?"
"He did."
"He even subsequently searched the house with Officer Olson, didn't he?"
"He did."
"He told you about the security cameras and where you could obtain the videotape for the footage for that evening, didn't he?"
"He did."
"He didn't try to hide the fact that security footage existed, did he?"
"No, he did not."
"You asked Mr. LaRussa to provide a DNA sample to the CSI detectives, and he willingly did so, didn't he?"
"Yes, he did."
"And he willingly provided you with his fingerprints, correct?"
"Yes."
"He even agreed to have his hands and clothing examined for gunshot residue, didn't he?"
"He did."
"But that was just a ruse by you, a fib, wasn't it?"
Rossi shrugged.
"I guess you could call it that. You don't actually test for GSR residue anymore because it isn't reliable. Isn't that true?"
"That is true."
"But he willingly agreed to such a test, didn't he?"
"He did." Keera and Patsy would, later in the trial, cross-examine the CSI detectives to establish that neither Vince LaRussa's fingerprints nor his DNA were found on the gun, and no blood spatter was found on his hands or his clothes. They would use the time that LaRussa arrived home and the time that he reemerged outside the home to argue that he couldn't possibly have shot his wife, wiped the gun clean of prints and DNA, and changed into a new set of identical clothes, though he likely did have sufficient time, had the killing been premeditated. Patsy frequently changed subjects to keep Rossi off balance and try to catch the detective off guard. Her father was the attorney she had watched as a child, calculating and pointed, but still affable to the jury. Maybe he had slipped, but it was not apparent this morning. This afternoon he had risen to the challenge, proving that the Irish brawler still had a few more good rounds in him.
"Did Mr. LaRussa advise you that his wife had been depressed and irritable?"
Patsy said. The question was off script from what they had discussed, and Keera felt a twinge of anxiety.
"Yes, he said words to that effect. And he told you that his wife was on prescription pain medication, opioids?"
"Yes, he did."
"He told you he didn't know what specific medications his wife took or the amount, but that you were free to look for yourself in the medicine cabinet in the master bathroom?"
"Yes, he did."
"And you did that, did you not?"
"I called in a forensic pharmacist to inventory the medications in the medicine cabinet."
Why didn't you just do it yourself?
Patsy certainly knew the answer, but he wanted the answer to come from Rossi.
There was a considerable number of prescriptions.
Patsy put up a CSI photograph showing the medicine cabinet with the significant number of prescription bottles. Rossi authenticated the photograph. After several more questions, Patsy established that the forensic pharmacist, Bonnie Kramer, had provided a report of her findings, and he put her report on the computer screens for display to the jurors. Both sides had stipulated that the report and the photographs were authentic, so the pharmacist did not have to be called to testify. Patsy handed a copy of the report to Rossi.
Would you take a look on the 4th page of that report, where the forensic pharmacist noted the medications and the amount of each medication prescribed?
Patsy asked. Rossi did, and Patsy took him through the medications in painstaking detail. They included oxycodone, or OxyContin, and hydrocodone, or Vicodin. Patsy had Rossi state the dates on the bottles and the amounts within each bottle. Keera could see from the jurors' expressions that the detailed list was hitting home, but also that they expected Patsy to do something with the information.
Did the forensic pharmacist provide an expert opinion as to the number of, or the amount of these drugs she found in Anne LaRussa's medicine cabinet?
Patsy asked.
Not in this report, Rossi said. Did she say something to you like, wow, that is a lot of opioids?
No, Rossi said, unable to suppress a smile. The jurors also smiled.
But did she say anywhere in the report that these opioids are addictive?
Yes.
Did she say these opioids can cause a person to become confused and depressed?
Ambrose objected.
Your Honor, counsel is testifying.
Judge shook her head.
This is cross-examination. I'll allow counsel some leeway. But, Mr. Duggan, you're getting close. I'll move on, Your Honor.
Patsy had made his point. He addressed Rossi.
Did the forensic pharmacist note the name of the doctor who prescribed these opioids?
The name was on the prescription bottles.
And whose name was that?
And in that moment, Keera understood what Patsy had done. Having Rossi testify before Bennett had been Ambrose's first trial mistake, and Patsy had just taken advantage of his error. In Ambrose's effort to screw with Keera, he hadn't considered that Patsy would portray Bennett as a doctor who had overprescribed opioids to a woman she would call her best friend. Presenting the medicine cabinet to the jury, with all the many bottles dated one after the other, painted an impression of Bennett in the jurors' minds before the doctor ever took the stand. Patsy had set up the chess pieces for Keera to strike.
Dr. Lisa Bennett, Rossi said. Vince LaRussa told you his wife, Anne LaRussa, was depressed, didn't he?
He said that, yes.
Did he say she was also confused?
I don't recall him using that word.
What about the word paranoid? Did he use that word?
I believe he did, yes.
Did he say what his wife was paranoid about?
I don't recall that he did.
Patsy moved on. At any time during your investigation, Detective Rossi, did you find Mr. LaRussa to be uncooperative?
Uncooperative? No.
Reticent or unforthcoming?
No.
While you questioned him at his house, did he ever refuse to answer your questions?
No.
Did he preclude you from conducting any part of your investigation?
No.
He didn't, at any time, appear to you to be hiding anything or concerned about what your investigation might find.
Ambrose objected.
Counsel is asking this witness to speculate as to what the defendant might have been doing. No, Your Honor,
Patsy said in the tone of a genteel Southern gentleman.
I'm asking this seasoned police detective if my client did anything at any time during his investigation that this seasoned police detective interpreted to be evasive or an attempt to hide evidence.
Overruled, Judge Hung said.
You may answer the question, Detective.
I did not interpret anything the defendant did to be evasive or an attempt to hide any evidence.
Did he appear to you to be upset or distraught?
He appeared to be upset. I can't say whether he was distraught or not.
Patsy cross-examined Rossi for another 15 minutes, and each question brought an internal smile to Keera's face. As he wrapped up, he asked questions they would need to highlight J.P. Harrison's testimony when Keera called witnesses to present the defense's case. Patsy asked Rossi open-ended questions, though this was cross-examination, because he knew the answers and he knew Rossi to be a straight shooter. Honest.
Detective Rossi, what was the temperature that Sunday, June 4th?
Hot, Rossi said, garnering smiles from the jury. Patsy also smiled.
Not exactly a meteorologist, are you?
He said, garnering more smiles, a trick he had taught Keera. If the witness gets the jury to smile, go with it.
Hardly. You did record the temperature in your report. Do you need time to check? No. It was 106 degrees outside. Was it hot inside the house?
Very.
Hotter than 106 degrees? I don't know, but it was hot. Did the LaRussas have air conditioning?
They did, but Mr. LaRussa said it should have kicked on automatically.
Did you ask him why the air conditioning did not kick on?
Someone turned off the switch on the control panel.
Mr. LaRussa told you he didn't turn it off, didn't he?
He said he did not.
Patsy pulled up a picture of the burn mark on the oven door found by J.P. Harrison.
Do you recognize this photograph?
It looks like the oven door in the kitchen.
And what is that dark mark on the handle?
Rossi looked more closely, then said,
I don't know.
Did you observe water on the kitchen floor?
I did.
How much?
I don't know. A glass was also on the floor, so perhaps 8 ounces. I don't really know the quantity.
Did the CSI detectives at the crime scene provide you, as the lead detective, with an analysis of the water found on the kitchen floor?
An analysis?
Yes, a chemical analysis.
Of the water?
That's right.
I'm not sure, Rossi said, smiling.
There was water on the kitchen counter, wasn't there?
There was. Some.
How do you explain it?
I don't know.
Was there a candle on the counter?
Yes.
Was it lit?
Yes.
Do you know why it was there?
I didn't. Not at the time. I subsequently learned that Mrs. LaRussa lit scented candles, that the aroma calmed her.
Patsy left the answer alone.
Did you reach any conclusions, based on the CSI reports, as to where the shooter stood at the time he or she discharged the weapon?
The shooter was behind Anne LaRussa. He held the gun barrel between 3 to 5 feet from the back of her head.
Did you stand 3 to 5 feet behind Anne LaRussa to determine if that position was feasible for the shooter?
I don't understand.
Let me illustrate.
Patsy put up a photograph previously authenticated and taken by the CSI team, which included measurements.
How far is the kitchen counter from the deceased's wheelchair in this photograph?
Rossi didn't immediately answer. He looked at the sketch.
It appears to be 3 feet 6 inches.
How wide is that counter?
48 inches.
So the shooter, you concluded, had to have been standing on the far side of the counter. Here,
Patsy said, using a baton.
That's 7 feet 3 inches, isn't it?
Rossi smiled.
It is. However, the shooter could have reached his arm across the counter and leaned into the shot before he pulled the trigger.
Yes, he or she might have done that,
Patsy said, as if the answer made sense. Then he pounced subtly.
Did you find any blood spatter on Vince LaRussa's clothing, his jacket, or the sleeve of his shirt, which led you to believe he had reached his arm across the counter and discharged the weapon?
Rossi paused.
No, we did not.
How often, in your experience, do shooters leave the murder weapon behind at the crime scene, Detective? Not often. Can you recall such a case? Just one, Rossi said.
He explained the case he and Keera had worked, where he found a gun in the woods when the killer dropped it upon fleeing.
So this is unusual, Patsy said. Very. You indicated the shooter was likely standing in this location, Patsy said, again using the pointer. Where was the gun found?
Rossi pointed to the location alongside the wheelchair. Patsy put up another photograph on the computer monitor.
Wouldn't the shooter have dropped the weapon at his or her side and left out the front door?
Rossi saw this trap, or thought he did.
He could have tossed the gun over the counter. Tossed?
Patsy said, his voice rising.
Tossed a loaded 9mm handgun 4 or 5 feet onto a tile floor?
Skepticism dripped from each word.
Yes, Rossi said.
Patsy made a face like he didn't believe it.
That would be very dangerous, wouldn't it? It could be, yes, Rossi said. A lot more dangerous than simply letting the gun slip from the hand to the ground, correct? But the person might not have been thinking clearly. He may have panicked.
Patsy smiled. He'd goaded Rossi into a mistake.
This shooter, whom the state has hypothesized shot Anne LaRussa with premeditation and forethought, using an untraceable gun, who either wore gloves or took the time to wipe the gun clean of fingerprints and DNA, then was smart enough to not only change clothes, but to change into clothes identical to the clothes he wore to a charity event that night, and somehow discarded his other clothes. This very deliberate shooter was so careless that he simply tossed a loaded gun over the counter onto the tile floor. Is that what you're saying? He could have walked around the counter to ensure Anne LaRussa was dead, and placed the gun on the floor, Rossi said. The husband, who knows his wife's hands are crippled, walks around the counter and places the gun on the floor to, what, make it look like a suicide? That doesn't make any sense, does it, Detective Rossi?
Patsy asked. Rossi shook his head.
Or just to ensure she was dead. Anne LaRussa was incapable of holding and firing a handgun, wasn't she? That's what the evidence indicated. Her husband would have presumably known that, wouldn't he? Objection, Ambrose said, standing. Calls for speculation. Overruled. I assume he would have, Rossi said. So walking around the counter and dropping the gun would have been idiotic, wouldn't it? People do idiotic things in high-stress situations. Did Vince LaRussa strike you as an idiot? No. When you interviewed Vince LaRussa, did he at any time indicate to you that he believed his wife committed suicide? No. He didn't tell you his wife was talking about killing herself? No.
Patsy paused here, making a face like Rossi's answers were puzzling. Then he shifted gears.
Other than Mr. LaRussa, what other suspects did you consider? We looked at a number of other potential suspects. Can you name them for me? Sid Evans and Dr. Lisa Bennett, because of the close proximity of their visits to the shooting.
Patsy stood for a moment as if considering his notes. He wasn't. He wanted the jury to consider what Rossi had just said, allowing Keera to argue the police too had doubt. After a beat, he said,
Did Dr. Lisa Bennett purchase the ghost gun found at the site? We found no evidence she did, Rossi said. Because that is the purpose of a ghost gun, isn't it? To not leave behind a paper trail. That can be, yes. So, she could have purchased the gun, but there's just no paper trail that she did. There's no paper trail. No paper trail Vince LaRussa did either, is there? No. Did you verify that Anne LaRussa remained alive when Dr. Bennett left the house that Sunday night at 7:30 p.m.? There wasn't any way to verify it. Couldn't verify that either, huh? So, it's possible Anne LaRussa was not alive when Dr. Bennett left the house that night.
Ambrose shot to his feet.
Calls for this witness to speculate.
Sustained, Judge Hung said.
No videotape inside the house, is there?
Patsy asked.
No. You just assumed Anne LaRussa remained alive, didn't you? We did.
Patsy said. Then he thanked Rossi, though he did not excuse him, in case the defense decided to call Rossi during the defense's case-in-chief. As he walked back to counsel table, Patsy gave Keera a wry smile and whispered,
Let them call another witness out of order to screw with my daughter.
Ambrose made his way to the lectern.
Detective Rossi, did Mr. LaRussa tell you he had looked at the security tape prior to your arrival to try to determine who might have come to the home while he was at the charitable function? No, he didn't say that he did. He didn't tell you that the Collins' attorney, Sid Evans, or that Anne's doctor, Lisa Bennett, had come to the home while he was away. He didn't say that. No. Do you find it odd that a man with a security system and cameras comes home to, at least according to him, find his wife shot, but didn't look at the security footage to possibly determine who had come to the home?
Keera almost objected that the question was leading, but she refrained, knowing Rossi would not give Ambrose the answer he wanted. Keera could argue in closing that LaRussa's not immediately looking at the tape proved he hadn't been trying to determine what he could and could not get away with, but rather had been a man in shock.
I didn't think about that, Rossi said. I was focused on securing the crime scene and gathering as much evidence as possible. Counsel for the defense asked if you'd considered other suspects, and you said Sid Evans and Dr. Bennett because they both arrived at the house Sunday evening. Did you eventually dismiss Dr. Bennett as a suspect? We did. Why? Dr. Bennett said Anne LaRussa accused her of cheating with her husband for the first time that Sunday night. That being the case, there would have been no reason for Dr. Bennett to have purchased a ghost gun and brought it to the house that night. Dr. Bennett would not have had any motive to kill Anne LaRussa at that time.
Ambrose had, as Keera had predicted, driven a big truck through the argument that no evidence existed that Anne had threatened Lisa Bennett before that Sunday night. Ambrose sat, and to Keira's surprise, Patsy stood and moved to the podium.
You accepted Dr. Bennett's statement that Anne LaRussa didn't accuse her of cheating until Sunday night, and therefore Dr. Bennett had no reason to buy the gun before that moment,
Patsy said.
Yes. What if Dr. Bennett lied? Patsy said. You would have been wrong to accept her word, wouldn't you? Possibly, but we had no indication she lied, Rossi said. Which is precisely what the liar intends, isn't it? Patsy said.
Rossi looked to be biting his inner lip.
I suppose you could make that argument. More to the point, if Anne didn't accuse Dr. Bennett until that evening, then logic has it she didn't accuse her husband until that evening. And based on your reasoning, then Mr. LaRussa—
Patsy gestured to Vince LaRussa, seated at counsel table—
also had no reason to buy a ghost gun before then, did he?
Ambrose might have driven a truck through the argument, but Patsy had just driven a train engine through it, along with 100 rail cars and the caboose. Ambrose stood.
Counsel is asking the witness to speculate, he said. Oh, forgive me, Patsy said. I certainly wouldn't want to be the one to ask the detective to speculate.
After a short break, during which Keera praised her father and Patsy deflected the applause, Ambrose called Dr. Lisa Bennett, and the courtroom grew silent as the bailiff exited the courtroom doors and returned with the tall, good-looking blonde doctor the jurors had already heard so much about from Patsy. Bennett took the stand in a conservative brown suit and white blouse. Ambrose gently took Bennett through preliminary matters, such as meeting Anne LaRussa in college, and their continued friendship,
before asking her the reason Anne had summoned her to the LaRussa home that Sunday night. Bennett stopped several times to dry her tears.
And she accused you of having an affair with her husband? Ambrose asked.
She did.
Did she have any evidence to support this accusation?
Anne had photographs of me and Vince together at a lunch on a restaurant patio. Ambrose put the photographs on the screen one at a time, and Bennett authenticated them as the photographs given to her by Anne LaRussa. As Bennett did so, a thought crossed Keera's mind, one spurred by Patsy's cross-examination of Rossi. Why had Anne given Bennett the photographs? It didn't make any sense, did it? Wouldn't Anne have wanted to show those same photographs to her husband, whom she allegedly confronted that same night? Vince LaRussa made no mention of having seen the photographs, and seemed genuinely surprised when Bennett produced them at her home. The CSI team that scoured the LaRussa house did not produce other copies.
Were you and Vince LaRussa having an affair? Ambrose asked.
No.
Did you tell Anne LaRussa she was mistaken?
Yes.
How did you explain the photographs to Anne?
I told Anne that Vince and I met for lunch because I was worried Anne had become addicted to her prescription pain medications, and we were trying to come up with a plan to wean her off her drugs.
What was her response?
She thought I was trying to change the subject. She didn't believe me.
And what did you do?
There was nothing more I could do. Anne wouldn't listen to reason. I thought it best that I let her calm down and come back when Anne had a chance to talk to Vince.
And when you left Anne LaRussa that evening, was she alive?
Very much so, Bennett said.
Did you shoot Anne LaRussa, Dr. Bennett?
She was my best friend, Bennett said. No, I did not shoot her. Ambrose turned to Keera.
Your witness.
Keera wasted no time, asking her first question before she reached the podium. You believed Anne had become addicted to her pain medication? Yes. Your best friend? Yes. The pain medication you prescribed for her? Yes. You're an oncologist? Yes. You treat cancer? Yes. So you know about people in pain and the medications that can help them with that pain, like opioids, don't you? I do. You know that opioids are highly addictive, don't you? Yes. Keera went through the varied and numerous dates on the bottles. You continued to prescribe opioids time after time, though you believed your best friend was becoming addicted, didn't you? Bennett became less subdued and more combative. Because Anne was in pain. Because I felt incredibly sorry for her and for what she had been through. Because I didn't realize right away that Anne was becoming addicted. Because you don't cut off an addicted person cold turkey. You have to develop a plan to safely and effectively wean them from the drug. Bennett blotted tears with her Kleenex. I didn't want to see Anne in any more pain, she said, tears rolling down her cheeks. I watched my husband die in so much pain. I just couldn't endure seeing my best friend go through something similar. You thought it would be better if she was addicted to her opioids? No, Bennett said, her voice more forceful, but her tears also more prevalent. You're a single mother of 3 daughters, aren't you? Yes. Their sole provider since your husband's death? Yes. Your medical license can be suspended for willfully overprescribing opioids, can't it? It's a possibility, but I didn't believe I was overprescribing Anne. But if Anne reported you to the Washington Medical Commission for overprescribing opioids, that could be a basis for you to have your license suspended, couldn't it? Anne wouldn't do that. She wasn't vindictive in that way. Not the Anne you knew before her accident, perhaps. But perhaps the paranoid, depressed, addicted Anne whom you have described, the Anne who hired a private investigator because she believed you and her husband were having an affair. That Anne could certainly be vindictive. Couldn't she? Bennett hung her head. I don't know, she said softly. I don't know. Chapter 30. Over the next several trial days, Ambrose methodically called witnesses, including Anne LaRussa's father, to testify about the reason for the prenuptial agreement, his daughter's accident, and the difficulty family members had speaking to Anne during the last few weeks of her life, outside the presence of her husband.
"Seems like Vince was always around,"
he said. Patsy cross-examined one father to another and struck just the right chord. Anne's father admitted that his daughter had never indicated that she and Vince were having marital problems. Ambrose then called CSI detectives and other expert witnesses to testify as to fingerprint analysis, DNA, and ballistics. Keera and Patsy split the workload cross-examining the expert forensic witnesses, establishing that neither Vincent LaRussa's fingerprints nor his DNA was found on the gun. Ballistics simply confirmed the gun found on the floor was a 9mm, recently fired, and that the striations on the bullet matched the gun barrel and the shell casing located on the floor. They also confirmed that no blood spatter was found on Vince LaRussa's clothing. Ambrose played the crime scene video, and several jurors cringed or averted their eyes. Ambrose did not ask about, and none of the state's experts testified to, finding the burn mark on the oven door handle, or that the water on the floor tested positive for potassium nitrate. In short, his experts would not have passed Mr. Cobalt's class. They had not come up with a coherent theory to explain all the variables. Unfortunately, Harrison and his inventor friend wouldn't have passed either. They were working on yet another theory to explain the evidence, but told Keera something remained missing. Keera, her sisters, and Patsy worked late nights together. Keera often sat in Patsy's office discussing trial strategy, the way they had once discussed chess strategy, the strengths and weaknesses of each of Keera's upcoming opponents. She hardly remembered her father this way, his mind clear, his wit and humor sharp. Ambrose had brought out the brawler. Her father's cross-examinations of expert witnesses from whom there seemed little to gain, like his cross-examination of Rossi, were works of art. That freed up Keera to focus on the more demanding witnesses and strategize about their case in chief as Ambrose neared the end of the state's case. Keera knew Ambrose took pleasure in calling witnesses out of order and that Judge Hung would have no sympathy for her. He had messengers deliver bullshit motions at the end of the day intended to make busy work and keep Keera from focusing on the next day's witnesses. It didn't. All it did was piss off Ella, and a pissed off Ella was a real bitch, and Keera meant that in the most flattering way. Keera would return to her office and find her sister at her desk, smiling. "What does that asshole have for me today?" she'd ask. Then she'd dig in and go to work. Even Maggie stayed late, typing and formatting the motions and responses, proofreading drafts, and ensuring everything was filed in a timely manner. She called in meals and they ate together as father and daughters, not Patrick Duggan and associates. Patsy Duggan and his daughters. On occasion, their mother stayed and ate with them. Maggie didn't ask for overtime, and she didn't complain about the long hours. And Keera began to understand that it had to have been extremely hard on Maggie, being the middle daughter. Her complaints all these years were just a cry to be noticed, to feel useful, to be treated as part of the team and not looked upon as the ugly duckling incapable of doing the things her two sisters could do. Ambrose did what even the Sunday dinners did not. He'd brought them together, gave them a common enemy, made them a family who stood up for one another and who cared for one another. They won more motions than they lost, and eventually Judge Hung, tiring of Ambrose's game, told him in court one morning, before she brought in the jury, that she didn't want to see another motion unless he brought the matter up with her before she dismissed counsel at the end of the day. At night, Keera returned home, and depending on how late she arrived, Patsy was usually up for one or two chess moves. She didn't tell Patsy she knew his alter ego, the Dark Knight. She sensed the anonymous interaction was important to him, so they could play chess player against chess player, not father against daughter. Keera didn't want to spoil the game either. She feared he would ease up. She needed the challenge to remain sharp. On his 13th move, Patsy slid his king to f1. Keera's bishop, whom she had hidden in the corner, came out of hiding to take his pawn at f3, a sacrificial move. Patsy had no alternative but to use his pawn to take her bishop. When he did, Keera's queen then took the pawn, leaving Patsy's king exposed. The only question now was whether his king could run. On Tuesday of the second week, Frank Rossi sat at counsel table listening as Ambrose questioned medical examiner Arthur Litchfield about his autopsy and his findings. Ambrose wanted to finish the state's case with a definitive statement from the medical examiner that Anne LaRussa's death had been a homicide. Litchfield presented himself well in a tailored navy blue suit, and he looked and sounded professional. His credentials were solid.
And based upon the body's rectal temperature, what was your estimated time of death?
Ambrose asked. Rossi had heard the question before and knew the answer, which was all about letting Litchfield look brilliant and honest to the jury.
There is no single factor that will accurately indicate the time of physiological death, absent an eyewitness or a tape that captures the fatal incident. It is always a best guess, an educated estimate. The sooner after death that I can examine the body, the more accurate my estimate will be. And what did you estimate to be the time of death when you examined Anne LaRussa?
Ambrose asked.
The estimated time of death based upon the rectal temperature was between 6 and 9:30 in the evening,
Litchfield said, and he explained the mathematical calculation used to determine this estimate.
You weren't able to be more precise?
Ambrose asked.
Not given the temperature inside the house,
Litchfield said, and Ambrose again allowed him to explain that the deceased lost core body temperature more slowly in such a warm environment, preventing a more precise time of death.
What about other factors? Rigor mortis and lividity were consistent with my estimated time of death based upon the rectal temperature.
Ambrose asked Litchfield to explain both concepts to the jury, and Litchfield took the next few minutes to do so, and how each also confirmed time of death.
Let's turn to page 12 of your medical examination, Ambrose said.
This was where Rossi expected things to get more interesting. Keera and her father had done their best, but Rossi thought it a tall order for them to convince even a single juror that Lisa Bennett had shot and killed Anne LaRussa. The motive simply wasn't strong enough or certain enough. The potential impact to her medical license. Ambrose would argue Keera's theory was a desperate ploy, that Keera was grasping at straws, that Bennett was a cancer doctor, a person who helped those grievously ill, some dying. He'd argue that someone so compassionate would not take her best friend's life because of an accusation. Jurors could much more readily understand the potential loss of millions of dollars as a motive for murder, putting LaRussa back squarely in the crosshairs. Something else didn't sit right with Rossi, though, and he had struggled with it for some time. Bennett was a cancer doctor. According to Litchfield, Anne LaRussa would have died from terminal cancer within weeks. Why hadn't Bennett simply stated she provided Anne LaRussa the opioids because she was in pain from her cancer? Why hadn't Ambrose prepped her to say it? It seemed a simple way for him to defuse Keera's attempt at a character assassination. Keera would likely use the information to argue that Vince LaRussa had no motive to kill a spouse he knew would die in a matter of weeks. But Ambrose could make the same argument about Bennett. Why would Bennett kill her best friend if Anne LaRussa was going to die anyway? Was it possible Anne didn't know she had cancer, meaning neither Vince LaRussa nor Lisa Bennett had known? If so, that left them right back where Rossi had started. Vince LaRussa killed his wife, fearing she'd take the millions he had made.
You follow the guidelines recommended by the World Health Organization in defining the underlying cause of death, do you not?
Ambrose asked Litchfield.
I do, yes,
Litchfield said.
And how did you define the underlying cause of death in this instance? The victim was shot in the back of the head from approximately 3 to 5 feet with a 9mm bullet, and she died from the concomitant trauma and loss of blood and oxygen that shut down vital organs. Did you note any other wound you believe contributed to the decedent's death? No. Did you note any disease, abnormality, injury, or poisoning you believe contributed to the cause of death?
Rossi's ears perked up, but Ambrose had been slick in his question, relating the disease to cause of death.
I did not,
Litchfield said. Ambrose had chosen not to address the cancer. He would argue, through Litchfield's testimony, that the cancer had not contributed to Anne LaRussa's cause of death, and was therefore irrelevant.
And did you reach a conclusion as to whether Anne LaRussa's death was accidental, a suicide, from natural causes, or a homicide? Ambrose asked, again duty-bound. It was a homicide, Litchfield said. Ambrose paused as if considering another question. He wasn't. He'd leave the testimony on this high point. As Rossi predicted, Ambrose turned to Keera Duggan. Your witness, he said. Keera made her way to the podium and started deliberately. She went through Litchfield's report with him, pointing out some minor inconsistencies. You don't know for certain whether Anne LaRussa was capable of holding a handgun, do you? Not with certainty, Litchfield said. Was she capable of holding a glass of water, Dr. Litchfield? I don't know, Litchfield said. Rossi waited, but Keera did not show Litchfield the photographs of the broken glass beside the wheelchair. He concluded Keera did not want to give Litchfield a chance to explain. Rather, she would argue in her closing to the jury that the medical examiner was incorrect about the victim's ability to hold a glass. Let's talk about core body temperature. You indicated that it was hot inside the house. Is that correct? Over 100 degrees. And if the ambient room temperature is that warm, the deceased loses body temperature slower than if the temperature in the room was more temperate. That is correct. So in this instance, the deceased lost body temperature more slowly. That's true. Meaning she could have been dead longer than the estimate you provided. That's why I estimated she died between 6 and 9:30 that Sunday night, Litchfield said. Meaning Bennett could have killed Anne LaRussa, at least based on the estimated time of death. Keera asked questions for several more minutes. Rossi kept waiting for her to bring up Anne LaRussa's cancer. Thank you, Dr. Litchfield, Keera said to Rossi's surprise. Is Dr. Litchfield excused? Judge Hung asked. Subject to his being available should the defense call him in its case-in-chief, Keera said. Dr. Litchfield, you are excused, but are to remain available should the defense seek to recall you during its case-in-chief. Rossi couldn't understand Keira's strategy. Did she not want to bring up the subject of cancer because she could not prove Anne LaRussa committed suicide, and feared Ambrose would argue the defense was just throwing theories on the wall and hoping one stuck with the jurors? Perhaps she thought her argument that Bennett had pulled the trigger the stronger of the two, especially if Anne had not known she had cancer and therefore neither did LaRussa nor Bennett. It didn't make sense. How could Anne not have known? And if she did know, why would she have kept that information from her husband? And how could Bennett, LaRussa's best friend and an oncologist, not have known? Ambrose stood, drawing Rossi's thoughts back to the courtroom. Your Honor, the state rests. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is now almost 4:30. We are going to adjourn trial for the day. In the morning, the defense will begin presenting its case. Judge Hung provided her routine admonishment that the jury members not speak to one another, nor with anyone else about the case or the evidence, and that they not read any newspapers or watch any news reports. Then she excused them. As counsel and the spectators stood, the jurors exited the jury room at the back of the courtroom, and Rossi looked across the aisle at Keera. She had her hand on Vince LaRussa's shoulder, whispering in his ear. Her father, Patsy Duggan, was putting away binders, notepads, and computers. Ambrose and Ritchie gathered their belongings and left the courtroom together. The state having rested its case-in-chief, Rossi did not need to meet with them. He had a free evening. Something didn't sit right with him. He thought back weeks, to when Ambrose made a point of coming to police headquarters to discuss the ME's report, something he had never done before. Rossi started around counsel table for the door, then stopped. He looked again to Keera as she walked out the door. Rossi recalled the phone call he had received from Ambrose, asking if he'd turned over the police file, specifically the autopsy report. Rossi looked at Judge Hung's clerk standing in the well, moving papers around, and felt the twinge of butterflies in his stomach, a premonition he had learned to trust. "Excuse me," he said to the clerk. "I wonder if I could take a look at the state's last exhibit, the medical examiner's autopsy report. My copy is back at police headquarters, and I was hoping to avoid going back to my desk. You know how it is. You go back to your desk with daylight, and people will find a million different things for you to do. Ending the day early was an unexpected surprise. I hope to get home and enjoy the evening."
The clerk smiled. "You had me at people finding a million things for you to do," she said, and handed Rossi the multi-page document. "Here you go."
"Thanks," he said. "I'll only be a minute. I won't keep you."
He opened the Emmys report to the section in which he was most interested. Cause of death. Chapter 31. August 16th, 2023. Wednesday, after Keera and Patsy had put on 8 trial witnesses in rapid succession, she worked late preparing to call their final witness and adding bullet point notes to her closing argument. She faced reality. She'd have to argue reasonable doubt and hope to convince at least one juror that Anne LaRussa, angry and paranoid, had threatened Bennett's medical license and that Bennett had shot her. The problem as to when and why Bennett had purchased the gun still existed, but that problem also existed for the state's case against Vince LaRussa. Was it enough to create reasonable doubt? Keera didn't know. Judge Hung had made it clear she wanted to send the case to the jury at the end of the day Thursday, so the jurors would have Friday to deliberate. When Keera arrived at home, she went through her usual routine, checking her surroundings before exiting her car, and putting her keys in her right hand before walking to the front door. She stepped inside. Her shoes found the mail that had been slipped through the mail slot. After deadbolting the door, she scooped up the letters and magazines and dumped the stack on the dining room table, then went into the kitchen and poured herself a glass of cold water from the pitcher in her fridge. The Chinese food they ate for dinner at the office had left her feeling bloated and dehydrated. She glanced at her computer, but she didn't want to start playing. Besides, she was certain Patsy, who had left the office with her, would also be too tired to play. She decided to get a good night's sleep and get to the office early to make final preparations. Early Thursday morning, Keera made a strong cup of coffee and took a colder-than-usual shower to jumpstart her body and her mind. She drank her coffee at the dining room table while sifting through the mail, which included a 9-by-12-inch manila envelope amid the junk. It had no mailing address or return address, no stamps. Someone had slipped the envelope through her mail slot. She thought immediately of Jack Worthing, and a chill ran up her spine. Her address was not a public record. Had someone followed her? She flipped the envelope over, pulled open the tab, then removed the multi-page document. She was initially confused, but as she read, her confusion gave way to astonishment. Ambrose had just made a mistake, possibly a fatal mistake. Time to attack. Minutes before 9 a.m., Keera and Patsy huddled in a vacant room at the King County Courthouse, talking on Keira's cell phone to J.P. Harrison, whom she had tried but failed to reach before leaving home. The document slipped through the mail slot had been Arthur Litchfield's autopsy report, though not the one admitted into evidence. This earlier report indicated Anne LaRussa had been dying from pancreatic cancer. The information was exciting enough on its own, but in Keira's mind, it was also the missing piece of evidence Harrison and his expert needed. When that domino fell, others would also fall until, Keira believed, she would have a theory of which Mr. Cobalt would approve. The potassium nitrate in the water on the floor and in the shavings taken from the oven door handle has to be related somehow, doesn't it? She was rushing, but she was also running out of time.
"It's a valid theory,"
Harrison said. Keira read aloud from the source on her laptop. Potassium nitrate has been used as a constituent for several different purposes, including food preservatives, fertilizers, tree stump removal, rocket propellants, and fireworks. What does every firework need to explode?
"Gunpowder?"
"Without you holding it," she said.
"A fuse."
"The firework has to have a fuse. We found the possible source for the potassium nitrate, and you can make a fuse out of cotton string. That's why we found cotton fibers in the water."
"You've lost me, love. Anne LaRussa died of a gunshot, not an explosion."
"I'm just sticking to Mr. Cobalt's principle. A theory has to encompass every piece of evidence. We found the possible source of the potassium nitrate. We needed to find the cotton. You can make a fuse out of cotton string. I pulled up a YouTube video and sent you the link. Take a look.
I'm looking at it now, Harrison said.
We don't have time at the moment to watch the entire thing. The video shows you how to make a fuse out of cotton string and potassium nitrate, she said.
I'm still not following, Keera.
The autopsy report had changed Keera's thinking about the case. Was it too late for her to change theories? Maybe. But she had deemed the risk less than the risk of the jury not accepting that Lisa Bennett had shot Anne LaRussa, and she decided to take the chance. Her father certainly would. Vince told me Anne LaRussa was a good cook after the accident.
Okay.
Keera had thought of the first Sunday of the month's dinner her family had shared, of the stuffed pork loin sitting on the kitchen counter looking like it might explode, were it not for the string holding it together. My mother is also a good cook, and she will tell you every good cook has string in the kitchen. Cotton string.
String?
Harrison asked, still not seeing the connection. You use it to tie meat together, to make sausage, to tie the legs of chickens and turkeys after you stuff them. We found the source of the potassium nitrate. Maybe we found the source of the cotton. In the YouTube video Keera had watched, the cotton string was soaked in the potassium nitrate, then laid out in a grid pattern on a baking sheet, and dried in an oven set on a low temperature. Once the string dried, it could be lit with a match, and it burned like a fuse. It was why that morning, when they found the stump remover in the shed at the LaRussa house, it had both scared and intrigued her. Intrigued because she felt as if they were onto something. Scared because she feared they might never figure out exactly what that was. Maybe she had figured it out.
Again,
Harrison started. Keera cut him off. I know. Anne died of a gunshot wound, not from a bomb exploding. She considered her watch. She was out of time. I'm just sticking to Mr. Cobalt's principle. Watch the YouTube video, then read the Emmys report I just sent to you. Anne LaRussa was dying of cancer. Ambrose withheld that report. She had 4 to 6 weeks to live. Who would have known this? She didn't wait for Harrison to answer. Dr. Lisa Bennett, an oncologist and Anne's best friend. When I crossed Bennett, she said, Patsy handed Keera the trial transcript, open to the tagged page, Bennett's testimony highlighted. She said, quote, I just couldn't endure seeing my best friend go through something similar, end quote. Bennett also had the photographs of her and Vince together. It bugged me, but I wasn't certain why. Now I know. Why wouldn't Anne have kept them to show Vince? CSI makes no mention of finding copies of the photographs, meaning Anne gave the only copies to Bennett. Why? Again, Keera didn't wait for a response. Because she wanted the prosecutor and us to have them, that's why. And you and I both agreed that Anne LaRussa could not have obtained the tree stump remover from that top shelf in the shed, nor could she have maneuvered the lawn on her own. We both agreed someone helped her. It wasn't the gardener, it was Bennett. Bennett helped Anne take her own life.
How, though? Why?
I don't know how exactly, JP. She somehow created a fuse using string and stump remover. Maybe it wasn't to ignite something. Maybe she used the string to pull the trigger of the gun, but wanted to get rid of the string after the fact to make it look like Vince shot her. That's what I need you and your engineering friend to figure out, and fast. She looked at her watch. I need you to get to the LaRussa house and look through the kitchen drawers for cotton string. If you find it, figure out how Anne LaRussa rigged a ghost gun using string to make it look like she was shot.
We need time, Keera.
Unfortunately, we don't have it. I'm supposed to close end of the day. And I need to follow up my direct examination of you with a demonstration you come up with to fully impact the jury.
I don't know what to tell you, Harrison said. The earliest we could bring something to court, if we can even figure it out, would be tomorrow, Friday. Can you filibuster with one of your witnesses?
Patsy checked his watch.
Go, he said to Keera. You get to court so you don't piss off Judge Hung any more than you're already going to. I'll deal with this.
I need time, Patsy.
At the moment, you need to get into that courtroom before Judge Hung sanctions you. Let me handle buying you some time.
Keera exited the conference room and entered the courtroom. Judge Hung had already taken the bench. Ambrose, Ritchie, and Rossi turned to look at Keera as she entered, as did Vince LaRussa, seated alone at the defense table, 2 marshals stationed nearby.
You realize what time it is, counsel?
Judge Hung said as Keera took her place. "I apologize," Keera said. "I will not keep my jury waiting," Judge Hung said. "Do you understand?" "I do, and again I apologize." "Is Mr. Duggan joining us this morning?" "Not this morning, no." Judge Hung's eyes narrowed, and she gave Keera an inquisitive look. "Then let's get started." Keera remained standing. "I have a matter to discuss with the court." Judge Hung looked like someone just about to eat her favorite meal when the fork was pulled from her hand. "What kind of matter?" "I wish to call another witness this afternoon. A matter came up this morning, and I wish to call Dr. Arthur Litchfield to return to the stand. I called Dr. Litchfield this morning and advised him of the defense's intent. He is available and waiting in the hallway." Ambrose rose. "We were given no notice of this. Counsel didn't bother to tell us last night or this morning." "The change wasn't necessitated until this morning, Your Honor," Keera said. "I apologize to the state and to the court, but given that the state has already presented Dr. Litchfield in its case in chief, I fail to see any prejudice. And, as Your Honor said in chambers, things in trial can't always be predicted, including calling witnesses out of order. Both sides had to be prepared to move forward, without complaint." Judge Hung looked to be choking on her own words. She rocked back in her chair several times before she turned her attention to the state. "Mr. Ambrose, you can make an objection if you like, but we will proceed as Ms. Duggan has requested. Dr. Litchfield is a state witness, so I fail to see any prejudice, and the state has called witnesses out of order multiple times. You will simply have to adapt, as I did warn both counsel." With that, Judge Hung asked the bailiff to bring in the jury. When they were seated, she said, "Ms. Duggan, you may continue with the defense's case." Keera recalled the CSI detectives, nitpicking small items and stalling as much as she dared. She put on friends of the LaRussas whom JP had found, and they testified that neither Vince nor Anne had ever indicated the couple had marital problems, or that one or the other was having an affair. They spoke glowingly of Vince and said he showed great empathy and compassion for Anne following her accident. They had gone so far as to invest their money with LWM. Ambrose objected frequently that the witness's testimony was irrelevant, or hearsay, and Judge Hung sustained several of those objections. Again, Keera did her best to string out the testimony and kill time. Early in the afternoon, during a recess, Keera stepped outside to find J.P. Harrison in the hallway. He wore his best blue suit. "We're working on it, Keera. We're testing some ideas based on the YouTube video you sent, but we don't have anything definitive yet. I'm sorry. You're going to have to ask for more time." She wasn't going to get it. "I'll ask, but be prepared to go on after Litchfield." "Can you filibuster?" "I'll do the best I can. Where's Patsy?" "I don't know," Harrison said. "I thought he was inside the courtroom." Keera looked down the hall, but she didn't have time to hunt Patsy down. She went back inside the courtroom, and the trial resumed. "The defense calls Dr. Arthur Litchfield, the state's medical examiner," Keera said. Litchfield entered the courtroom looking like he hadn't changed clothes since he last testified. He sat and adjusted his glasses with the ball of his thumb. Keera moved to the lectern. "Dr. Litchfield, as part of your duties, you drew the decedent's blood and did a toxicology screening, did you not?" "Yes, I did." "Can you tell the jury what that toxicology screening revealed?" Ambrose rose. "Objection. This has been gone over in the state's case in chief." "It has, Ms. Duggan," Judge Hung said. "It's only to lay a foundation, Your Honor. I'll be quick." "Do so." "Can you answer the question, Dr. Litchfield?" "The screening revealed high levels of opioids, specifically oxycodone and hydrocodone." "Which are also known as OxyContin and Vicodin." "Yes." "Highly addictive." "They can be, yes." "Was the toxicity sufficient to kill the deceased?" "No, not in my opinion." "What is the primary reason opioids are prescribed?" "They're used to relieve pain." "Would that include the type of pain persons afflicted with terminal cancer might experience?" Ambrose shot to his feet. "Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is asking this witness to speculate. There are any number of reasons for the use of—" Hung raised a hand. "Dr. Litchfield is an expert witness and a pathologist. The objection is overruled." Ambrose's objection confirmed what Keera had already suspected. She addressed Litchfield, believing he would tell the truth, maybe even be eager to do so. "Do you need me to repeat the question, Doctor?" Keera asked. "No, I recall it. The answer is yes. Opioids are prescribed to relieve pain, such as experienced by individuals suffering from cancer." "Were you curious why Anne LaRussa had high levels of opioids in her system?" "No," Litchfield said. "Why not?" Keera asked. "My job was to determine the cause of death. I concluded Anne LaRussa died from a gunshot to the back of her skull and the associated loss of blood that resulted in the shutdown of vital organs, not an overdose." "Was Anne LaRussa suffering from cancer?" "Yes." Keera felt her heartbeat quicken. "Do you know what type?" Ambrose was on his feet again. "Objection, Your Honor. This witness is not an oncologist." "Your Honor," Keera said, "the state established that Dr. Litchfield is a board-certified pathologist and specializes in the diagnosis of disease and the causes of death." "Overruled," Judge Hung said. Keera could tell the judge was interested. "You may answer, Dr. Litchfield." "She had metastasized pancreatic cancer." "When you say metastasized, would you explain that to the jurors?" "The cancer appeared to have started in her pancreas. Regardless of where it started, it had spread to other organs as well as to her bones and her lymph nodes." "Was Anne LaRussa's cancer terminal, Doctor?" Ambrose again stood and objected that the question was beyond Litchfield's expertise. As Judge Hung overruled his objection, Keera thought of the line from Hamlet, "The man doth protest too much, methinks." She hoped the jury thought the same thing. "In my opinion, yes. Her cancer was terminal." "In your opinion, based on your autopsy examination and your experience as a board-certified pathologist, roughly how long did Anne LaRussa have to live?" "Objection," Ambrose said. "Overruled." "In my opinion," Litchfield said, 4 to 6 weeks. Keera walked back to counsel table and picked up Litchfield's report, marked as an exhibit in the state's case. Vince LaRussa studied Keera. She had not had time to talk to him before trial that morning and tell him of this development. He looked both stunned and curious, and Keera concluded from his expression that he had not known his wife had terminal cancer. She asked the court clerk to provide the admitted exhibit to Litchfield. "Now, Dr. Litchfield, would you direct me to the place in your report where you set forth that Anne LaRussa had metastasized pancreatic cancer and would die in 4 to 6 weeks?" "I can't." "It is not in this report, is it?" "No, it isn't." "It was one of your findings upon performing your autopsy, was it not?" "Yes, it was." "But it wasn't set forth in your report?" "Not in this report, no." There was the opening Keera needed. "Is it identified in another report?" Ambrose rose. "Objection, Your Honor. She's asking this witness to speculate about what another report might contain." "I'll be more specific," Keera said. "Please do so," Judge Hung said. "Did you identify metastasized pancreatic cancer in another report you prepared, Dr. Litchfield?" "Yes," he said. "I did." Keera paused to give the answer time to have maximum impact. "What report did you prepare that listed Anne LaRussa's pancreatic cancer?" "I identified it in my original autopsy report." "You listed that the deceased had terminal metastasized pancreatic cancer in your original autopsy report?" "Yes." "You prepared 2 autopsy reports?" "Yes." "More than 2? "No." "Do you normally prepare more than 1 autopsy report?" "No." "Then why is your finding
that the deceased had metastasized pancreatic cancer not set forth in this document, State's Exhibit 126.
I was told to remove any reference to the cancer.
You could have heard a pin drop. The chairs of several jurors creaked as they leaned forward. Who told you to remove that finding?
The prosecutor, Mr. Ambrose.
Keera paused, then turned and pointed to where Ambrose sat, trying to look nonplussed. But Keera knew him well enough to know from his clenched jawline and the dark pinpoints of his pupils that he was anything but. Ambrose was pissed. Pissed that someone had leaked the original report. Pissed that she had obtained it. Pissed that she had called him out in open court, at trial. And pissed that Litchfield's matter-of-fact manner of testifying only magnified that something nefarious had occurred. Ambrose's ego and his burning desire to beat Keera Duggan had pushed him to a colossal error in judgment. Keera didn't have to look at the jurors to know they were staring at Ambrose and wondering why he had gone to such an elaborate extent to cover up Anne LaRussa's cancer. Did the prosecutor say why he wanted you to take out the reference to cancer? Ambrose objected.
Your Honor, this goes to the state's preparation of this case for trial and is protected as work product.
Not when the state made the statement to an expert witness, it is not, Keera said.
Overruled,
Hung said in a terse, unforgiving tone.
Mr. Ambrose said that if the victim's cancer was not a cause or contributing factor in her death, he wanted me to remove the reference from my report.
Keera took a calculated risk with her next question, one she knew Patsy would take. Have you ever, in your 20-plus years as a medical examiner, been asked by the prosecuting attorney to remove a fact you noted in your autopsy report related to the decedent?
No.
Then I take it that this was unusual.
Yes.
Highly unusual?
Objection,
Ambrose said, but it lacked vitality. Sustained. This was the first and only time?
Yes.
Keera considered her notes, but this was again to buy time for the jury to consider Litchfield's testimony, and also to filibuster, to the extent Judge Hung would allow it. After a long minute, Keera thanked Litchfield and passed the witness. As she moved back to counsel table, she looked to the courtroom doors, but Patsy did not walk through them. Ambrose rose quickly and moved to the lectern. Hopefully he would ask a lot of questions and solve her timing problem.
Dr. Litchfield, in your opinion, did Anne LaRussa's metastasized pancreatic cancer contribute in any way to the cause of her death?
No, not in my opinion.
And is it not true that in providing an opinion on the cause of death, if a disease or illness present is unrelated to and arises independently of the victim's cause of death, then it need not be reported?
Keera almost stood and objected that the question was leading, but in a split second she decided not to draw any more attention to the question. She also had an intuition about Litchfield. It was like playing roulette, watching the ball spin and bounce and hopefully land in the tray of a number she'd bet on.
It need not be reported, Litchfield said, as a cause of death.
Ambrose looked relieved.
But it should have been reported as a finding, nonetheless.
Keera lowered her head to hide her smile. Recovering after a stunned pause, Ambrose said,
Does it in any way change your opinion that Anne LaRussa's death was a homicide? No, it does not.
Thank you, Ambrose said. He moved back to his seat, looking both pissed and embarrassed. Litchfield stepped down from the witness chair and crossed the floor to the courtroom doors. A bailiff manning the door opened it for him, and he stepped out. Judge Hung looked to Keera.
Call your next witness, counsel.
Keera stood, about to call J.P. Harrison, when the courtroom door swung open and Patsy stumbled in, swaying from side to side. Her heart seized.
Keera,
Patsy said, his volume too loud, his words slurred.
I'm here. Not to worry, I'm here, Your Honor. I'm here. I apologize for my tardiness.
Judge Hung looked initially stricken, quickly recovered, and banged her gavel.
The court will be in recess. Bailiff, escort the jurors to the jury room." She covered her microphone with the palm of her hand and spoke sotto voce to one of the bailiffs beside her desk, who moved quickly to remove Patsy from the courtroom. When the jury had cleared the room, Judge Hung stood, rapped her gavel, and said, "I'll see counsel in my chambers." Judge Hung devoted equal time ripping into Ambrose, then Keera. Patsy, Keera assumed, was in the hallway, likely waiting for Ella or Maggie to take him back to the office. "Mr. Ambrose, in my 40 years of both practice and as a sitting judge, I have never heard of a prosecuting attorney doing what you did, getting an expert witness to manipulate his report." "Your Honor, manipulation," Ambrose began. "Save your breath for the disciplinary board," Judge Hung said. "I expect you are going to need it." She turned to Keera. "Does the defense intend to move for a mistrial, Ms. Duggan? You are within your right to do so." "Not on your life," Keera thought. "No, Your Honor. The defense has no such intention." Judge Hung then ripped into Keera for Patsy's disruption of her courtroom and her trial. She showed no compassion or empathy for Patsy. Keera didn't expect any. As Patsy had said, he'd made too many enemies in the prosecutor's office, many of whom had ascended to the bench, and they were eager for payback. After Judge Hung's rants, given the late hour, she dismissed the jury and recessed court until the morning, at which time she said she expected both sides to close. Keera walked down the hill to Occidental Square. The sun was out and the street traffic light. People went about their day, going to restaurants, bars, making their way to public transportation and the journey home. She thought of the recent nights she and Ella and Maggie had shared with Patsy eating dinner. How nice it had been to be a family, to get along. For the first time since she could remember, the nights together didn't feel like the sword of Damocles hung over their heads, threatening to fall and decapitate them at any moment. But again, Patsy had tainted her memories. Her mother was wrong. The law was not Patsy's jealous mistress. That role belonged to alcohol. Keera shook the thought to focus on the trial, where they were and where she needed to go. She had struck a significant blow against Miller Ambrose, possibly ruined his career, or at least his ambitions. She took no pride in it. He'd done it to himself. But she remained far from winning the case. She'd established that Anne LaRussa had terminal cancer, but Arthur Litchfield had still concluded her death a homicide, not suicide. And there was no guarantee Harrison and his engineer friend would come up with a viable theory to account for all the evidence to explain what Keera now believed had happened, or that the jurors would even accept an argument that Anne LaRussa committed suicide. After the pasting by Judge Hung in chambers, Keera had spoken with LaRussa in the King County Jail. He told her he had no idea Anne had terminal cancer. Neither Anne nor Lisa Bennett had said a word to him. She didn't have time to discuss Harrison's efforts to support her theory, but Litchfield's testimony that Anne was dying had been the piece of evidence missing. Had they known that, the defense would have proceeded with that understanding and tried to determine how she had committed suicide. The question of why she had done it, and likely with the intent to frame her husband, remained a mystery. One only Anne LaRussa and Dr. Lisa Bennett might ever know. She also decided not to tell LaRussa about her interview with Philip McPherson, not believing it was of any significance to the trial. She crossed Occidental Square, envious of the people seated at the tables enjoying an evening meal, or drink, or just the sunshine. The paddy wagon's patio was full, and the interior of the bar and restaurant humming. Liam caught sight of her and called out as she passed the wrought iron railing, inviting her for a drink. "I'm in trial," she said, "but I'll be done tomorrow. Maybe I'll stop by." "I'm going to hold you to that," Liam said. She would no doubt need a drink, and Liam would no doubt hold her to it. She stepped into the elevator. A part of her hoped it fell 3 stories, but the elevator rose without incident and stopped on the 3rd floor. Keera stepped out, sick to her stomach, as she approached Patrick Duggan and Associates, attorneys at law. Maggie sat at her reception desk. "You didn't go home?" Keera asked. "No, I didn't go home. I had to go get Patsy from court, just like old times. Maggie, I'm sorry. Can it, Keera?" "It is what it is."
Keera decided to let it be. "Where's Ella?" "She's in Patsy's office, trying to make sense of his trial materials while he's sleeping it off." The door to Patsy's office was closed. Keera debated whether to open the door or to walk down the hall to her office, change into running clothes, and get her emotions in check with a run. She sighed. She wasn't angry, just sad. Her father had an illness. Maybe it wasn't his fault. Maybe she needed to find forgiveness. Bitterness had certainly not made her feel any better. She took a breath and pushed open the door. Ella sat behind Patsy's desk. Patsy lay on his couch, his eyes closed. "How is he?" Keera asked. Ella shrugged. "Ask him." Her father bolted upright and flashed a bright grin, his eyes clear. "For once I thought I'd use my shitty reputation for something positive," he said, his speech crisp, showing no signs of being drunk. "Like you said, they expected me to fall flat on my face, and who am I not to give the people what they want?" Maggie came down the hall and entered the office smiling, then broke out laughing. "That was an act?" Keera asked. "I've had a lot of practice over the years, haven't I? I assume you got your extension." Keera smiled, uncertain what had just transpired. "I got it, but Patsy, what about your reputation? Your career?" "I'm at the end of my career, kiddo. We all know that." "Your Cross of Rossi was a masterpiece." "Then let it be my final one. My best role is the one you've put me in, counselor, someone who can provide advice. This is your show now, you and Ella and Maggie. I'm just glad I got to go out on my own terms." "The Irish brawler," Ella said, nearly in tears. "The Irish brawler," Patsy said. Chapter 32. August 18th, 2023. Friday morning, after a long night of preparation, Keera called J.P. Harrison to the stand. She, Patsy, Harrison, and his engineering partner had come up with the theory of how Anne LaRussa could have committed suicide that accounted for each variable, and they'd put together a video. That was well and good, but there remained the issue of Ambrose. He would object vehemently to the introduction of the video evidence, and even Patsy wouldn't bet that Judge Hung would admit their videotape demonstration. It might very well have been a long night for very little reward. As Harrison entered the courtroom, Keera had to admit he cut a dashing figure. His suit was a dark shade of gold, and a white shirt complemented his dark skin and made him look both fashionable and competent. He commanded the room's attention. "Good morning, Mr. Harrison," Keera said.
"Good morning,"
he said, his English accent full. Perfect. "Would you tell the jury your background?" Harrison spoke casually. He sounded relaxed, confident. He told the jury of his education in England and the United States. He had studied criminal justice at the University of Washington, a local, and he had intentions of attending law school and becoming a lawyer. "Why didn't you?" Keera asked.
"The police department called to me," he said. "I had a desire to serve and to protect, to maybe make a difference in someone's life."
Keera asked, and Harrison told the jury of his experience during his 25 years serving at the Seattle Police Department. He explained how he was a uniformed officer for 5 years, then sat for and passed the detective's exam. She went through his various stints as a detective in the CSI unit, where he learned the department's intricacies, fingerprinting and DNA gathering and analysis, ballistics and the forensic sciences. From there he worked in a number of SPD detective departments at police headquarters, before reaching Seattle's Violent Crimes Unit, where he had served for 15 years. "And then you retired?" Keera said.
"That's the one thing I found I wasn't very good at,"
Harrison said, smiling.
"I'm one of those people who likes to stay busy. I tried golf, but found it tedious. I tried fishing, but found it too slow. In the end, I decided I loved what I did during my career. I loved the forensic sciences, solving puzzles, solving crimes."
"What exactly is your second career?"
I obtained my private investigator's license, but really I'm more of a private forensic investigator.
You work for the defense?
I work for both the defense and the prosecution, though the prosecution usually has their own experts, like the men and women I assume have testified here during this trial. But police departments have also retained my services when they want a fresh pair of eyes.
It was a rehearsed answer to let the jury know Harrison had no bias. He'd been a cop. He'd served as a detective who worked to put criminals behind bars, and still occasionally did. Keera took Harrison through what she'd asked him to do, and he explained, in great detail, what he had done when he went out to the LaRussa home.
I noted a number of puzzling pieces of evidence. Ultimately, my job is to explain that puzzle, he said.
Would you tell the jury those puzzle pieces of evidence? Keera asked.
Gladly.
Keera used slides as Harrison spoke. Each variable came up on the screen as he mentioned it, complemented with a photograph.
First, there was Lisa Bennett's fingerprint on the locked oven door handle. Second, I noted a burn mark on the oven door.
Keera displayed a photograph, and Harrison authenticated it for the jury. Detective Rossi couldn't explain the marking. He thought it could have been a wear mark, Keera said. Do you agree?
No. I had scrapings of that mark tested, which refute such an assumption.
Why? What did the scrapings reveal?
Potassium nitrate.
Keera asked Harrison to explain where potassium nitrate came from and what products might contain it. What other piece of evidence did you find puzzling?
Third, there was the water on the floor.
There's a broken glass on the floor in the picture, Keera said. Could Anne LaRussa have dropped a glass?
Certainly. In fact, I believe she held a glass of water, or broke a glass to account for the water on the floor. However, I had the water on the floor analysed, and the analysis is what I found interesting.
What did you find?
The water contained trace amounts of potassium nitrate, as well as microscopic cotton fibres.
Any other puzzle pieces?
Number 4 was the gun, of course. If someone had shot Anne LaRussa, he or she had to have stood behind the kitchen counter, given the blood spatter evidence and the estimated distance of the gun barrel to where the victim sat.
Harrison then provided a more detailed analysis of the blood spatter. Ambrose did not object, because his blood spatter witness had testified to much the same thing.
If the person wanted to leave the gun at the crime scene, the most logical choice would have been to simply drop it and walk out the front door. The location of the gun on the opposite side of the counter, near the wheelchair, was, therefore, troubling. Even rudimentary gun owners know better than to toss a loaded gun onto a hard surface.
What other evidence puzzled you?
Number 5. Sunday was one of the hottest days on record in Seattle. Temperatures were well over 100 degrees in most areas of Puget Sound. 106 in Seattle on that day. The LaRussa home had an air conditioning system tied into the heating system. That is, the air conditioning kicked on automatically if the temperature inside the house exceeded 72 degrees, which it did that day. But the air conditioning system was not on. Seemed if there was ever a day to use it, that was the day.
Anything else?
Number 6. The candle burning on the kitchen counter.
What did you find odd about the candle?
Nothing, but it was certainly another piece of evidence to consider, especially since I read in the CSI reports that the candle was lit. But CSI did not find a match or a lighter anywhere in the kitchen.
And did you come up with an explanation for all these puzzle pieces?
Not right away. There was a lot of trial and error. But eventually, yes, I believe I did.
Each piece of evidence? Keera asked, sounding skeptical.
I had a high school chemistry professor, Mr. Cobalt, who told us that a theory wasn't a theory unless it explained all the variables. If it did not, then it wasn't a theory, it was a hypothesis. We got A's for theories, C's and D's for hypotheses.
Let's go through the evidence one piece at a time. First, Lisa Bennett's fingerprint on the oven door handle. What did you conclude from that?
Obviously that she touched the door handle.
Several jurors smiled. She testified here in court she didn't open the oven door.
I don't believe she did. In fact, the upper oven door was locked, as if for cleaning. But the knob was not moved to the cleaning setting.
Keera displayed another photograph, and Harrison said,
I think it much more likely she slid the latch and locked that door shut.
I'll come back to that, Keera said, trying not to sound rehearsed. What about the burn mark on the door handle? Can you explain that?
As I testified, we found potassium nitrate in both the scrapings from the mark on the door and in the water on the floor.
And did you come up with an explanation for the potassium nitrate?
I believe so, yes.
Harrison explained, with the use of photographs, how he had gone back to the house, to the gardening shed in the backyard, and located the container of stump remover. He showed where the stump remover was located. Ambrose took notes. He was certain to argue that Anne LaRussa could not have reached the can. And what is the chemical composition of stump remover? Keera asked. Another photograph displayed the back of the stump remover container.
100% potassium nitrate.
You mentioned you also identified cotton fibers. Can you explain those?
I didn't find anything to explain the cotton fibers in the gardening shed. But upon re-examination of the kitchen, I located a spool of cotton string in a kitchen drawer.
Do you have photographs documenting where you found the spool of string? Harrison showed the jury photographs depicting the spool of string in a kitchen drawer. Ambrose sat with legs crossed, pen resting on his notepad, still confident. He did not know how this fit together, and clearly intended to attack Harrison with Anne's physical limitations. Keera was about to ask a question that would change Ambrose's calm and collected demeanor. And the gun on the floor near Anne LaRussa's wheelchair. What is your explanation as to how it ended up there?
I think it would be best if I showed you, Harrison said.
How can you do that?
I have a video that explains each piece of evidence and visually demonstrates my theory as to what happened.
And do you believe it will help the jury to better understand the evidence?
I do.
Ambrose had uncrossed his legs and moved to the edge of his chair as Keera asked Judge Hung for permission to play the video. Ambrose rose.
Objection, Your Honor. We were given no notice of a video or a chance to review it ahead of Mr. Harrison's testimony. This is highly prejudicial.
The video was not complete until late last evening, Your Honor, Keera countered. We're happy to let the state consider it before showing it in court.
We'll take a recess, Judge Hung said. I'll see counsel in my chambers.
After the jury departed, the court reporter, Keera, and Ambrose walked behind the bench and down the hall to Judge Hung's chambers.
This is bullshit,
Ambrose said under his breath. No, Keera said. This is trial. Judge Hung stood behind her desk.
Explain yourself, Ms. Duggan.
As the court told both counsel, witnesses might be called out of order and things come up. We have to be willing and able to roll with them.
And this video presentation is one of those things.
You can ask Mr. Harrison, Your Honor.
I'm asking you.
Keera had considered this question and prepared her response. The puzzle pieces Mr. Harrison identified could not be easily explained. His explanation came only after we realized that the medical examiner's report had been improperly redacted to remove the fact that Anne LaRussa had terminal cancer, and the logical assumption that Anne LaRussa could have committed suicide became apparent.
Your Honor, this is speculative and ludicrous, Ambrose said.
Keera pressed forward through the interruption. Upon receipt of this information, Mr. Harrison's working theory made sense, and the video became relevant. Counsel for the state didn't even try to explain all the evidence. We will, with the aid of the video. Mr. Harrison has been working night and day on a theory that explains all the evidence. The demonstration could not be done in court for a number of reasons, primarily because firing a weapon is dangerous.
Why wasn't the video presented to the state for an earlier viewing? Why wait until we are in court? Again, Your Honor, you can ask Mr. Harrison, but the answer is everything didn't fall into place until we received news of Anne LaRussa's terminal cancer, which had been intentionally withheld from the defense. It was a very late evening. Judge Hung leaned back and took in a deep breath. Her nostrils flared, her eyes pinpoints of black. Ms. Duggan, if I determine that Mr. Duggan's exploits in my courtroom yesterday were somehow a ploy to buy you and your expert time, I will sanction you and report you to the ethics section of the Washington Bar. I believe that my father's drinking problem is well documented and understood in this building, and by many of the judges who preside over these courtrooms, yourself included, she said, not answering the implied question or lying to the court. So are his antics, Judge Hung said. My father's alcoholism is not an antic, Keera said. It's an illness. If you wish, I can call my mother, my sisters, and my brothers to document it for the court. Judge Hung pursed her lips, duly chastised. Then she said, We will view the video in chambers. I will then decide whether to admit it in court. Get your witness and bring him in here. Keera left chambers and exhaled. The butterflies in her stomach fluttered, but she suppressed them. The video was, in essence, her queen in this chess game, her most powerful piece. Now was her opportunity to attack. Ambrose had provided the opening. Lose this argument and she would lose the trial. Win, and she had a chance. She retrieved J.P. Harrison and his laptop from the courtroom, and together they returned to chambers. After a moment to get set up, Harrison played the video for Judge Hung and Ambrose. When finished, Ambrose strenuously objected. This is pure speculation. Hardly, Keera said. It is based on the evidence collected and scientific fact, but if the state wishes to raise that argument on cross-examination or in closing, the state is certainly free to do so. Mr. Harrison has been qualified as an expert witness and therefore may testify in the form of an opinion. This represents his opinion as to what happened. It is relevant, and this video will aid the jury in understanding what the defense believes happened that Sunday evening.
Anne LaRussa never could have put these things in place given her physical limitations, Ambrose said,
telegraphing his cross-examination.
It would have been impossible.
Keera shrugged. Again, the state is free to make that argument on cross-examination and in closing to the jury.
This should not have been withheld, Ambrose countered. If the state had it, we could have had our experts go over it in detail and conduct their own experiments to determine if this is even accurate.
And if the defense had Dr. Litchfield's original autopsy report before the state asked him to modify it, we would have known that Anne LaRussa was dying of cancer at the trial's outset, instead of having to change course at the 11th hour, as it were, Keira said. The state's actions caused our delay. The state cannot have it both ways. Ambrose opened his mouth to speak, but Judge Hung raised her hand and silenced him. She closed her eyes and exhaled, opened them and stared at her desk for a very long minute. Then she raised her gaze to Ambrose and Keira. "I will allow the video to be played for the jury," she said. Keira felt a great sense of relief. "Provided Ms. Duggan can lay a proper foundation. You may cross-examine the witness to challenge his findings and opinions, Mr. Ambrose. If you disagree with my ruling, you may bring an appeal. What you can no longer do is argue a breach of fair play. You reap what you sow. We're done here. I'm not keeping my jury waiting another minute." Back in court, J.P. Harrison retook the stand. Keira laid a foundation for the video, Ambrose objected, and Judge Hung ruled the video admissible. She then spoke to the jurors. "I want to caution the members of the jury that the video is a demonstration of what the defense expert believes explains the underlying evidence. It is the defense's theory as to what happened." With that admonishment, Keira played the video and Harrison explained it.
"You will see a mannequin that is the same height as the decedent, Anne LaRussa, seated in Anne LaRussa's wheelchair."
Harrison explained that he had taken measurements based on Anne's height and the height of her wheelchair. Then he said,
"If one takes cotton string and soaks it in a potassium nitrate solution, in this case the stump remover found in Anne LaRussa's shed,
then dries that string on a low temperature in an ordinary oven. One creates a fuse that will ignite.
Again, Harrison showed the process on the video, as well as the string burning like a fuse.
Now the gun. The question that needed to be resolved was how to get the gun to be upright if not held in a person's hand.
Several jurors looked perplexed by this comment.
After failed attempts, I realized I was ignoring 2 pieces of evidence. The water on the floor also contained potassium nitrate, not to mention the fact that someone had turned off the air conditioning.
Meaning what? Keera asked.
A simple way to ensure the gun is upright is to freeze the gun grip in a block of ice.
Did you find any containers that could have been used to hold water while it froze into the block of ice?
The gardening shed had many such containers. The container had to be big enough so the block of ice would hold the gun upright with the barrel parallel to the ground.
The video depicted a handgun with the grip in a block of ice in a container.
Upon setup, the ice is removed from the container and placed on the towel to keep it from sliding from the counter.
Again, the video depicted this.
Now, how does one pull the trigger?
Harrison asked.
The first thing to understand is the trigger does not require much pressure. On a 9mm handgun, as was the case in this instance, the required pressure is just 3.5 pounds.
So how would Anne LaRussa pull the trigger while sitting in her wheelchair with her back to the gun? Keera asked.
She didn't need to pull the trigger. She just needed to pull the string.
Several jurors leaned forward. Harrison showed a 9mm handgun of the same make and model as the ghost gun, its grip in a block of ice on a wooden countertop that he explained was the same height as the LaRussa's kitchen counter. Measurements taken proved him accurate. The block of ice was placed on a kitchen towel. The mannequin sat with her back to the counter. Across the wheelchair arm were 2 ends of a length of cotton string that had been dipped in potassium nitrate, then dried. One end of the string went from the wheelchair arm across the counter and around the oven door handle, which was locked shut, then returned, wrapping around the trigger of the pistol and continuing back to the wheelchair.
What the person needs to do is get rid of the string and the block of ice. On such a warm day, with the air conditioning in the house turned off, the ice simply melted. The string is a tad bit trickier, but then I recalled the potassium nitrate and the candle. The person in the wheelchair would need only to ignite the return end of the string, which would burn like a fuse. The person puts an end of the fuse in the candle flame, drops that end, places the candle on the nearby counter, then pulls the other end of the string. The oven door provides leverage, like a pulley system. The trigger depresses, and the gun fires. Eventually, the string completely burns, undetectable to the naked eye, but for the burn mark on the oven door handle.
And you performed an experiment to determine if your theory works.
Yes, if I may.
Ambrose rose.
The state will make a standing objection to the jurors viewing the videotape.
So noted, Judge Hung said. With that, Harrison played the videotape and explained that the string in the demonstration was pulled from behind bulletproof plexiglass. His friend, the inventor, lit the fuse using a candle. He then tugged on the other end of the string that went around the oven door handle. The string depressed the trigger, and the gun fired. The mannequin's head exploded and fell forward, then listed to the side. The force of the gunshot lifted the grip of the gun from the ice, and it flipped grip over barrel, landing on the floor, not far from where they had found the ghost gun. The jurors looked punch-drunk, so much so that Keera ended her examination on that stunning moment. Ambrose stood and approached the lectern.
That's a rather elaborate experiment, he said. It took how long for you and your friend? I believe you said he was an inventor and a mechanical engineer. That's right. How long did it take you and this friend to come up with this? We've been working on a theory to explain the evidence for weeks. Weeks? And how many times—
Ambrose paused.
How many times did you have to perform this experiment before it worked? We developed this theory and this experiment just last night,
when we learned that the decedent had terminal cancer. We only had this one chance.
Ambrose quickly pivoted.
You don't think that Anne LaRussa, confined to a wheelchair, thought of this elaborate experiment on her own, do you? I think that is entirely possible. What was Anne LaRussa's educational background? I don't know. Do you think someone with a degree in English literature could have come up with something so elaborate as you and your friend, the mechanical engineer, did?
There it was. Ambrose's arrogance had led him to ask a question he should not have, a question to which he did not know the answer.
I do, if she knew how to use the internet, Harrison said. Sadly, you'll find this very contraption on YouTube, available to anyone who can stroke computer keys.
Ambrose's Adam's apple bobbed, but he moved on as if nonplussed.
The shelving in the tool shed where you located the stump remover was just about 7 feet tall, was it not? Yes, Harrison said. And the stump remover was on the top shelf, yes? Correct.
Ambrose did not ask the next question. He would argue in closing to the jury that a woman confined to a wheelchair could not have reached the stump remover.
And the backyard is sloped. I believe one of your photographs depicts the shed location in the backyard.
Harrison found the photograph and placed it on the computer screen.
That slope would have made maneuvering a wheelchair treacherous, would it not? Ambrose asked. It certainly could have, Harrison agreed. And that block of ice, how much did it weigh?
Harrison answered, and Ambrose refrained from asking Harrison whether a partially paralyzed woman could have lifted and placed the block of ice on the kitchen counter by herself. Again, he'd make that argument to the jury. Ambrose concluded and sat. Keera rose. It was time to move her queen and again put Ambrose in check. Mr. Harrison, counsel intimated that Anne LaRussa could not have reached the potassium nitrate atop the 7-foot shelf.
I can only say it would have likely been a challenge, Harrison said.
Or maneuvered her wheelchair down the sloped lawn in the backyard.
Again, I can't say for certain, but it definitely would have been a challenge.
And a challenge to lift the block of ice.
Certainly.
Then your experiment did not account for one variable, Anne LaRussa's physical limitations, did it? In her peripheral vision, Keera noted the jury turn their gazes to her, with expressions indicating they had misheard her question.
It does, actually, Harrison said. We concluded that Anne LaRussa must have had help. Perhaps a friend who couldn't endure seeing her suffer from the cancer that would eventually kill her.
Something snapped, drawing Keira's attention briefly to counsel table. Vince LaRussa sat with an expression of controlled rage. She looked down at his hands in his lap. LaRussa had snapped in half the pen he had been holding. Chapter 33. Ambrose spent the remainder of the afternoon recalling witnesses, especially his forensic experts, to refute J.P. Harrison's testimony and his experiment. Judge Hung had no alternative but to allow him to do so, though the two sides would not have their closings now until Monday. The problem with Ambrose's attack on Harrison was the experiment had worked, and it had explained all the variables. In this case, a picture, or video, was truly worth 1,000 words. Keera decided against cross-examining the recalled witnesses, except for 1 or 2 questions. To most, she asked, "You will admit, will you not, that the experiment worked?" They had little choice with the video staring them, and the jurors, in the face. Any attempt to disparage it only made them less credible. Keera was glad for the additional time to prepare her closing. She would now argue that Anne LaRussa, dying of terminal cancer, had taken her own life. She would argue that because of her physical limitations, Anne LaRussa had to have help, as Harrison had testified, that she could not have set up the device on her own. She would argue that Harrison's theory also explained why Lisa Bennett, her best friend, carried the large bag into the house and why it looked heavy. The bag, Keera would say, likely contained the block of ice with the gun. She would tell the jury it explained why Bennett left the LaRussa home that night in tears, clearly upset, with the bag not as heavy as when she entered. She would argue that the redacted medical examiner's report explained why Anne LaRussa's best friend would help Anne take her own life, why Bennett's testimony made even more sense. Having witnessed her husband suffer so much pain, Bennett couldn't bear to see her friend suffer during those final weeks. It explained the amount of opioids, pain medication, prescribed and in Anne LaRussa's system. Keera would argue that Lisa Bennett's actions had not been malicious, but merciful. Ambrose couldn't very well argue that Keera had changed arguments in mid-trial, not after withholding the information about Anne LaRussa's cancer. The only thing Keera did not yet know was why Bennett and Anne LaRussa had gone to such an elaborate length to frame Vince LaRussa and possibly send him to prison for the rest of his life. Anne LaRussa had not acted because Vince had an affair, at least not with Lisa Bennett. Had there been someone else? And if there had been, would Anne LaRussa be so vindictive? Would her best friend, Lisa Bennett? Keera didn't see it. After trial, Keera told J.P. Harrison to wait for her in her office. She wanted to speak to LaRussa. She met LaRussa in the council room in the King County Jail after he had changed back into his red scrubs. He entered the room with a somber smile and slumped into the chair across from her.
"That was brilliant," he said.
Clearly Anne had helped Vince. Lisa Bennett?
"No doubt,"
LaRussa said. Why, Vince? Why would your wife and her best friend try to put you behind bars for the rest of your life?
"I don't know,"
he said, shaking his head vigorously.
"I've been asking myself that same question."
It wasn't a good enough answer. She persisted. You weren't having an affair, not with Lisa Bennett. Was there someone else?
No one. You'll have to talk to Lisa."
No, I don't. Not to create reasonable doubt, Keera said.
"She'd likely lie anyway."
Something in his tone. Why do you say that? He seemed to catch himself.
"Because she's been lying this entire time, hasn't she?"
What axe does she have to grind with you, Vince? He stood suddenly, his voice rising.
"I don't know, Keera. I wish I did, but I don't know. You think this comes as a shock to you? Imagine the shock to me. My own wife doing something like this."
LaRussa took a breath and took a moment to gather himself. Keera thought of Phil McPherson saying LaRussa's temper could trigger like the flip of a switch. He calmed.
"I'm sorry for the outburst. This is all a bit much. It saddens me to think that I could have done something to bring Anne to such a drastic measure, but I have no idea what that was. I really don't."
Keera read his facial expression and his posture. Nothing overt to indicate he was lying or hiding something. Still, her intuition told her otherwise. Something wasn't right. Something remained missing. Okay. She stood and started for the door. I'll see you Monday morning in court.
"Keera."
She turned back at the door.
"Brilliant,"
he said. Then he smiled.
"Truly brilliant."
Goosebumps ran up Keira's spine and along her arms, the kind she used to get when Miller Ambrose stalked her. Keera returned to the office. "Heard you and JP knocked it out of the park," Maggie said as Keira stepped from the elevator and entered. Keira deflected the enthusiasm. "We got the video into evidence. We're not done yet." "What's eating you?" Maggie asked. "I just don't want us to get ahead of ourselves." She started for her office but stopped and walked back to the reception desk. "But whatever the outcome, Maggie, we couldn't have done it without your help. I'm grateful. I know you haven't asked for anything, but I'm going to suggest to Ella that you be compensated for all your extra time. A bonus." "Thanks," Maggie said, sounding uncertain. "That means a lot, Keira. You were invaluable getting all of our pleadings finalized and filed, ordering in food, coordinating the witnesses. Thanks for everything you've done." "Okay," Maggie said. Keira stepped forward, and after an awkward moment, she reached out and hugged her sister. She couldn't remember the last time she and Maggie shared a hug. Maggie looked uncomfortable and felt stiff. Keira released her and asked, "JP here?" Tall, dark, and handsome is in Patsy's office being debriefed. Any chance he'll be single soon? With JP, you never know. Frankly, you could do better. Really? Maggie said. Because he's like an 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. He can't give you what you want, Maggie. What you deserve, Keera said. Again, her sister looked confused. Keera found Harrison, Ella, and Patsy in Patsy's office.
Hey, there she is.
Patsy stood from his chair and walked around his desk with his fist up, like a boxer in a ring.
Man, I wish I could have been in court today.
Keera smiled. I do too, Dad. Do you have any idea what a not guilty verdict will mean for the firm? Ella said. We're going to have to hire associates again to handle cases coming in the door. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Keera said. We still have to close. Harrison smiled.
You're not serious, are you?
I am, she said. Patsy threw a couple of jabs, then a cross.
I'm going to have to give up my nickname to a new Irish brawler in town.
You'll always be the Irish brawler, Dad. Has today's transcript come in yet?
I haven't looked,
Patsy said, lowering his fists.
Everything okay?
Fine, it's just...
Why did Bennett and Anne LaRussa do it?
Patsy said.
We were just having that conversation. What did Vince have to say?
Harrison asked. He said he didn't know, but I think he does know.
Is that what's eating you?
Patsy said. Among other things, yes.
Anne was dying of cancer,
Harrison said. She was, but that doesn't explain why she and her best friend would try to pin her murder on her husband and put him away for life. That goes well beyond vindictiveness. There's more, Keera said. You think he could have been having an affair with someone else? Ella asked. That was my first thought. LaRussa denied it, but I think it's a distinct possibility. She turned to Harrison. Did you see what happened in the courtroom today when it became clear that Bennett had to have helped Anne?
No. I saw you turn, but...
Vince snapped the pen in his hand.
Heard the snap,
Harrison said.
Didn't know what it was.
It reminded me of what Phil McPherson said, that LaRussa could lose his temper in an instant, that he could snap. He lost his temper in the jail also when I pushed him for an answer.
But he didn't snap. He didn't kill his wife. You've proven that. He didn't do it. What else is bothering you?
Patsy said. I want to know what happened. This is like a draw in chess. You fight this hard and then there's no resolution.
You only need to prove reasonable doubt to win,
Patsy said. It's not about winning. It's about knowing the truth. I'm going to go find Lisa Bennett. Find out why she did it.
She'll deny it,
Patsy said. Keera knew her father was right. Without more evidence, Bennett had no reason to tell the truth and every reason not to.
Okay. I just suggested we all go down to the paddy wagon and have dinner. The firm's treat,
Patsy said. Tempting, she said. You all go. I just want to go home, go for a run, sit in a warm bath and relax.
You sure?
Patsy said. Yeah. She turned to Harrison. Do me a favor. Don't sit next to Maggie at dinner.
No.
Keera shook her head. No. Harrison grinned.
Your sister likes me.
You go out with her and... He raised his hands.
No worries. I want no part of the Irish brawler.
Keera returned home to an empty house and suddenly felt very isolated. She was alone. Unmarried, no boyfriend, no children. She thought of Ella and Maggie, both also alone, and her 2 brothers and their divorces. Ella was alone by choice. She chose not to put herself out there and potentially get hurt. At the other end of the spectrum was Maggie. She tried to fill the deep hole she had dug with meaningless encounters, but they would never mend her so she could be whole. Keera didn't want her life to be like either of theirs. She didn't want to run from intimacy or blame her problems on her father's drinking. She realized she had been doing just what her father had always done. She'd been making excuses for her drinking and making poor choices. She'd made a poor choice dating Miller Ambrose. The consequences were her fault, not his. She never should have placed herself in that situation. A person in a gasoline-soaked suit should never play with matches, she thought. Her father was an alcoholic, so were both her brothers. She suspected Ella was also, but had sought help and conquered it, the way Ella conquered everything, head-on. Alcoholism was in Keera's family genes. She was soaked in gasoline. She walked to the cabinet, to where she kept the match, retrieved the Dalmore Scotch bottle, and took it into the kitchen. She opened the top, tipped the bottle upside down, and let the liquid flow down the sink drain. She wouldn't light the flame any longer. She put the bottle in the recycle bin and walked back into the living room. She wished she had someone to talk with. She wished for children who needed dinner, baths, help with homework, anything to take her mind off what had happened in court this afternoon. She had an eerie premonition that Vince LaRussa had gotten away with something. Maybe not the murder of his wife, but something. An affair? Something nefarious, as Phil McPherson had certainly hinted. But why would that cause Anne and Lisa to frame him? Needing a distraction, Keera went for a long run. When she came back, she felt better. She went into the kitchen to get a tall glass of water. Passing through the dining room, she hit the spacebar on her laptop. Patsy would know she needed a distraction. He'd made his 30-second move. From Dark Knight to Seattle Pawnslayer. King slides to G1. He was running, trying to escape the inevitable, but she had her queen. From Seattle Pawnslayer to Dark Knight, queen to E3. Check. From Dark Knight to Seattle Pawnslayer, king to G2. Rather than an all-out attack with her remaining pieces, even those that once looked trapped, Keera moved her knight. From Seattle Pawnslayer to Dark Knight, knight to F5. From Dark Knight to Seattle Pawnslayer, bishop takes pawn at D4. A desperate move now to get away. Each move she made would keep the king in check to prevent him from moving his queen and taking her bishop, ending the game. Absent a fatal mistake, she couldn't lose. From Seattle Pawnslayer to Dark Knight, king takes pawn at H4. Check. No escape. No respite. Patsy could run, buy some time, but he could not get away. What would he do now? Concede? Do something desperate? From Dark Knight to Seattle Pawnslayer, king to F1. From Seattle Pawnslayer to Dark Knight, queen takes pawn at D3. Check. Patsy had been so close to winning, he had never considered he might lose. Was it poor planning, a flawed strategy? Or was it ego that led him to this situation? She thought again of Vince LaRussa and couldn't help but think of the parallels that he, too, was on the run and believed he was about to win. Her computer pinged, an incoming email. She knew before she even looked. From Worthing, Jack, sent August 18th, 2023, to Keera Duggan. Subject, final move. Keera stared at the subject line. She'd come this far. The game of her life. Final move. She'd damn well play it out. Damn right she would. To the very end. Chapter 34. August 19th, 2023. Harrison picked up Keera Saturday morning.
Where to?
He asked. Beaverton, she said. With no direct or cross-examinations to prepare, with jury instructions finalized and before Judge Hung, and with her closing in good shape, Keera decided to make this drive with Harrison.
Again?
Harrison asked. Jack Worthing says this will be the final move.
You believe him?
We've played the game this far. Let's see what we learn, where it takes us.
I was afraid you might say that. Open the glove box.
Keera did. You brought a gun?
If this is going to be the final move, I'd prefer it not to be our final move.
We don't need a gun.
You sure about that?
She wasn't. Keera shut the glove box and looked out the window. What did you find on this woman?
Nothing,
Harrison said.
She's not on social media, no property in her name, No car registered to her, no criminal record, no civil lawsuits. I checked all the usual sources. Never found her. Maybe Stephanie Bowers is like our Jack Worthing. Maybe she only exists in literature.
I tried that route, Keera said. Skimmed the play again. She's not in there. Not that I found.
You think this could be the woman LaRussa was having an affair with?
The thought crossed my mind, but the address makes that unlikely.
Why?
It's a mobile home park. The Red Rock Mobile Estates, a mobile home and RV park, was located 30 minutes to the west of Beaverton. Keera had seen some nice mobile home parks, with homes relatively new and the community clean and tidy. This was not one of them. The homes at Red Rock were aging and decrepit, some without skirts, rusting. Broken-down cars littered the narrow asphalt roads along with battered bikes and garbage bags. Trees were few and didn't offer much in the way of shade. When Harrison drove his car into the park, the residents, some sitting out in folding chairs, drinking beer and smoking cigarettes, looked at the car like they were looking at an ATM. Harrison pulled up to the trailer parked on Space 14, an RV that looked like it hadn't been moved in years. Out front was a folding table and 2 chairs. A broken awning extended from the RV and had been tied with rope to a tree limb, offering a triangle of shade. Harrison reached across his car and grabbed the gun from the glove box, putting it in the holster he wore under a thin linen jacket, the sleeves rolled to his elbows. "This is everywhere, USA," Keera said, smiling at Harrison's discomfort.
"This is a robbery waiting to happen," he replied. "That's what everywhere USA has become."
Keera and Harrison pushed from the car. Harrison stopped at the hood, his arms folded, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses. He watched the residents across the way as Keera walked up wooden steps and knocked on the door.
"She'll never hear you," Harrison said over his shoulder. "Knock like you mean it."
Keera balled her hand and banged on the door with the meaty part of her fist. A moment later, a woman opened the door, squinting as if the light hurt her eyes. Keera guessed late 70s, and those looked to have been hard-lived years. She wore a white tank top, cut-off jean shorts, and no shoes. Definitely not someone Vince LaRussa was having an affair with. "Who the hell are you?" the woman asked, squinting into the bright sunlight. "Stephanie Bowers?" Keera asked, still trying to make sense of it. "I paid my rent yesterday afternoon. You can call the park manager. Better yet, go and see him. Asshole told me I had to pay a $20 surcharge." "I'm not here about the rent," Keera said. "What are you here about, then?" "Vince LaRussa." The woman looked suddenly fearful. Her eyes widened and her already pale skin looked translucent. "Don't know anyone by that name." "I think you do." "Well, you think wrong, honey. So get off my paid-for parcel of concrete before I call the police." "No need." Keera pointed to Harrison. "That's a police officer right there." Harrison held up his private investigator's billfold like a cop held up his badge and identification. His jacket fell open, his gun visible. Several residents watching from across the road found other things to do. Stephanie Bowers looked to be debating what to do. "I'm not here to cause you any trouble, Ms. Bowers. Just want to ask you a few questions. I actually represent Vince LaRussa." "For what?" she said, her voice raspy. "You haven't watched the news or read the newspaper lately? Who do I look like, Barbara Walters?" "But you do know Vince LaRussa." "Look, you're gonna cause me a lot of grief and heartache, okay? Not to mention a place to live and food on my table." The fog lifted. "Vince pays your rent and for your food?" "I didn't say that." "Yes, you did." "Why does he pay?" The woman looked like every swallow hurt her throat. "Why are you people suddenly so interested in who I am after all these years?" "Did someone else come to talk with you?" Keera asked. "His wife." "Vince's wife?" "Came about 7-8 months ago. I'd never met her." In her peripheral vision, Keera saw Harrison turn his head. In her mind, she calculated that the person who came to speak to Stephanie Bowers did so before that person spoke to Mary Bell, Eric Fields, or Spencer Tickman. What did she look like? Keera asked Bowers. Tall, blonde, well-dressed. Keera and Harrison shared another look. Lisa Bennett. Things were getting more than interesting. What did she want? Keera asked Bowers. Same as you. She wanted to know about Vince. Bowers shook her head, then stepped back inside the RV, but she did not shut the door. She grabbed a crumpled pack of cigarettes and a butane lighter from a cluttered counter and moved to the tattered and torn lawn chairs beneath the makeshift awning. Let's get this over with. Uncertain the tattered chair would hold her weight, Keera sat carefully. The nylon strip sagged underneath her. Stephanie Bowers sat across from her. She held out the pack of cigarettes. Keera shook her head. No, of course you don't, Bowers said. Hey, she called out to Harrison. He looked back over his shoulder. She held out the pack. Harrison raised his hand. I'm trying to quit. Why? Something has to kill you. Might as well be cigarettes. She lit one, took a drag, and tilted back her head as she blew out the smoke. She set the lighter on the cigarette pack, balancing it on the fragile chair arm. What do you want to know? Why did his wife come to talk to you? Bowers laughed, which caused a coughing fit. When it subsided, she said, She thought Vince and I were having an affair. Did she say why? Found monthly payments Vince has been making to me for years. Thought maybe I was his girlfriend. She must have been relieved to learn you weren't. Not really. No? Why not? I think you better first tell me why you're here, so I'm not doing all the talking. I was told to come talk to you. Told by who? His wife? Jack Worthing. Bowers vigorously shook her head. Not possible. Why not? She took another hit on the cigarette, stalling. The fingernails of her left hand had yellowed. She was missing teeth. I think you better tell me a little more about what this is all about. Keera did. Bowers listened, her eyes occasionally flickering to the ground, or off to the left or the right. Uncomfortable. By the time Keera had finished, Bowers had extinguished 2 cigarette stubs on the ground. Let's start with why Vince pays for your rent and for your food, Keera said. Because I'm his mother, she said, her stare now defiant. And before you go talking about how wonderful and kind that is, it ain't either. He doesn't pay because he loves me or has any sympathy for me. Why does he? Because he's embarrassed of me, embarrassed and ashamed. He pays to keep me quiet and in the shadows, out of his life. I'm sorry, Keera said, not certain what else to say. Why are you sorry? Shit, I'm over it. It is what it is. Is Bowers your married name? Second marriage. No, third. I can't keep track. She laughed, then coughed again. A smoker's hack. And the name LaRussa? That would be Vince's daddy. He was not a good man. He preferred the belt and the bottle. Together it got bad, sometimes real bad. I had many trips to the hospital, Vince and me. He beat Vince? Welcome to the real world, sweetie. What happened to Vince's father? Keera asked, wondering if he could somehow be Jack Worthing. Not sure. Me and Vince took off one day. If I hadn't, he'd have killed one or the both of us. Never seen or heard from him again. How long were you together? Hell, I don't know. What the hell does that matter? You want to tell me I was an idiot? Go ahead. I've heard it all before. No, I don't. I actually understand. How the hell would you understand? Look at you in your nice clothes, nice car. You don't understand. My father's an alcoholic. That's a polite way to put it. I'll try using that next time instead of drunk motherfucker. How old was Vince when you left his father? Keera tried again. I don't know. We weren't much on celebrating birthdays. 11 or 12, I'd guess. So his father could not be Jack Worthing. Not likely, anyway. How did he cope with it? Vince? Hell, he didn't care.
He always had his nose in a book reading something. Seemed like he didn't pay much attention to anything in the real world. Probably easier that way. He was a reader? She laughed and coughed and talked through it. He used to go to the library, would walk or ride his bike if he didn't have a flat, and come home with a stack of books in his backpack. Keera had a sense where this was headed. Did he read plays? Plays, comic books, magazines, books. He read everything. Like I said, always had his nose in something. When I said Jack Worthing sent me, you said it wasn't possible. Why not? Because Jack Worthing was a name Vince made up and used in his imaginary world. Imaginary world? Boy had his head in the clouds half the time. He was always imagining things. He imagined he was rich and everybody at school liked him. Guess it made him feel important. Used to say his name was Jack Worthing. Dunno where he got it. Figured he got it from one of those books, but hell, I don't know. Never been much for reading myself. My daddy used to read with him, though. His grandfather? He lived close by, drove a taxi around town, mostly at night. Slept most of the day, but when he was up, he'd get Vince from school and they'd read together while I was at work. Your father drove a taxi? Keera said, thinking about the car service Vince LaRussa started in college. Vince idolized him, Bowers smiled. He used to sell baskets of strawberries for him. My daddy bought him at the store. Thought it would teach Vince the value of $1. Sent him off every Saturday to keep Vince out of trouble. When Vince got home, his father would make him hand over the money. He'd beat him if he didn't. I think Vince held back some of the money, though, but I don't know. Which explained why Vince sold the baskets for more than what was expected. He didn't want to turn over all the money. When he got older, he told his grandfather someday he'd start his own taxi company and make him the boss over everyone. She laughed and coughed some more. He was a determined little boy, I'll give him that. But I wasn't much help getting him where he wanted to be. He took off after his grandpa passed. Did you tell his wife about Jack Worthing? I don't recall. It might have come up. She asked a lot of questions. I figured her being his wife, and she'd already found me. She shrugged. So there was no sense hiding. Did you let Vince know that his wife came here? She laughed and shook her head. Yeah, I just fired up my laptop and sent him off an email. She shrugged. I don't even own a phone, honey. Can't afford one. Besides, I don't know if he'd be pissed and maybe cut me off. Didn't want to take that chance. I would truly be screwed. Did you tell his wife that? I asked her not to let Vince know she'd found me. Yeah, you bet. The truth is rarely pure and never simple, Keera said. Bowers stopped in mid-puff. Vince used to say stuff like that. Vince or Jack Worthing, Keera said. Bowers looked at her, but this time she didn't correct Keera and tell her Jack Worthing wasn't real. I don't know, she said. Back in the car, driving north to Seattle, Harrison said, Lisa Bennett posed as Anne LaRussa. I think we've proved Bennett was Anne's accomplice. But why? Why set Vince up? We still don't have an answer to that. You think Lisa sent the emails? I don't know for certain, but it seems logical, doesn't it? Nothing in this case seems logical. We know Anne didn't send them. And what reason would Vince have to send them? None I can think of. Assuming it's Bennett, what is she trying to tell us? That appears to be the $64,000 question, doesn't it? Harrison looked at his watch. We could stop by Bennett's house and ask her, tell her what we know. Put it to her bluntly. We could, Keera said. But thinking it through, she wasn't so sure that was the best thing. She clearly wanted us to have this information. I'm not as certain she wanted us to figure out what she and Anne did, framing Vince. It's like Vince LaRussa said in jail. She could just deny it, and what would we have gained? Ambrose might call her again. Get her to say she didn't help Anne set up the gun. If he does, you could— He won't. Ambrose doesn't want to give me another chance to cross-examine her. He's better off arguing his points in his closing.
He'll tell the jury the suicide is a desperate theory because we couldn't prove Lisa Bennett shot Anne.
What then do we do?
We go forward and finish the trial, Keera said. You did your job. Now I do mine. I give my closing. I tell the jury the evidence does not support the finding that Vince LaRussa killed his wife. Harrison didn't respond. He didn't have to. Keera knew what he was thinking. The evidence in court exonerated Vince LaRussa for the murder of his wife. Of that she was certain. But the evidence Jack Worthing's emails had provided indicated something far less certain. Chapter 35. August 21st, 2023. Monday morning, Keera sat at counsel table, Vince LaRussa between her and Patsy. Patsy came despite the issue of Judge Hung reporting him to the bar for appearing in her court drunk. He wouldn't lose his license. More likely he'd be ordered to counseling. Not a bad thing. Patsy told Keera wild horses couldn't keep him out of the courtroom this morning. LaRussa leaned over until their shoulders touched.
Everything all right?
He whispered. The warmth of his breath was punctuated with the aroma of eggs. What Keera did not smell was the acidic odor of nerves.
You seem quiet.
Just focused on my closing, she said. She had not told him about Stephanie Bowers. Not yet. Not until she had a better understanding of what was going on.
You won't let me down, LaRussa said. I know you can't promise me anything, except that you'll give it your very best and fight every step of the way.
She turned her head and considered him, but more his words. He'd just repeated what she'd told him the first time they met in his condominium, nearly word for word. LaRussa grinned. Then he sat back and faced forward. It sent goosebumps up and down her arms. She had to fight against the urge to shudder. The bailiff called the courtroom to order. They rose in unison as Judge Hung entered. She glanced at counsel table, no doubt surprised to see Patsy, but refrained from commenting. She instructed the bailiff to bring in the jury. Judge Hung provided the jury a brief statement about closing arguments, what they were, and how the jury should interpret them. She told them the state would give its closing, followed by the defense. The state would then have the final word on rebuttal. The jurors wore their poker faces and their posture was stiff, their movements robotic, nervous. Ambrose approached the lectern. He greeted and thanked the jurors for performing their civic duty. He told them the justice system could not work without them. It was all rote. Keera had heard it many times before.
I told you in my opening statement this case was a tragedy. I told you the evidence would prove that a disabled woman, Anne LaRussa, was shot in the back of the head by her husband because she threatened to take from him all that he had worked to accomplish. It wasn't inconsequential. You heard our forensic accountant testify that the defendant's assets are in the tens of millions of dollars. What do we know now? What has the state proven? These are the indisputed facts.
As Ambrose spoke, April Ritchie put bullet points on the courtroom computers.
2 people came to the LaRussa home the evening of Sunday, June 4th, between 6:07 and 7:30 p.m. Both had been summoned by Anne LaRussa. The first was the family lawyer, Sid Evans. Mr. Evans testified that Anne wanted to invoke the forfeiture clause in the prenuptial agreement she and the defendant had signed at the time of their marriage. Sid Evans testified that when he left the LaRussa home that evening, Anne LaRussa remained very much alive. The second person summoned to the LaRussa home was Anne LaRussa's best friend, Dr. Lisa Bennett. She arrived at 7:03 p.m. Dr. Bennett testified on that witness stand, under penalty of perjury, that Anne LaRussa summoned her to the home because Anne believed Lisa Bennett was having an affair with her husband. An affair that would have triggered the forfeiture clause in that prenuptial agreement. Lisa Bennett denied the affair, but Anne LaRussa produced photographs of Lisa Bennett and the defendant, Vince LaRussa, at a restaurant in Madison Park. Lisa Bennett testified the purpose for the meeting was concern about her friend's well-being, concern that her friend had become addicted to prescription painkillers, opioids. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that it doesn't matter whether Dr. Bennett and Vince LaRussa were having an affair.
Ambrose paused here for effect.
What matters is what Anne LaRussa believed. Was she paranoid, irritable, depressed? Was she terminally ill? It doesn't matter. All that matters is what she believed.
As Ambrose spoke, Keera fought to remain attentive, to take notes on his statements she would have to counter in her closing. But her mind wandered, which it almost never did. Her ability to intensely focus while contemplating the ramifications of each potential chess move was what made her such a formidable player. Her thoughts drifted back to that first meeting in LaRussa's condominium, and her words that Vince LaRussa had just repeated. She had wanted this case desperately, to prove herself both to Ella and Patsy, but also to Ambrose. Now she felt trapped. She thought of Vince LaRussa wanting to put in a gate at the top of his driveway. He said it was to protect Anne, but his wife didn't want it. She said it would make her feel even more like a prisoner. That thought made her think of Anne's family, who testified that they rarely saw their daughter the last few months without Vince present. He'd moved his office to the house. He said he didn't like to leave Anne alone, but maybe he didn't want her meeting with others without him present. What did he fear? Anne LaRussa had clearly been snooping. She'd found the monthly payments Vince made to Stephanie Bowers, and she thought he was having an affair. Instead, she learned he had a mother she'd never met, a life she knew nothing about. She had to wonder who the man was who had shared her bed for so many years. What else had she found? Another thought came, and this one sickened her. Had Vince LaRussa killed Anne and made it look like a suicide? Had he drugged his wife with the many drugs in her medicine cabinet, set up the device, and planned to get off for a crime he had committed? One thing Jack Worthing had taught Keera through his witnesses: Vince LaRussa was a survivor. He'd survived his father's beatings. He'd learned how to lie to keep money he'd earned. And he had survived prosecution for stealing. Ambrose continued.
Dr. Bennett testified she could not convince Anne to the contrary. She said Anne was upset, distraught. She testified that when she left the LaRussa home at 7:29 Sunday evening, Anne LaRussa remained very much alive. Now, defense counsel tried, at first, to argue that Lisa Bennett killed Anne, her best friend. The defense argued Lisa Bennett did so because Anne might have threatened Lisa Bennett's medical license for overprescribing the opioids, in retaliation for the affair she believed Bennett was having with her husband.
Ambrose paused for emphasis.
Then he said, "There are so many problems with that argument. So many."
Ambrose listed the problems while April Ritchie put them up as bullet points on the computer screens.
If Lisa Bennett didn't know Anne's suspicions until Sunday night, why would she have purchased and brought a gun before then? She wouldn't have. With this huge hole in their argument, the defense reversed course and came up with an alternative theory, this time that Anne LaRussa, confined to a wheelchair, thought up, set up, and built an elaborate mechanism to kill herself, a mechanism that took the defense's highly skilled expert witness weeks to concoct. The defense told you their theory accounts for all the evidence gathered in the LaRussa home by the CSI team.
Another pause.
But it didn't account for the most fundamental facts. Anne LaRussa was not physically capable of putting that elaborate mechanism in place. The defense also didn't give you a reason why Anne LaRussa would kill herself and seek to blame her husband. The defense came up with yet another theory. And it is, again, centered on Dr. Lisa Bennett. The defense wants you to now believe that Anne's best friend helped her take her own life. The same best friend who testified that Anne accused her of having an affair with her husband.
Ambrose's voice dripped incredulity.
These are fairy tales, ladies and gentlemen. These are fables, fantasies. This is desperation. The defense is throwing mud on the wall and hoping something, anything, will stick to create reasonable doubt in your minds so that you will free a murderer.
That notion struck Keera in the chest. Was she about to free a murderer?
Forget the fantasies and fables. Remember the facts. Vince LaRussa arrived at home that night and his wife remained alive. How do we know this? Because Dr. Bennett said Anne LaRussa was alive when she departed the house at 7:29. There is no dispute about that. We can also assume, because we know Anne LaRussa spoke in detail to Sid Evans about the forfeiture clause, that she confronted her husband, Vince LaRussa, about having an affair and threatened to take all his assets. This isn't speculation. It's common sense.
And LaRussa's intent came to a head that evening. Are we to believe she didn't also confront her husband? Why then go to all the trouble? Why hire a private investigator to get photographs, proof in her mind of the affair? Of course she confronted Vince LaRussa. The defense also intimates the state tried to hide Anne LaRussa's cancer. You heard the medical examiner. Her cancer had nothing to do with her death. Maybe everything came to a head that evening because Anne LaRussa knew she was dying and didn't have a lot of time remaining. So she confronted her husband and swore to bankrupt him. And in response, Vince LaRussa, Ambrose pointed to LaRussa, shot and killed his wife. Shot her in the back of the head. A coward. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the only logical conclusion based on the evidence. Ambrose paused as if to gather himself. Then he said, "Let's go through it together, piece by piece." Half an hour later, Ambrose neared the end of his closing. It had been a strong presentation under the circumstances, workmanlike, detailed, as usual. It illustrated how much he wanted to win this case, how much he wanted to beat Keera. But the evidence did not prove Vince to be a killer. Keera was sure J.P. Harrison had explained and depicted what had happened, a theory that satisfied all the evidence. She was sure Vince LaRussa had not pulled the trigger of that gun. The evidence did not, as Miller Ambrose kept telling the jury, fit. But could LaRussa have set up the gun? If not, why did Keera have so many reservations? "We'll take a brief recess," Judge Hung said. Keera looked up from her thoughts. Miller Ambrose was retreating to counsel table. The jurors remained poker-faced. "And when we return, the defense will give its closing." Keera broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly nauseated. She slid back her chair. "I have to use the restroom," she said, and departed the courtroom. She hurried down the gray and white marble floor to the bathroom and pushed open the door. The bathroom, like the building, was more than 100 years old, with black and white terrazzo tiles, wooden bathroom stalls, and porcelain sinks. Keera turned on the tap water at the first sink and splashed cold water on her face, letting it cool her skin. She sensed someone approach the sink beside her. When she looked up, Lisa Bennett's mirrored reflection stared at the water flowing from the tap of the adjacent sink. Keera had not seen Bennett in the courtroom. She likely had been watching the closed-circuit television in the adjacent room. Either way, Keera sensed this chance meeting had been orchestrated. "You're Jack Worthing, aren't you?" Keera said. "No." Bennett rinsed the soap from her hands. "I'm just the messenger. You know who Jack Worthing is." The door to the bathroom pushed open, and others, some of whom had been seated in the gallery, walked in. Bennett turned for the towel dispenser and dried her hands on coarse brown paper before discarding it in a bin. She glanced once in the mirror, catching Keira's eye. Then she left. "I'm just the messenger." Bennett had sent the emails. "You know who Jack Worthing is." Jack Worthing was, according to Stephanie Bowers, Vince LaRussa. So what did it all mean? Keira returned to the courtroom and retook her seat, aware that both Patsy and LaRussa watched her. Judge Hung had not yet retaken her seat on the bench. The question welled inside her, building until she could no longer suppress it. She turned and faced LaRussa. He didn't look surprised or inquisitive. He looked at her as if he had anticipated this moment. "You've known who Jack Worthing is all along. Not the person who sent the emails, but the name. You know that name." She expected him to deny it. She expected him to furrow his brow and look perplexed, as he had done when she first raised that name in the attorney conference room at the King County Jail. She expected him to ask what she was talking about. A skilled liar. He didn't. Vince LaRussa's lips inched into a thin grin. "What I've known is irrelevant to the job you have sworn to do, Counselor," he whispered. "You promised to provide me with a vigorous defense every step of the way, to the very end." He leaned closer. His eyes darkened, his stare hardened, his jaw set. "Do your job." Ms. Duggan. Judge Hung had retaken the bench. Does the defense wish to give a closing statement? LaRussa broke eye contact and sat back, staring straight ahead. Ms. Duggan. Keera looked past LaRussa to Patsy, who appeared concerned. Keera took a breath and addressed Judge Hung. It does, Your Honor. She moved her laptop to the podium, her mind spinning. She looked to the jurors and somehow pulled everything together. Movement inside the courtroom slowed. She could see every move in the trial unfolding, as she once could see the moves on a chessboard being played. May it please the court. She thanked the jury for their service. Then she said, like many of you, I have struggled with the evidence in this case, though never with Vince LaRussa's innocence. It's why we are here, in court, because the evidence is perplexing. Her competitive streak kicked in. My client, Vince LaRussa, is innocent. He came into this courtroom innocent until proven guilty. The state had the burden to prove his guilt, but not just to prove it. The state's burden is to prove his guilt to each and every one of you, beyond a reasonable doubt. She gave her stock comments on reasonable doubt, something she used often in her trials. Judge Hung would provide the jury with a specific instruction after closing arguments. I struggled because the evidence seemed contradictory. I struggled to understand how all the variables fit together in a coherent theory. You heard our defense expert, J.P. Harrison, testify to much the same thing. He said a theory is not a theory unless it accounts for all the variables. He learned that in his high school chemistry class from his teacher, Mr. Cobalt. If the theory accounts for all the variables, he received an A. If it does not, then the theory fails. It is just a hypothesis. Several jurors smiled, no doubt recalling Harrison and his testimony. The prosecution failed, Keera said. The state's theory of this case simply doesn't account for all the evidence, and is, therefore, not a theory but a hypothesis, mere speculation. She paused a moment for emphasis. Then she said, Let's go through the evidence Mr. Ambrose did not explain. She hit the computer screen and put up the bullet points Ambrose had used. She used them like chess pieces to attack and deplete the state's position one move at a time. She paused to give the jury the opportunity to think on its own. Patsy said too many attorneys told the jurors what to think. The good lawyers left the jurors white space and allowed them to seemingly reach conclusions on their own. It was an art. It was a gift. The state tells you to use common sense, but the state never gives you a common sense answer to these questions, Keera said. I'm sure the evidence was puzzling for some of you, until J.P. Harrison presented you with a theory supported by an experiment that accounted for every piece of evidence. J.P. Harrison presented evidence that Anne LaRussa killed herself. He presented a method by which she accomplished this. Mr. Harrison passed Mr. Cobalt's test. He got an A. The state, in its closing, asked you to reject Mr. Harrison's theory because the state says it doesn't make sense. The state argues Anne LaRussa could not have physically set up the mechanism on her own. The state argues Anne LaRussa had no motivation to blame her husband. The state anticipated the defense's argument that Anne LaRussa did not set up the device on her own, that she received help from her best friend, Lisa Bennett. She took a deep breath. She parted her hands, holding them palm up. Anne LaRussa was dying. She had terminal cancer. She had weeks to live, at most. The state did not want you to know this. The state went to great lengths to not let the medical examiner, Arthur Litchfield, tell you this critical piece of evidence. What was the state trying to hide? Was the state trying to hide the fact that Dr. Lisa Bennett, an oncologist who lost her husband to cancer, knew both professionally and personally the pain and suffering her best friend would endure those final, horrible weeks? That it would be a blessing for Anne and for her family if she died quickly? Was it trying to hide the fact that Lisa Bennett would do what her best friend asked and help her to leave this world on her own terms? Instead, in its closing, the state raises another question. Why would Anne LaRussa and Lisa Bennett set up the device that killed her, and why would they seek to blame her husband? Keera turned and looked to Vince LaRussa. His eyes shifted, momentarily engaging her.
I don't know, she said. She looked to the jurors. We may never know why. But that isn't my job. And that isn't what you have been asked to determine. I told you in my opening statement that my job was to convince you that reasonable doubt exists as to whether Vince LaRussa killed his wife. The state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Vince LaRussa, with malice aforethought, shot and killed his wife. But I don't have to tell you that. You figured it out on your own, as was your duty. You know Vince LaRussa didn't do it. Vince LaRussa did not murder his wife, and that is the only question before you. I ask you to do your duty. I ask you to find Vince LaRussa not guilty. After a brief pause, Keera thanked the jury. She felt physically and emotionally drained as she made her way back to counsel table. The rush of adrenaline she had so often felt at the end of chess tournaments and at the conclusion of trials did not come, nor did the satisfaction. Ambrose stood to give the final word. Keera thought he would try to provide an answer to the question she had posed. He didn't. He couldn't.
The defense would like you to believe this case is complicated,
Ambrose said.
They would like you to believe the evidence is complicated. It's too complicated to figure out, so let's throw our hands up and find the defendant not guilty.
He shook his head and stared at the jury.
The defense is the one trying to confuse you, not the state. This case is simple. Anne LaRussa called Sid Evans to her house that Sunday night to discuss the forfeiture clause in the prenuptial agreement. Anne LaRussa called Lisa Bennett to the house that Sunday night to accuse her of having an affair with Vince LaRussa, an affair that would trigger that forfeiture clause. You heard Dr. Bennett testify on the witness stand, under oath.
Another pause. Ambrose was clearly struggling to keep his anger under control.
No one else came to the house that night. No one broke a window or jimmied a door before Vincent LaRussa came home that night. Anne LaRussa confronted him with evidence that would cost him tens of millions of dollars, and he shot Anne LaRussa in the back of the head.
He stared at them. His voice calmed.
Tragic, but straightforward. Simple. Don't let the defense confuse you. Find the defendant, Vince LaRussa, guilty of first-degree murder.
Ambrose sat. Vince LaRussa's fate was now in the jury's hands. So why did Keera feel like it remained in hers? Chapter 36. Judge Hung sent the case to the jury just after lunch. Vince LaRussa was escorted back to jail to await the jurors' verdict. Keera did not talk to him. She gave Patsy that task. Then they returned to their office. Both expected a long deliberation. 2 hours after returning, Keera received word from Judge Hung's court clerk that the jurors had several questions. Judge Hung wanted counsel to brief those questions, meaning provide legal support for their positions, further indicating a long deliberation.
I'll do it,
Ella said in Keira's office with Patsy and Maggie. I have that research, and I know the trial transcript better than anyone. Thanks, Ella, Keera said as Ella headed to the door.
Not a problem.
I mean it, Keera said. Ella stopped and looked back. Her eyes panned from Keera to Patsy, then to Maggie, and finally back to Keera. This is what a family does, she said. Keira smiled. And law firms. I'll make some fresh coffee and order in sandwiches, Maggie said. Anything in particular? I'm not hungry, Keira said. I'm ordering you a sandwich and you're going to eat it, Maggie said. That goes for you too, Dad. Keira smiled. Okay, but first I'm going to go for a walk to clear my head. Take your cell phone, Maggie said and left Keira's office.
You want some company?
Patsy asked. I think this time I'll go alone.
You have that look,
he said. What look is that? Keira said, feigning ignorance.
That look young defense attorneys get when they realize the person they're fighting so hard to get off is guilty. They wonder what the hell they're doing, what kind of person they're putting back on the street.
You've experienced it, Keira said. Patsy smiled, rueful.
I have. And I can tell you it isn't nearly as bad as that feeling you get when you know an innocent client is going to be convicted.
I'm sure it isn't.
So what's eating you, kiddo? LaRussa didn't kill his wife. I think that's pretty clear.
Is it? Keera asked. I'm no longer so certain. Maybe he didn't pull the trigger, but I don't think he's innocent, Dad. I just don't know what he's guilty of.
Is this doubt coming from Jack Worthing and all the people he sent us to talk to?
I ran into Lisa Bennett in the bathroom just before giving my closing argument. I said, "You're Jack Worthing."
What was her response?
She said, "No, I'm just the messenger. You know who Jack Worthing is."
Vince?
I think it means she wrote the emails and she helped Anne set up the device. I think she sent me to talk to those people, to his mother, to learn that Vince is Jack Worthing. Just before I gave my closing, I turned to Vince and asked him.
What did he say?
He told me to do the job I promised to do. She sighed. Remember I said there's a line of dialogue and the importance of being earnest?
I remember you said something. I don't remember the line.
The truth is rarely pure and never simple. I think that applies here. I just don't know what the truth is in this case. Patsy didn't answer right away. After a few moments, he said,
Here's the thing to always remember, kiddo. You were retained to do a job. You can't beat yourself up because you did that job well. It's the state's job to put criminals behind bars. I think you still have some PA blood in you, and it's making you question your job as a defense attorney. It takes time to understand a defense attorney's job isn't to get anybody off. It's to make sure your client's rights are protected. If you do your job, then the outcome, guilty, not guilty, hung jury, is irrelevant.
Patsy walked to the door.
Go for your walk. You'll feel better. I'm going to my office, and your sister is going to force-feed me a sandwich.
Keera took the elevator to the first floor, but she only walked as far as the paddy wagon. She opted for a booth in the back where she would often sit and work on her laptop when she wanted to get away from the office phones. Liam appeared at her table.
Eating alone, he said. That's not healthy.
Just drinking, she said.
Even less healthy.
Club soda with a lime. He checked his watch.
Too early for Delmore.
Waiting on a jury, she said.
Been reading about the trial in the paper, Liam said.
It's in the jury's hands now, she said.
I'll leave you to your thoughts then.
He returned minutes later with her club soda and lime, as well as a salad and slices of bread and cubes of butter.
Never good to drink on an empty stomach.
He smiled before he departed, giving her privacy. Keera responded to emails on her phone that required attention. She didn't know what was worse, being in trial or trying to get out from under the mound of work that piled up in her other cases while she was in trial. She was glad to have the distraction. At some point, she sensed someone standing at her table and looked up, expecting to see Liam.
Thought I would find you here, Frank Rossi said. Looks like you're getting a head start on everything you haven't done in the last several weeks. I know that feeling too well.
Keera leaned back against the seat cushion, curious. As with Lisa Bennett in the courthouse bathroom, she knew this was not a chance meeting. I would have thought you'd be doing the same thing.
I'm not as conscientious as you, Rossi said.
He gestured to the booth seat across the table from her. She motioned for him to sit. Liam returned.
Whatever she's drinking, Rossi said. What is that, vodka, gin?
Club soda with a lime, Keera said. Rossi looked at his watch, which caused Keera to look at hers. It was after 5. Judge Hung had sent the jurors home. Almost simultaneously, Keira's phone pinged. A text from Ella. The count clerk had called to advise exactly that.
Club soda with a lime, Rossi said.
You just in the neighborhood and decide to stop by? Keera asked. Rossi smiled.
I called your office. They said you went for a walk. I remembered you telling me you often came here when you wanted to get away from the phone.
He looked about.
I always liked this place.
Keera and Rossi had come to the paddy wagon when working cases, or to celebrate a conviction. Yeah, me too. She paused. Thanks for the Emmys report. Rossi grabbed a slice of sourdough from the basket and took a bite.
I'll deny it.
I know.
Puts the nail in Ambrose's coffin to become King County prosecuting attorney, though. Judge Hung will hang him for misconduct, no pun intended. Can't say I care, given that he was prepared to throw me under that bus.
Patsy says Judge Hung doesn't accept anything that puts a stain on the legal profession, Keera said.
Like a lawyer faking he's drunk to buy his experts more time?
Rossi asked. I'll deny it, Keera said. Liam returned with Rossi's drink. He didn't bring him his own salad or bread. Rossi took a sip.
Not bad. I could get used to this.
He set the glass down.
Crazy case, huh? Nothing like the cases we tried together. Your closing was excellent, by the way.
Thank you, she said, still waiting for Rossi to reveal the purpose for his visit.
Billy Ford said this case was like that riddle. Damned if he wasn't right.
What riddle?
The one about the guy walking into a room and finding the window open, a puddle of water on the floor, broken glass, and Mary has suffocated. What happened?
I'm too exhausted for riddles, Frank.
Mary was a goldfish. The wind came through the window, knocked the fishbowl to the ground.
He ate more bread.
You solved the riddle.
You think so?
Harrison provided as good an explanation for what happened as any.
I'm not sure I solved it.
He's going to get off, Rossi said. You know that, don't you?
Keera gave Rossi's question some thought. We'll see.
You don't look happy about it. What's wrong?
That caught her attention. The reason why he was here. Do you think he's innocent?
Of killing his wife? I thought he did it. I wanted more time to gather evidence, but Ambrose had his panties in a bunch, and your client refused to waive time. Another good move, by the way. So, yeah, I thought he did it. But after hearing Harrison's theory, watching that video, I think LaRussa's innocent. Of killing his wife, anyway.
Keera ran her finger down the condensation on the outside of her glass. She raised her gaze and made eye contact with Rossi. He seemed to want to say more.
The question I keep asking myself is a question I know you keep asking yourself. Why would Anne LaRussa do what she did? Rossi said. If she did what Harrison said, she set her death up to look like her husband killed her. Why? And why would Lisa Bennett participate in something like that? There would have to be a good reason, wouldn't there?
You talked to Bennett about it?
Not yet.
I wish I knew the reason.
You don't?
She shook her head. No.
But the same thought occurred to you, didn't it?
I'll deny it, Keera said, unable to suppress a grin.
Someone knows, Rossi said.
Jack Worthing, Keera said, throwing out the name. Rossi's features seemed to freeze, like a mask. What? She asked.
How do you know that name?
Keera studied Rossi's facial expression and his body language. He knew the name. How do you know that name?
We never released that name to the public, Keera. Where did you hear it?
Released it to the public? What are you talking about, Frank? You know that name? You're familiar with it?
I think you need to tell me how you know that name, Keera.
I'm not sure I can.
Look, Keera, we've known each other a long time, long enough for you to know I'm being sincere. This isn't some detective's ploy to get information out of defense counsel.
She recalled Jack Worthing's first email, telling her she was playing the game of her life. I can't tell you, Frank. A flash of understanding crossed his face.
You learned the name during the course of representing Vince LaRussa. Work product.
It's complicated. I just know I can't tell you,
Keera.
But I know somebody who can. Chapter 37. They took separate cars and parked at the curb in front of Lisa Bennett's home. Rossi met Keera at the stairs leading to the front door.
I should do this on my own,
he said. No chance, Frank, Keera said. She meant for me to have the information. I'm trying to figure out why. If she is going to tell anyone, she'll tell me. But you need to hear it for yourself. I can't tell you. The summer light had faded, though darkness remained hours away. At the front door, Rossi knocked. Footsteps approached, then silence. Lisa Bennett was debating whether to open her front door, perhaps contemplating that she'd been caught and fearful of having been found out. Rossi was about to knock a second time when the door pulled open. Bennett looked tired, physically worn down, and mentally drained.
Dr. Bennett.
Rossi held up his badge and ID.
I'd like a moment of your time.
Bennett looked to Keera, then back to Rossi. She didn't ask what about or feign ignorance. She looked resigned. Without a word, she stepped back to allow them to enter. They went into the front room. Rossi sat and leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. Keera took a chair off to the side.
I'm going to cut to the chase, Dr. Bennett, since I think we're all exhausted, Rossi said. Do you know the name Jack Worthing?
Bennett nodded.
Tell me how, Rossi said.
Anne first told me.
What did she tell you?
Bennett sighed. Where do you want me to start? She sounded tired.
I've found the beginning is always a good place, Rossi said.
Bennett looked to Keera. If you did as the emails instructed, then you know.
Tell me, Rossi said. I need to know.
Vince LaRussa isn't who he purports to be.
Explain what you mean, Rossi said. Who is he?
Again, Bennett glanced at Keera. Vince grew up in an abusive home with an abusive father, and a mother who was an addict. Anne found monthly payments Vince was making to a woman named Stephanie Bowers. This was after her accident. It started innocently. Anne was in his office for some purpose and found a record of the payments every month on his desk. The same amount. She thought at first it was an investor, but then she noticed the address. A trailer park outside Beaverton, Oregon. Not exactly the high-end clientele Vince sought. It made Anne curious. Given Anne's physical limitations, she couldn't very well go and talk to Bowers. And Bowers didn't have a phone. Not listed, anyway. So you went, Keera said, and told Bowers you were Anne LaRussa. Yes. And found that Stephanie Bowers was Vince LaRussa's mother, Keera said. Bennett nodded.
What do you mean she found his mother?
Rossi looked up from scribbling notes in a notepad.
Vince didn't know about his own mother?
Vince knew about her. Anne didn't, Bennett said. Vince had told Anne when they married that both his parents were dead, that he had no living relatives. It was a lie, one of many. He was paying his mother's rent and providing her food money to keep her quiet. I went to the trailer park, pretended to be Anne, and spoke to his mother. Bowers said she and Vince took off in the middle of the night after his father nearly killed her. They never saw him again. She described an ugly household and said Vince escaped the abuse by reading about other people's lives and imagining them to be his life. One of those lives was Jack Worthing, a character in a play with an alter ego. It's not unusual for a child subjected to early, repetitive trauma to fail to develop a core sense of identity, and to instead create an alternate identity, possibly more than one, that is radically different from his reality.
Like multiple personality disorder?
Rossi asked. Dissociative identity is the clinical term, though it's not universally accepted by medical and health professionals. In essence, the belief is that the child creates an identity or identities unlike his own to avoid having to cope with trauma. The child creates different memories, different families, even different friends. In Vince's mind, his alternate identity was someone well-liked who had lots of money, or would soon. But that person also had a dark side that did the dark things the other identity would not. Vince associated wealth with success at a very young age. Accumulating money became paramount to him because he believed it represented happiness. Bowers told me all about Vince, all the things Anne didn't know. She told me about his schooling, his friends, all the things a wife should have known, but Anne didn't. I told Anne what Bowers told me, and she dug deeper. She worked backwards and eventually found Vince's schools in Beaverton and his college, Washington State. The more people she talked with from Vince's past, the more she realized Vince was a fraud and a likely sociopath. She learned that Vince stole money from his classmates in elementary school. He hid money he earned selling strawberries so his father wouldn't take it. He embezzled money from his fraternity. He injured an employee, then paid him hush money so he wouldn't sue.
Anne LaRussa didn't know any of this when she married him? Rossi asked.
People with this psychiatric disorder are very adept liars because they believe what they are telling others is the truth. Keera recalled her inability to read whether LaRussa was telling her the truth when she confronted him about the witnesses, and she had learned to read people's tells. LaRussa never showed one. When Anne asked him questions about what his family was like before they died, Vince could speak about them convincingly, as if the people he spoke of had really existed. When I first met Vince, I didn't know what to think. He seemed too good to be true. Good-looking, motivated, charismatic. But when I would ask him personal questions, he would either change the subject or give me short answers that didn't reveal much. I worried for Anne. She came from money. She was going to inherit money.
You thought LaRussa could be a gold digger, Rossi said.
I thought it a distinct possibility, Bennett said. So did Anne's father.
The reason for the prenuptial agreement, Rossi said. Did you talk with Anne about it?
Anne was in love. She truly loved Vince, and she believed Vince was a guy who had pulled himself up from nothing. She also said money wasn't an issue because her parents would insist on a prenuptial agreement, and Vince had agreed to it. She turned to Keera. You know how it is. If you object too strenuously, you run the risk of losing your friend. I didn't want to lose Anne's friendship, so I kept my mouth shut and hoped for the best.
What does all this have to do with Anne LaRussa's murder? Rossi asked.
You're familiar with Bernie Madoff? Bennett asked.
Absolutely, Rossi said.
Madoff became Vince's template for LaRussa Wealth Management.
It's a Ponzi scheme?
Rossi asked, sounding unconvinced.
LWM is a Ponzi scheme?
It's why no one else has been able to duplicate LWM's investment returns, Keera said, recalling Phil McPherson telling her he had tried to put together various models and failed. Why Vince didn't want his employees handling any of the clients. He wasn't actually investing in the market or anywhere else. He just needed the new investors so he could pay the old investors each month. Vince only needed Anne to convince her family to invest with LWM, then get them to convince their wealthy friends. The family did so for Anne, Bennett said. They wanted Vince to be successful, and he was. LWM returned consistent profits each month for its investors. Word spread. No one did a background check on Vince because he was Anne's husband. He had a beautiful office in Pioneer Square, sat on charity boards, and eventually was on the cover of Seattle Magazine.
It was all bullshit, Rossi said.
Not initially. Vince initially had some legitimate properties and was making legitimate investments. He is very, very smart. He picks things up incredibly fast. But he always wanted more, and he needed more income to keep paying investors 8%. Rossi sat forward.
There would be paperwork, audits, loans, title reports on the mortgaged properties, and other paperwork from the deals made. How would LWM get all the paperwork needed to legitimize all the investments? To legitimize the annual audits, he asked.
He falsified the records for the vast majority of those properties. He faked the mortgage papers, Bennett said.
How did he get past the audits? Rossi asked.
He hired accounting firms to send out validation requests for his properties, but the mailing addresses he provided were P.O. boxes Vince had set up for himself.
He'd get the validation requests and fill the documents out himself, Rossi said.
He saw how easy it was, and it emboldened him. He falsified more and more records.
What about his employees? Rossi asked. Did they know?
Vince is very good at compartmentalizing his employees, Keera said, repeating what McPherson told her. And people need jobs. His big break came when the large and reputable feeder firms invested their clients' money with LWM.
They provided LWM credibility, Rossi said.
and Keera recalled that he had been an accounting major and came from an accounting family.
And feeder firms invest in things like retirement accounts. People can't cash out of retirement accounts to try to redeem their profits without paying a penalty, which would have given Vince his steady cash flow.
And nobody in those reputable feeder firms looked into this? Keera asked.
Why would they? Rossi said. The feeder firms get paid a percentage of assets under management. On paper, if the assets are increasing 8% a year, their fees increase by the same percentage.
What about the investors? Keera said, recalling more of her conversation with McPherson. They were sophisticated. Some of them surely would have figured out things weren't on the up and up and reported it.
If you were consistently getting 8% return on your investments and knew you could pull your money out at any time, would you complain? Rossi said. Many of these high-wealth investors became high-wealth because what they care about isn't social justice, equality for all, and a system in which all investors are treated equally. They are high-wealth because they care about money, making money. And Vince LaRussa is making them a lot of it every month. He's the golden goose.
He turned to Bennett.
How do you know all of this? Rossi asked her.
Anne figured it out. She told me. Anne? She was a literature major, Keera said. And always very, very smart, Bennett said. When Anne had her horses, she ran the entire equestrian business, paid all the bills, everything. She was busy and content. She didn't have the time or the interest to look into LWM's business. After her injury, she was home and started looking into things that didn't seem right. It started innocently, as I said. Anne found the payments to Stephanie Bowers. Then she found certain validation requests with P.O. boxes on them. When she looked further into it, she saw all the validation requests were being sent to different P.O. boxes, but somehow landing on Vince's desk. She didn't understand why that was. Then she found title reports and loan applications for properties, looked those properties up, and learned LWM had no interest in them.
Vince manufactured loans using false title reports, loan applications, and other paperwork from proposed deals that were never made, Rossi said. He created bogus assets, bogus properties to offset the missing cash, then sought out new investors and used their investments to pay the monthly interest to the initial investors. It's a classic Ponzi scheme.
Anne tested the waters once and asked Vince about the properties, Bennett said. Vince told her she didn't understand his business and should stay out of it. When she persisted, he got angry. Anne told him she was looking out for her parents and their friends who had invested with LWM, but Vince just got more defiant and said he was the best thing that ever happened to all of them, that he had made them a lot of money. Why did he keep documents at home if he didn't trust Anne? Keera asked.
Probably so his secretary and LWM employees wouldn't find them at work, Rossi said. In a Ponzi scheme, it's important to limit the number of people who have any information on the investment scheme. He likely had 2 sets of books, one he kept at work that he used when courting new investors, and a second set with more accurate information he kept at home.
After Anne confronted Vince, he had a deadbolt installed on his office door, Bennett said, which only made Anne more concerned. Bennett looked to Keera. Vince underestimated her. Anne's body was broken, but her mind was sharp. Anne called a locksmith, told him she'd locked herself out of her office and had a spare key made. People are empathetic to a woman in a wheelchair. They don't ask a lot of questions. She found the post office boxes for 20 fake properties and figured out Vince was replying to auditor inquiries himself. She also found an invoice from an accounting firm in Pioneer Square, returning LWM's deposit and declining to perform an audit.
Cliff Larson Accounting, Rossi said. Bernie Madoff used to choose small accounting firms with names similar to the large accounting firms to make it look like the big firms were auditing him and giving him the stamp of approval. That's why the name was familiar to me. LaRussa did the same thing.
Why didn't the accountant report LWM? Keera asked. Rossi shook his head.
Many auditing firms don't want to take the chance of becoming blackballed. It is not unusual for the firm to simply back out of the job when they find an impropriety, send a letter, and say they won't perform the audit. That happened with Madoff.
When the news broke about the murdered accountant in Pioneer Square, and Anne read the name in the paper, she knew Vince had to be involved somehow. that the accountant had figured out the Ponzi scheme and maybe threatened to expose Vince, Bennett said. Anne didn't know for sure. All she knew was the man had been murdered. You're saying Vince LaRussa killed the accountant in the old Pioneer building? Keera asked. Rossi looked at her.
Jack Worthing was Cliff Larson's last meeting that afternoon. At least that's what we believe. We found that name in the receptionist's calendar. That's how I know it. We've been trying to link it to a disgruntled client or former client for more than a year.
Oh my God, Keera said. And I just got him off. She felt nauseated, the same feeling she experienced as a teenager when her father came to her tournaments drunk. She stood and paced. Are you all right? Bennett asked. She breathed deeply, held her breath for 4 seconds, then released it slowly.
Keera,
Rossi said. I just need a minute, she said. She felt like she needed a long, hot shower to scrub the grime off. She sat back down and nodded to Rossi and Bennett to continue. Bennett said, Anne had another problem. Who could she tell, and how could she prove it? She didn't have a lot of time. She was dying. Bennett wiped tears. Anne told me she believed Vince killed the accountant, but she didn't have proof. Bennett shrugged. She was my best friend.
But why the elaborate suicide? Rossi asked.
Bennett let out a breath of air. Anne had been in considerable pain, but she had related that pain to her paralysis. When the pain persisted and got worse, I had her brought in and we did a PET scan. That's when I found the tumors. I told her she had weeks to live. Anne was stoic. She told me she didn't want to live the next 40 years as she was, in a wheelchair, and especially not with Vince. Without enough time to get evidence that Vince killed the accountant, she decided instead to frame Vince for her murder. She hoped to put him away for the rest of his life, so he couldn't harm anyone else. After we came up with a mechanism that would work, Anne crafted emails for me, if I needed them. She turned to Keera. Those are the emails I sent to you. Why me? Keera asked. The question had bothered her from the start. Why not send those emails to the prosecutor or to the police, the detectives investigating the accountant's murder? Once Anne decided to take her own life and to blame Vince, she didn't want me to be prosecuted for helping her do so. And once I committed to helping her, to lie about her accusing me of having an affair with Vince to give him the motive to kill Anne, I couldn't just go to the police or the prosecutor, not without implicating myself.
So the affair, that was all made up? Rossi said.
Anne told me to have lunch with Vince, hold his hand, make it look intimate.
Okay, so she set Vince up to take the fall for her death. Why send the emails then to anyone? Rossi asked.
Anne was doubling down. She knew how smart Vince was, how hard it would be to convict him. She also didn't want to take a chance that something would go wrong with the mechanism and Vince would get off. So she put together emails about what she had learned about Vince's past. My job was to get those emails to the right person after Anne's death, if needed. As I said, I couldn't go to the prosecutor or the police without giving away Anne's suicide and my helping her. I sent the emails in Jack Worthing's name, using a VPN, knowing Anne had used that name to talk to the witnesses. I hoped to intrigue you, make you think these people had evidence that Vince killed Anne.
You took a risk that I might ignore those emails, Keera said.
I know, she said. But I researched you once I learned you were representing Vince. I learned that you once played competitive chess, which means you're calculating and competitive. It's why I made mention of it in the first email. I hoped it would intrigue you and cause you to follow through with the other witnesses.
You still have those emails? The ones you sent as Jack Worthing? Rossi asked Bennett.
I still have them, Bennett said.
I want to speak to his mother, Rossi said. She can independently corroborate that Vince used that name, that it is a name from his past.
Rossi took out his cell phone and made a phone call.
Billy, he said, I need you to pull the Cliff Larson file, specifically the list of his clients. I know it's late. Do it tomorrow. Find out if LaRussa Wealth Management is anywhere on that list, and find the receptionist's appointment calendar. I'll explain more when I have time.
After speaking to Bennett with Rossi, Keera went home and called Patsy. She told him what she had learned, the significance of the name Jack Worthing. Patsy listened intently. Then he said,
"It's like I said, kiddo. If he walks from this charge, it isn't because you freed a guilty man. The PA failed to convict him. You just did your job. What Rossi does in the future with the information he's been given is his job. That's our system of justice."
"Doesn't make it any easier to hear, Dad."
"I know. Are you going to be okay?"
She assured him she would be, and asked him not to tell Ella. She didn't see the point. She set her phone down and instinctively moved to the cabinet beneath the sideboard, before remembering she'd poured her scotch down the sink. She inhaled a deep breath, exhaled, and turned to her other crutch. Chess. Winning was now just a matter of time, but Keera was stalling. She didn't want the connection with her father to again end. Still, it was inevitable. Patsy was running out of squares to which he could retreat. If she made a move, one out of character for the Seattle pawn slayer, Patsy would suspect she'd let him win, maybe even that she'd learned his identity and was taking pity on him. Neither he nor she would feel good about it. She studied Patsy's most recent move, king to e1. Keera moved her rook to e8. Check. She had multiple ways to finish the game, but decided to use her rook to bait Patsy's queen and keep the game alive, so he wouldn't resign. A short time later, Patsy made his 37th move. His queen took her rook at e8. Keera moved her knight to g2, and again checked his king. On his 38th move, Patsy moved his king to f2. Keira's bishop took Patsy's bishop at d4. Check. Almost over now. Almost. Chapter 38. August 22nd, 2023. Tuesday morning, Keera went into the office early, but couldn't concentrate on her other files. She was thinking about Frank Rossi, wondering if he had spoken to Stephanie Bowers or any of the other witnesses, and what he had learned. Just after lunch, she received a call from Judge Maxine Hung's court clerk. She expected the clerk to tell Keera the jury had additional questions. "The jury has reached a verdict," the woman said. "Judge Hung has requested all counsel in court by 1 p.m. Keera stood from her chair. Butterflies swarmed her stomach. She hung up the phone and hurried down the hall to tell Patsy. He looked stunned. "So quickly?" he asked. "Apparently." A quick verdict was often associated with a finding of guilt. If one or more jurors held out, it took the other jurors time to convince them, or to give up trying. Had no one held out? Had they bought Miller Ambrose's simple argument? Anne LaRussa was alive when Lisa Bennett left the house, and dead when Vince LaRussa called 911? Had they not bought Harrison's theory and his video evidence? Not one of them?
"Whatever the outcome," Patsy said, "know that you just did your job, nothing more or less."
Ordinarily, Keera couldn't temper her intense competitive streak, but this time she couldn't help but think about the accountant who Frank Rossi said had been brutally beaten to death. Maybe this was Vince's just punishment, as his wife had hoped. Maybe she had succeeded in reaching out from the grave to ensure justice was served. Keera, Patsy, Ella, and Maggie hurried up the hill to the courthouse. None of them said much. The talking was over. It was time to listen. The news vans and reporters who had appeared off and on throughout the trial returned in full, lining 3rd Avenue. Keera and her team used the tunnel through the administrative building, but there would be no avoiding the reporters inside the courthouse. The pack awaited them on the 9th floor, seeking a comment about the quick jury verdict. Keera declined to respond. So too did Patsy. She didn't see the need to speculate or posture now that the jury had rendered its decision. It would be what it would be, and they would all know soon enough. King County marshals cleared a path through the media and escorted the 4 of them into the courtroom. Ella and Maggie found seats in the gallery, which soon filled, men and women sitting shoulder to shoulder. More people stood in the back. Anne LaRussa's relatives retook their designated place behind Miller Ambrose and April Ritchie. They looked nervous. Frank Rossi did not sit at counsel table, which was clear of computers, notepads, exhibits, and files. This was no longer the attorney's show. Ambrose sat with legs crossed, his hands folded in his lap. When Keera and Patsy pulled out their chairs, Ambrose gave a passing glance across the aisle, but he did not say anything. As Keera and Patsy took their seats, the count clerk disappeared behind the bench. Moments later, corrections officers led Vince LaRussa into the courtroom and removed his handcuffs. LaRussa sat. Keera sensed him looking at her, but she kept her gaze forward. The thought of what he'd likely done sickened her. LaRussa leaned to his left so their shoulders touched. Again, her skin crawled.
You said a quick decision is often a bad sign, LaRussa said.
She smelled the acidic tint of nerves. Good. One never knows for certain, she said, not looking at him and grateful when the clerk re-entered the courtroom. All rise. The bailiff announced Judge Hung. The courtroom rose in unison, then sat when Judge Hung settled in behind her desk. The jurist also looked unprepared for the jury's quick decision. She sat forward. It is the court's understanding that the jury has reached a verdict. In a moment, I will ask the bailiff to bring in the jury. I want to caution everyone, on both sides of the courtroom, to respect the jury's decision. If I perceive anyone not respecting the decision, if there are any outbursts, I will have that person removed and held in contempt. With that, Judge Hung instructed the bailiff to bring in the jury. The air in the room thickened. Movement slowed. The bailiff's shoes snapped against the linoleum floor. A door at the back of the courtroom creaked open. The bailiff's voice shattered the silence. All rise for the jury. The jurors walked past the pews and took their seats in the jury box. Some kept their gaze on the floor. Others focused intently on Judge Hung. Not one of them looked at Ambrose or at Keera's side of the courtroom. Keera did not detect a tell. Members of the jury, I understand you have reached a verdict, Judge Hung said. She opened a sealed envelope and read the pages to herself. It felt like an eternity. Finally, she looked to the jurors. Members of the jury, the court clerk will now read the verdict in the case of the State of Washington plaintiff versus Vincent Ernest LaRussa, defendant. The court clerk stood. Count 1. Murder in the first degree, RCW 9A.32.030. She paused. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter, find the defendant not guilty. Keera felt stunned. LaRussa made a fist and softly pounded the table. Patsy turned and put his hand on LaRussa's back. Keera heard Anne LaRussa's family gasp, then weep. Murmurs reverberated throughout the gallery, but no outbursts. To Keira's left, Miller Ambrose bowed his head, but otherwise he did not react. Richie had a wide-eyed stare of shocked disbelief. Judge Hung spoke to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am now going to ask you individually if this is your true and correct verdict. Please respond yes or no. Judge Hung polled the jurors, and one by one they affirmed the verdict. Vince LaRussa balled both hands into fists beneath counsel table and bowed his head, as if overcome with emotion. He did not cry. When the final juror had been polled, LaRussa turned and shook Patsy's hand. Judge Hung advised the jury that the bailiff would escort them to the jury room to retrieve their belongings. She would meet with them to discuss their verdict and answer any questions. She also advised them that counsel might ask to speak to them, but the jurors were under no obligation to do so. With that, she released them and adjourned the proceedings. As Judge Hung departed the bench, the courtroom erupted. Behind counsel table, Keera heard the media on their cell phones, calling in the verdict. Anne LaRussa's family huddled with Ambrose and Richie, speaking quietly. Keera turned and found Vince LaRussa staring at her. He did not have a tear in his eye. His gaze was intent. He grinned and reached out his hand. Keera took it. LaRussa pulled her in and hugged her fiercely. Keera felt herself stiffen. He whispered softly in her ear, "You kept your promise." She pulled back, stuck to routine. "The corrections officers will take you back to jail for processing. You should be released within the hour. Patsy and I will handle the media." "It's important my clients know about the verdict as soon as possible, and that I'm back in charge. Can you set up a meeting with the media for later this afternoon? Send me a text and let me know where to be and when." Keera nodded. Vince LaRussa was not focused on Anne's family members, but on keeping his business running. He'd survived, again. He smiled as the marshals escorted him toward the door. The media shouted questions, and LaRussa stopped.
"I'm just glad this ordeal is over," he said.
Anne LaRussa's family looked at him. He spoke as if they didn't exist.
"Because of Anne's injuries and her addiction, she was not the same person I married. She had become paranoid and vindictive. I don't know why she did this."
LaRussa said it with sincerity, as if he believed it, and without any thought to his wife's grieving family, without any empathy. Keera thought again of her interview with Phil McPherson. At no time did he apologize. He acted like he hadn't done anything wrong and just went on about his business. Psychopath. And he was going to walk out of the King County Jail a free man. Because Keera had won. As Keera and her team returned to their office, the phones rang nonstop. Maggie was quickly under siege and enlisted a legal assistant to help field calls. Ella handled potential client calls. Patsy spoke to the media and advised that they would hold a news conference at 3 o'clock in Occidental Square, outside the entrance to the office. When Maggie came up for air, she ordered some food and some sparkling cider to celebrate after the news conference. "We should discuss what you're going to say at the conference," Ella said to Keera. "This is a huge verdict, Keera. This is going to be all over the newspapers and the television. It's going to be a substantial boost to the firm's profile, to your profile." Keera knew Ella meant well. With this verdict, they might both break from Patsy's huge shadow and establish their own reputations. Where that might take the firm, Keera had no idea. She thanked Ella, then said she'd be in her office. "Are you all right?" Ella asked. She nodded and went to her office. She closed the door, moved to the arched windows, and looked out at the old Pioneer building between the branches of the maple trees in that square, the leaves partially obscuring the totem pole and pergola. She thought of the accountant, Cliff Larson, beaten to death in one of those offices, a brutal and vicious death. Emotion welled. Her stomach roiled. She turned from the window and threw up what little food she had eaten into the wastebasket beside her desk. Chapter 39. At 3 o'clock, Keera recognized the 3 soft knocks on her office door. Patsy stepped in. "Is he here?" Keera asked, turning from the windows.
"Not yet, no."
Patsy closed the door behind him.
"He has been released, though."
He stepped in farther, perhaps noticing her sickened appearance, and hugged her. "What if he kills someone else, Dad?" Patsy said,
"The detectives will gather the evidence needed to arrest him, Keera, and it will be up to the prosecuting attorney to convict him, not you."
"What if they can't get the evidence?"
"Then he'll walk. That's our system of justice, Keera. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Everyone has the right to a vigorous defense."
"That's easier to accept in theory."
"You're right. The public believes in both presumptions and theory, much less so when those presumptions punch them in the face, like the O.J. Simpson verdict. The system isn't perfect, but I still believe it's the best in the world, and I will continue to defend it by defending our clients. That's been my job. It's now your job."
Keera didn't know what to say, so she remained silent. Patsy checked his watch.
"I asked Maggie to let me know when Vince arrives," he said. "Did you want to discuss what to say?"
She shook her head. He pulled the door open.
"I'll head down to the news conference and advise the media we are awaiting Vince LaRussa's arrival. He likely wants to make a big entrance. See if you can reach him and let me know."
Seconds after he left, Keira's cell phone rang. She thought it would be Vince LaRussa, but caller ID recognized Frank Rossi's number. "Where are you?" she asked.
"I'm in the square with everyone else awaiting the news conference. Where's your client?"
"Did you talk to Stephanie Bowers?"
"Last night," Rossi said.
"And?"
"And we're going to wait a few days until this all dies down. We're getting the feds involved. The U.S. Trustee's Office will seek a court-appointed trustee to take control of LWM, freeze its accounts and assets, and try to find the money before LaRussa has a chance to abscond with it. They will put together all the documents to prove the Ponzi scheme."
"What about the accountant, Cliff Larson?"
I'm working on a charging document with Rick Cerbone.
Rossi named another senior prosecutor in the Most Dangerous Offender Project. Cerbone was well regarded and respected by the detectives.
We don't want to give that away just yet. We'll take LaRussa into custody on fraud and corruption and other charges. Then we'll bring the charging document to ensure he doesn't get out of jail. So where is he?
I don't know, Keera said.
Try calling him. Call me back.
Keera disconnected and pulled up LaRussa's cell phone number. LaRussa did not answer. The call rang through to his voicemail. She redialed Frank Rossi's number. He's not picking up his calls.
I don't like this,
Rossi said. He has access to a Learjet at Boeing Field, Keera said. He suspects I know something, and he has to know Lisa Bennett helped Dan. He could already be running.
I've got people watching Boeing Field to make sure he isn't going anywhere, and we're sitting on his condominium at Rainier Square and his home. Any other ideas?
Keera thought of her chess game against Patsy, about his king, who had nowhere left to run. LaRussa, too, was running out of squares to which he could retreat. But unlike Patsy, when cornered, LaRussa wouldn't resign. He wouldn't admit defeat. He was not a man of honor. He'd do something drastic, to the bitter end. He won't surrender, Frank. It isn't in him.
Meaning what?
If LaRussa couldn't flee, he'd have no choice but to fight. He'll attack.
What?
He'll attack the peace he believes is his most dangerous pursuer in one last bid to survive.
The peace?
The person, Frank. The thought struck her like a gut punch, so powerful she nearly dropped the phone. Stephanie Bowers or Lisa Bennett, she said. You have your car? She was already moving to her office door.
No, but I can get a pool car.
No time. Meet me behind the building in the pay parking lot. Keera rushed from her office into the hall, walking quickly, then jogging, and finally sprinting. Animated voices echoed, people talking loudly. She blew past reception. Maggie looked up from the phone and covered the receiver. Is he here? Let me know if he calls, she shouted as she reached the lobby. Patch him through to my cell phone. Where are you going? Keera! Keera descended the interior staircase as quickly as she could. In the lobby, she looked through the glass doors to Occidental Square. A crowd had gathered. She turned for the back of the building, hit the handle on the door beneath the red exit sign, and hurried into the parking lot. Rossi waited. Keera unlocked her car with the key fob, slid behind the wheel, and they drove from the lot, heading west toward Elliott Bay. She turned right onto Alaskan Way and drove parallel to the water to get away from downtown Seattle's traffic. Rossi was on his phone with dispatch, telling them where he was going and asking that they alert the police in Beaverton and get a unit to Stephanie Bowers' RV home. He provided dispatch with Lisa Bennett's home address and requested any available unit meet him at the house. Keera cut over Denny Way, weaving in and out of cars and turning whenever she encountered traffic. She turned left on 10th Avenue, drove down the block, made a right, then another left. No patrol cars. Where are they, Frank?
Should be on their way, Rossi said.
We can't wait. She stopped in the cutout in the curb and pushed from the car. Rossi grabbed her arm as she came around the hood.
There is no we. You wait here.
She pulled her arm free. The hell I will. She darted up the concrete stairs, Rossi right behind her. The front door was ajar. A bad sign. Rossi pulled her behind him, removed his gun, and stepped inside. They moved systematically from room to room on the first floor. Rossi shifted, pivoted, took aim around each corner, but saw no one. Keera didn't hear a sound. They passed through the kitchen to a hall with a narrow staircase. Keera noted something on the carpet and pointed to it. Blood? Rossi acknowledged it, then shuffled toward the banister. He aimed up the stairs. No one. He climbed the first step, then the second, eyes and barrel focused above, at the second story. As they ascended, Keera saw more blood on the carpet. On the second story, they proceeded down a hall. Rossi put his back against a wall filled with framed photographs that had been knocked askew. One lay on the carpet, the glass shattered. Lisa Bennett and her daughters stared up at Keera through cracked glass as she stepped over them. Rossi followed the blood trail to the room at the end of the hall, the door also slightly ajar. In the crack of the door opening, Keera saw a bed with a white comforter.
Rossi reached out and gently pushed the door open, bringing more of the room slowly into view. He stepped in and took aim at the person sitting on the bed. Lisa Bennett. The doctor turned her head but did not raise the gun in her hand. On her bed was a suitcase, haphazardly filled with clothes. On the ground lay Vince LaRussa. Near his outstretched hand was a metal rod. Blood soaked the carpeting beneath him. Bennett, who looked to be in shock, turned her gaze back to her bedroom window. Keera heard cars screeching to a stop and saw red and white police lights reflected in the window. Rossi approached Bennett slowly, cautiously. He reached and removed the gun from her hand. She looked up at him as he did so. Rossi stepped back, knelt, and put 2 fingers to LaRussa's neck. Then he stood, securing his weapon. "I'm going to go down and let the uniforms know," Rossi said. "Don't touch anything." He left the room. Keera sat on the bed beside Bennett. "I knew he would come," Bennett said softly. "You did too." Keera nodded. "I thought he might." A pause. "It was Anne's suggestion that I purchase a second gun," Bennett said. "Maybe she never truly believed she would get Vince, and if she didn't, she wanted me to be safe." She let the thought fade, looked at her suitcase. "I thought of leaving, but where was I going to go? My daughters are here, my job is here." She shook her head. Leaving would have made Anne's death meaningless. Anne could have run. She didn't. She fought to the end. Bennett wiped tears from her cheeks. "I waited for him to come. I knew it was just a matter of time." She looked at Keera, sighed, and shook her head. "When you lose your husband, it hardens you. The scars toughen you. You have to protect your home, your children." She sighed again, wiped additional tears. "He came into the house. He didn't think I'd pull the trigger. He didn't think I would do it." She looked Keera in the eye. "The first time I pulled the trigger for me and shot him in the shoulder. When he didn't stop, when he followed me up the stairs into the bedroom, I pulled it again. The second time was for Anne." Epilogue. It had been more than a week since the LaRussa verdict and his subsequent shooting death, but things had not slowed for Keera. Lisa Bennett had retained the law firm, specifically Ella, to represent her in the fallout, the assisted suicide of Anne LaRussa and the shooting of Vince LaRussa. Ella's initial conversations with the King County prosecuting attorney indicated they would decline to prosecute her on either charge. Reporters continued to call Keera incessantly and to flock to the story of Vince LaRussa like pigeons to crumbs of bread. With good reason. Initial indications revealed LWM's Ponzi scheme to be the largest ever in Washington state history. A federally appointed trustee had seized LWM's bank accounts and all of Vince LaRussa's personal assets, including his home, his condominium, his Learjet, and his cars. But the initial valuation, at least according to Frank Rossi, indicated millions remained missing. Investors in LWM, including those who had been honestly naive, as well as those who had been willfully silent while they collected checks each month, were out thousands, or in some cases millions of dollars. That alone warranted media attention. But the most attention centered on LaRussa's childhood. As the facts came out, the interest was piqued, and his upbringing had already been the subject of several news articles, with more certain to come. Those few who knew LaRussa, his clients and his employees, expressed dismay at the extent of his fraud. Those who had known him growing up expressed no dismay. They said the Ponzi scheme was consistent with the man they had known. Regulators called for tighter controls in the investment arena to protect investors. Frank Rossi was not optimistic. The Seattle Times quoted him. "Greed causes people to do things they wouldn't ordinarily do, and to turn a blind eye," he said. "So long as people are making money, these types of scams will not go away." Keera fielded or deflected numerous phone calls before finally assigning that task to Maggie. She was a fierce gatekeeper. The media wanted to know how much Keera knew during her representation of LaRussa. Upon Patsy's advice, she made one media statement and said that she knew nothing of LaRussa's alleged violent murder of Cliff Larson, and only learned of his past through her legal representation. She did not know of LWM's fraudulent acts while she defended LaRussa. She declined to answer questions and directed all further inquiries to the investigating detectives, Frank Rossi and Billy Ford. Patsy told her that, eventually, Vince LaRussa would fade from the public's consciousness and become just another blip in Seattle's history. Likely so, Keera thought, but he'd linger long in her memory. She had spent much of her time at home, contemplating the chessboard and what to do. His 39th move, Patsy's king, took her knight at g2. She moved her queen to g3. Check. The queen had the honor of finishing the game. But Keera's heart wasn't in it. His 40th move, Patsy retreated his king to h1. Keera contemplated her final move. She reached for the piece, then pulled back her hand. 20 minutes later, she parked in her parents' driveway, pushed out of her car, and made her way to the front door. Her mother answered. She looked and sounded surprised to see her. "Keera, what are you doing here on a Saturday afternoon?" "Dad home?" "He's in his den, reading. Is everything okay?" Something not being okay had always been the assumption at the Duggan home. "What's wrong? Is everything okay? What happened?" "Everything is fine, Mom. I just want to talk to him." "Come on in, I'll get him." "That's okay," she said. "I know my way." Keera smiled to put her mother at ease, but she knew it only went so far in a family that had too often assumed the worst and too often had been right. She walked down the hall to the den. Patsy sat in his oversized brown leather chair, feet raised on an ottoman, light streaming through the window pane. He read a legal thriller, one of his passions. He smiled when Keera entered, but his smile faded to concern. "Hey, kiddo. What brings you here on a beautiful day? Everything okay?" "Everything is fine, Dad. Just wanted to talk with you." "Sure," he said, shutting the novel. "Something come up?" She smiled. "Haven't we had enough?" Her father laughed. "You can say that again." Patsy removed his feet and Keera lowered to the ottoman. "I noticed the liquor cabinet is still locked. Will it stay that way?" she asked. Her father didn't immediately answer. Then he said, "If I want to stay alive." Keera studied him. It wasn't a bluff. "What do you mean?" "Your mother's been after me to go in and have a checkup. I haven't had an annual physical since, I don't know when, decades. I went after the trial." "Is everything all right? You're not sick, are you?" "The doctor says I'm in surprisingly good shape for my age, except my liver, which she says I've managed to pickle." "Is that a medical term?" she said, seeking a ray of light. He smiled. "I've destroyed liver cells and have significant scarring, cirrhosis that could lead to cancer." "Could?" "He told me if I wanted to live to see 80, and hopefully beyond, I had to give up the liquor. Cold turkey." "Can you?" "I've done it for a month." "You've done it for a month before." Her father would not infrequently give up drinking for Lent, 40 days, then be so drunk come Easter he couldn't celebrate with the family. "I know, kiddo. And I've disappointed your mother and you kids. I'm a binge drinker. Since I was 17, it's who I am." "You sound like a defeatist. You don't sound like the Irish brawler." "Maybe I should have said it's who I was. Sometimes it takes the fear of God to change your behavior. Like I said, I've been sober a month. That's a start." "I poured a bottle of Dalmore Port Wood down the drain," Keera said. "That's an expensive statement." "I haven't had a drink in a month either." "I didn't know you drank." "I made a lot of bad decisions when I drank, Dad." She wiped at a tear. It surprised her, and it surprised Patsy. Seeing his baby girl cry led to his own tears. "Miller Ambrose?" She was not surprised her father knew, not with all the eyes and ears Patsy still had inside the courthouse, the prosecutor's office, and at the police department. She nodded, but words stuck in her throat. "Not so bad," her father said, allowing for a weak smile. "It brought you to the firm." "That it did." She pulled herself together. I made a lot of excuses to justify my drinking, Dad. Too many. None good enough. I'll make you a deal. The court is going to order you to go to counseling because of that charade you pulled. I'll go to AA meetings with you.
You?
I found a group that meets close by Tuesday nights. I can pick you up. We can go to dinner beforehand and talk, the way we used to when we played chess. Her father fought back tears. His lower lip quivered, and he rubbed a hand over his mouth.
I made a mess of things, didn't I?
Like you said, it's in the past, Dad. We can look to the future.
I'd like that. I just don't know, Keera. I don't want to disappoint again.
She reached out and held his hands. None of us do, Dad. We do the best we can. Keera looked to her right, to the alcove with the fireplace and the chessboard. Looks like you have a game in progress. She rose and stepped to the chessboard. Are you light or dark?
Light,
he said, following her. Doesn't look good, Dad.
The person I'm playing is better than me, he said.
He'd have to be to beat you.
She,
he said.
The person I'm playing is a she.
Keera smiled. What do you say we end this game and start fresh? A whole new game.
The game isn't finished.
I think it is. She reached and put her finger on the dark king, laying it on its side. I resign. He stared at her hard until understanding.
You knew?
I figured it out the last dinner of the month. I saw the board and recognized the moves.
You could have won. Queen to h3, checkmate.
Playing chess was never about winning or losing, Dad. It still isn't. I just wanted to spend time with you. I just wanted to play. Bernadette came into the room. She looked worried, more so when she noticed Patsy's red eyes. Is everything all right? Everything is fine, Mom. Dad's going to go to AA meetings with me, right, Dad? Patsy nodded.
But not right now. Right now, we're going to play a game.
Her mother lowered her head, clearly holding back tears. The Irish were tough, hard scrabble. She cleared her throat. You'll stay for dinner, Keera? Depends on how long it takes me to beat the Irish brawler, she said, moving her pieces into position to start another game. What do you say, Dad? Let's retire the dark night. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Her Deadly Game by Robert Dugoni, performed by Saskia Marleveld. Performance copyright 2022 by Brilliance Publishing, Inc. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please visit our website at www.brilliancepublishing.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.